Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Activated the Oblivion Protocol. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The miraculous had become the norm in the city where the Yagi family lived, a society where peculiarities influenced every aspect of life. People could control the weather with a thought, heal with a touch, and even manipulate fire. Quirks were more than just abilities, they were the essence of identity and purpose, the key to popularity and success. In a world filled with wonder, the silent, the unusual, and the helpless were often overlooked. Yet, amidst this extraordinary backdrop, one figure remained a constant: All Might, a tall, unwavering symbol of hope and peace. His mere presence brought relief to the nation, making him a true hero. With his brilliant smile and boundless energy, he had vanquished evil and saved countless lives. Everyone recognized him, and even the most eccentric individuals could not deny his legendary status. Hope seemed to radiate in the air whenever All Might entered a room, instilling a sense of safety and comfort in those around him. His legacy conveyed the message that anyone could be a hero, not just through physical strength but through spirit. He was regarded as the ideal embodiment of heroism. However, Izuku Yagi, All Might and Izuku Yagi's son, felt different. Despite his father's greatness, Izuku saw no magic in a world filled with oddities. He possessed no quirk of his own, he was quirkless. Izuku was a quiet child who grew up watching the admiration people had for his father through valiant acts displayed on television. All Might was loved, praised, and celebrated for every gesture. It was impossible to escape his father's iconic presence, and those who encountered Izuku often regarded him with sympathy, curiosity, or even disdain. They would ask if he was the son of All Might, their eyes filled with expectations. Izuku would nod, but deep down he knew he could never measure up to his father. The brilliance of All Might felt like an unattainable standard, and Izuku believed he would never possess the strength to defend, fight, or inspire others in the same way. He felt like a shadow, lingering in the background of a world that celebrated the extraordinary. Izuku Yagi, his mother, had once been a remarkable hero in her own right. Her ability to manipulate gravity granted her incredible power and agility, allowing her to lift and alter the very flow of gravity around her. However, she had long since set aside that life to raise her family. Occasionally, a glance from an old friend or a retired hero would remind Izuku of his mother's past strength. Then there was Himari, Izuku's younger sister, who drew regular attention. In a family filled with potential, Izuku felt like an afterthought, overshadowed by his sister's flawless quirk. Himari possessed the ability of light manipulation, allowing her to create concentrated beams of light, dazzling flashes, and bend light around herself. Many considered her a prodigy, the child his parents had always dreamed of. She effortlessly helped with meetings, assisted in training young heroes, and contributed to school activities. It was clear to everyone that Himari was destined for greatness, and naturally, All Might and Izuku showered her with praise. When Himari returned home one evening, her voice brimmed with excitement as she shared her day's accomplishments. She had helped set up seats for a meeting after school, using her quirk to make the process easier for the professors. Her hands glowed with radiant energy as she recounted the joy of fixing the lights, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Izuku looked down at her daughter with pride, affirming her achievements. All Might, towering in the doorway, patted Himari on the head, expressing his belief in her bright future as a hero. Meanwhile, Izuku sat quietly at the edge of the table, picking at his food. His thoughts wandered, distant from the lively conversation. The admiration his parents had for Himari felt like a distant echo, while he remained unnoticed, a cautious child lost in the background. It was difficult for him to remember the last time someone had genuinely acknowledged him, telling him he was doing well too. Instead, he felt visible only when something was amiss. He was the invisible son, the one who didn't fit the expectations of society for the child of All Might. Yet, deep down, Izuku knew he was not like the rest. Izuku sat at the supper table, contemplating his latest project. His mind wandered to a novel concept he had been developing for several weeks, a device capable of controlling electromagnetic fields. Although it was a small prototype, it was his, even if it paled in comparison to his parents' remarkable inventions. He was the only one who could truly understand it, and the work was solely his. Over the past few days, he had been testing magnetic fields, creating intricate circuits, and experimenting with various materials. The results had been promising. Like individuals with unique quirks, he would soon have something that could alter his environment. He would make an impression without possessing a quirk. Yet, an unspoken truth lingered in his mind. He grew up in a world filled with heroes, where everyone had something valuable to contribute, but Izuku felt he had nothing. At least, that was how it appeared to those around him. However, Izuku was determined to prove them wrong. He would surpass his father, but he would not be a hero. He would change the world in his own way. In many respects, school served as a battlefield. For most students, it was a place to refine their quirks and prepare for the future. For Izuku Yagi, it was a laboratory, a controlled environment with various variables that allowed him to analyze, predict, and neutralize predictable patterns of human behavior. Izuku had already identified a critical flaw in the structure of society in this quirk-dominated world, where power and spectacle were valued above all else. Without intelligence, strength was merely chaos. And chaos? That was manageable. The Yagi siblings were polar opposites at school. Himari, the brightest star in their class, radiated charisma and brilliance. Her natural charm was amplified by her ability to manipulate light, drawing both teachers and students to her. She excelled in class projects, performed exceptionally well in group activities, and was widely regarded as the heir to their father's heroic legacy. In contrast, Izuku was a mystery. Quiet and eccentric, he received little admiration from his peers or praise from teachers, though he did not provoke their disdain directly. While his family name shielded him from overt ridicule, the sneers and contemptuous glances remained. He remained indifferent. His classmates were mere data points, their quirks predictable in their limitations, their actions reducible to algorithms of envy, insecurity, and pride. They were tools, each with a purpose he could utilize if necessary, or obstacles to be carefully navigated. As the lunch bell rang, students flooded into the cafeteria, creating a cacophony of chairs scraping against tile floors. Izuku remained behind, meticulously organizing his notebook. Each page was a repository of ideas, observations, and theories. His focus was on his latest schematic, a small energy dispersal module. It may not have been his most ambitious project, but it was effective. The door swung open with a bang. Katsuki Bakugo's sharp voice broke the silence of the empty classroom. Accompanied by his usual entourage, Bakugo's aggressive presence filled the space. His red eyes glinted with a challenge that needed no words. He taunted Izuku, suggesting he was still hiding with his inventions. Izuku kept his gaze fixed on his notebook, responding flatly that Bakugo was interrupting him. The lackeys laughed, misinterpreting Izuku's calm demeanor as SB Emerson. Bakugo's grin widened, but it was predatory, like a wolf sensing its prey. He claimed he was giving Izuku a chance to prove he was not completely useless. Carefully, Izuku closed his notebook, the sound resonating in the stillness that followed. When he met Bakugo's gaze, his expression was as cold and hard as steel. He dismissed Bakugo's theatrics, stating that his insecurities were boring. The atmosphere grew tense as Bakugo's grin faded into a snarl, demanding to know what Izuku had said. Izuku continued, asserting that Bakugo was predictable, a blunt instrument, dangerous only to those who couldn't foresee his moves. He pointed out that Bakugo relied on strength because he lacked the intelligence to act differently. In a flash, Bakugo unleashed a fiery blast aimed at Izuku's chest. But Izuku was already in motion. The explosion scorched the air where he had just stood. With precise timing, he activated the pulse deterrent hidden on his wrist, sending out a focused sonic wave that knocked Bakugo off balance. Bakugo growled, regaining his footing and insisting that power would always triumph. Izuku remained silent, instead pulling out a second device, a flash emitter. With a quick flick of his fingers, he activated it, flooding the room with blinding light that forced Bakugo and his lackeys to shield their eyes. Bakugo yelled in frustration, charging at Izuku without thinking. Izuku sidestepped effortlessly, using Bakugo's momentum against him. As Bakugo stumbled, Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, pushing him further off balance. He calmly pointed out that Bakugo relied too heavily on instinct, making him easy to predict. Bakugo spun around, unleashing a series of explosions. This time, Izuku pulled out a magnetic disruptor from his pocket. The small gadget emitted a focused pulse that interrupted the chemical reactions in Bakugo's sweat-based explosions, causing the blasts to fizzle out harmlessly. Bakugo's lackeys, still dazed, stumbled around in confusion. Bakugo, his face twisted in anger, accused Izuku of hiding behind gadgets because he was weak. Izuku tilted his head slightly, examining Bakugo as if he were an interesting specimen, remarking that despite Bakugo's rage, he had yet to land a single hit. Bakugo charged again, letting his anger override any strategy. Izuku caught his wrist mid-swing, twisting it just enough to force Bakugo to lose his balance. Their eyes locked, and Izuku's grip was firm but not cruel. He calmly stated that this wasn't a fight, it was a demonstration. He released Bakugo and stepped back, turning off his devices. The silence that followed was heavy, with Bakugo's lackeys unsure whether to intervene or retreat. Bakugo growled that this wasn't over, vowing to crush Izuku. Izuku picked up his bag and walked toward the door, his expression unchanged. The confrontation had tested his devices under pressure and revealed a critical flaw in his peers: they lacked control. As he left the classroom, he spotted Himari in the hallway, surrounded by friends, her laughter bright and carefree. She noticed him but did not acknowledge his presence, and he didn't mind. Their lives, while parallel, seldom intersected. One of her friends asked if he was okay, her tone laced with mock concern. Himari replied before he could speak, her tone dismissive yet not unkind. Izuku continued walking, his gaze steady. Words, like quirks, were just another variable, and Himari's superiority complex was merely another obstacle to navigate. Later that evening, the family gathered for dinner. Himari excitedly shared stories about her day, her parents hanging on her every word. Izuku sat quietly, his mind focused on improving his devices. The family dynamic didn't bother him, it was just another predictable part of his life. After dinner, he retreated to his room. The small space was neatly organized, each tool and component in its place. On his desk, a prototype for a new project gleamed in the dim light. The world around him was chaotic and flawed, filled with inefficiencies. But he would change that not with brute strength or flashy moves, but with what truly mattered: logic. Morning sunlight crept through the slits in Izuku's curtains, casting pale patterns onto his workbench. The room was a blend of organized chaos, filled with blueprints, unfinished devices, and carefully labeled components. A soft hum filled the air from a tiny device whirring on his desk, its vibrations sending out a pale blue glow. Izuku calibrated the knob on the device to ensure an even energy output. It was an improvement on a previously constructed brief-range pulse generator that temporarily interfered with electronic signals. After weeks of tinkering, it now worked flawlessly. Content: Izuku settled back and breathed softly. His eyes drifted to a corner of his workspace, where a pile of blueprints lay. They depicted devices far more ambitious than anything he had constructed to date: an energy amplifier, a machine that would automatically recycle materials, and even a concept design for an electromagnetic drive device. If only he had the equipment, he thought, his tone laced with desperation. He ruffled his hair, taking in the limited pieces laid out on his desk. He had spent all his funds weeks prior. His parents wouldn't give him money for what they deemed unimportant distractions, and he couldn't afford them himself. He stood up, placing the pulse generator in his pocket, and reached for his bag. One step at a time, he reminded himself. The day passed in a blur of monotonous routine. Teachers spoke of quirk applications and hero rules, subjects that barely penetrated Izuku's consciousness. His thoughts were always elsewhere, simulating, writing equations, dreaming up the potentialities of his next invention. It wasn't until the lunch bell that reality broke through. Bakugo and his friends cornered him at the edge of the schoolyard, their silhouettes looming over him like dark clouds. Bakugo growled, cracking his knuckles, and taunted Izuku for hiding behind his inventions. Izuku, focused on his notes, didn't even glance up, continuing to write smoothly. Bakugo sneered, his voice escalating as he questioned Izuku's confidence without his machines. Finally, Izuku concluded his notes and closed his notebook with a neat gesture. He stashed it in his bag and looked up, his expression calm. Bakugo's scowl deepened as he insulted Izuku for being quirkless and using scraps of metal as an excuse. The laughter of his friends faltered, having heard this before. Izuku patted his pocket, producing the pulse generator. Its streamlined shape caught the sunlight as he activated it with a flick of his thumb. He coolly pointed out that Bakugo had tried this approach countless times, and each time the outcome was the same. If Bakugo were capable of learning from his mistakes, he would have realized by now. Bakugo's face twisted with anger as he threatened to destroy the device. Before he could finish, Izuku triggered the button. A clean pulse expanded outward, causing Bakugo to stagger, grasping his head as his balance faltered. His friends stumbled, their footing disrupted by the shock. Izuku didn't give them time to recover. He slipped around them with the same measured calmness he always possessed, leaving Bakugo fuming behind him. The remainder of the school day passed quietly, apart from the periodic glares Bakugo directed his way. Izuku ignored them. He had long since learned to disregard such annoyances. As the final bell tolled and the day came to a close, Izuku gathered his belongings with practiced speed. Exiting the classroom, he overheard Bakugo and his friends plotting in the corridor. They planned to wait for him by the alley near the park, confident he wouldn't see it coming. Izuku lingered just long enough to grasp their intentions. He adjusted the strap on his bag and headed in the opposite direction. They were nothing if not tenacious, he thought, a small smile curling at the edge of his mouth. He didn't feel like being part of another trap set by Bakugo's crew, so he opted for a different route. Entering another of Bakugo's traps was exhausting, and he wasn't up for more trouble. The air was filled with the smell of rust and salt as he approached the beach, which was not clean but rather a junkyard of shattered appliances, smashed furniture, and twisted metal. Izuku stood still, taking in the mess. To others, it might have seemed like an ugly dump, but to him, it was a treasure trove. Surveying the vast expanse of trash, junked appliances, corroded equipment, and knotted wires, Izuku's scientist mind sprang into action. He dropped down close to a pile of smashed washing machines, carefully prying open compartments and examining their contents. He muttered to himself about the rusty, fragile, and worthless items he encountered, discarding a charred circuit board. But occasionally, his fingers brushed against something worth saving: a whole gear, a working motor, or usable wire. He worked systematically, collecting anything of value into his bag. As the sun set below the horizon, casting long shadows on the sand, Izuku's backpack was full. Content, he brushed his hands together and headed home. In his room, Izuku dumped his discoveries onto his desk. It was an eclectic collection of wires, circuits, and scrap metal. He switched on his desk lamp, illuminating the disorganized collection as he began to sift through each piece. The initial excitement faded as he unfolded the items one by one. He turned over a rusty coil, and part of it crumbled in his hands. Much of this was rubbish, he thought, annoyance creeping into his tone. A quick survey revealed that much of what he had recovered was either too damaged or simply useless. Never one to waste time, Izuku sat back in his chair, running a pencil over his chin. His quick mind set to work, focusing on solutions rather than limitations. Rather than worrying about what he couldn't do, he envisioned what he could create. Frustration transformed almost instantly into determination. He seized a blank sheet of paper and started drawing with intense focus. He thought to himself that if he couldn't depend on the material as it stood, then he would make it work. Two designs began to emerge beneath his pencil. The first was a material analyzer, a portable scanner that would swiftly identify trash versus recoverable components. By detecting density, conductivity, and molecular integrity, it would enable him to process the wreckage with pinpoint accuracy. The second was a more ambitious endeavor, A renewable matter converter, a machine that would disassemble unusable material and recycle it as energy or raw material. It was intricate, much more so than anything he had ever constructed before, but the possibilities were too vast to overlook. The faint glow of Izuku's room illuminated his determined face, casting long shadows across the untidy desk. Before him was a device almost finished, its smooth body of reused metal containing a complex system of circuits and microprocessors. The material analyzer was shaping up to be a tool that would sort useful parts from useless trash. It was not a luxury but a necessity for someone with limited resources. Izuku's fingers moved with mechanical efficiency, a soldering iron in one hand and tweezers in the other. He fed the final wire home, attaching a sensor node to the analyzer's main board. The sweet smell of flux hung in the air as he turned off the iron and leaned back, inspecting the device. The material analyzer was compact, no bigger than a cell phone, with a screen that displayed overlays of data and a scanning lens built into the middle. He clicked a button, and the device came to life with a gentle hum. Lines of code scrolled across the screen as it booted up, indicating that the systems were online. He picked up a box of repair parts, taking a handful of salvaged wires, rusty screws, and broken capacitors. Cradling the analyzer over the collection, he engaged the scanning function. A soft blue beam passed over the objects, and data filled the screen. The device informed him of the conductivity, structural integrity, and material composition in a soothing, synthesized tone. Izuku ran his hand over the casing of the device, noting that it was operational but that the algorithm needed perfection. The precision wasn't where it should be. He quickly jotted down some notes in his journal, writing down ideas for optimization. It would do for now. Izuku didn't hesitate. Now that the analyzer was online, he shifted his focus to his most ambitious project to date, the renewable matter converter. Blueprints for the device cluttered his desk, a messy web of schematics and equations. The idea was simple enough in concept but frustratingly complicated to implement. Disassemble waste matter and reassemble it into useful energy or raw materials. Days turned into hours as Izuku labored on the converter. His concentration was unwavering, his steps precise as he constructed prototypes, experimented with energy streams, and fine-tuned power sources. The subtle whir of his tools echoed in the room, mingling with the crisp sounds of used pieces. Gradually, his workshop fell into a planned chaos, blueprints strewn about, tools stacked carelessly, and a cold cup of tea abandoned on the work surface. By the fourth model, he observed a trend with the breakdowns. Each test failed in the same way. Energy loss during the conversion process was too extensive, and the breakdown of the molecules was irregular. The converter had the ability to break down materials to their most basic constituents, but it could not produce the energy needed to continue the process. Izuku grumbled to himself, his voice barely audible amidst the whine of the newest prototype. His green eyes scanned the information on the screens before him. The figures didn't lie, all variables were accounted for, but the machine still wouldn't perform as it should. He disassembled the prototype and began anew, testing subsystems in isolation. He replaced a faulty component, redesigned the energy intake, and tweaked the output stabilizer. Each version saw slight improvements, but the underlying problem remained. Izuku stretched his fingers, cramped from hours of soldering. His eyes looked tired, and his posture was rigid as he leaned over the workbench. The whir of the converter filled the air, a constant reminder of how close he was and how far he still had to go. The 11th model came to life, its screen glowing with encouraging energy readings. He stood up, his eyes fixed on the machine as it processed a small piece of scrap metal. The hum increased, a low rumble that resonated through the tools surrounding it. The energy readings held firm for a brief moment, steadily rising. Suddenly, however, they shot perilously high. Izuku quickly activated the emergency cutoff, and the machine shut down with a metallic snap. He gazed at the burnt remains of the test material. His expression remained unchanged, but his pencil tapped against the notebook with careful rhythm. He realized that the problem wasn't mechanical, it was related to the energy dynamics. He was missing something fundamental. Driven by logic, Izuku knew the next step was research. He sought information that extended beyond his existing grasp of physics and engineering. After securing his workshop, he proceeded to the city library. The library was vast and silent, its high shelves filled with books on every conceivable topic. Izuku navigated the aisles purposefully, flipping through titles and gathering anything related to energy systems or material science. By the time he reached the theoretical physics section, his pile of books threatened to topple over. One book caught his eye: Foundations of Quantum Mechanics, its gilded letters dulled by years of use. He browsed through its pages, absorbing passages on wave-particle duality, superposition, and states of energy. The potential was overwhelming, reshaping his understanding of energy manipulation. His keen mind worked through the ideas with brutal efficiency. The gaps in his designs weren't mechanical failures, they were failures of vision. Energy wasn't a smooth flow, it came in discrete packets, subject to probability and quantum effects. Returning to his workshop, Izuku immersed himself in the quantum mechanics book, correlating it with his notes and blueprints. Energy transfer was not a straightforward exchange. It involved quantum tunneling, resonance stabilization, and state transitions. With this newfound knowledge, he started over on the blueprint for the renewable matter converter. His pencil glided across the page in careful strokes, drawing up designs that respected quantum coherence and energy efficiency. His notebook filled with equations, every variable rounded down to the last decimal. The new model was more streamlined and effective, equipped with quantum stabilizers and state regulators. Izuku's concentration remained unyielding, his steps calculated as he assembled the pieces. Days passed without distinction, yet his mind stayed sharp, his determination unbroken. As the final contact was made, he activated the prototype. The device whirred quietly, its energy output level steady and constant. He inserted a small piece of corroded metal into the input chamber and activated the process. The blue light passed over the material, disintegrating it with sterile accuracy. Energy levels rose steadily, and soon the operation was complete. The output chamber opened to reveal a small, immaculate ingot of raw metal. Izuku grasped the ingot and examined it in his hands, studying its texture and composition. He deemed it acceptable and noted in his journal that the parameters were optimal, with an efficiency of 98.7%. The sun reflected off a sea of crushed metal and broken glass as Izuku knelt on the coarse sand. His material analyzer whirred quietly in his palm, an island of soothing precision amid the devastation on the beach. The screen burst into life, providing a live reading of the object in front of him, a rusty, serrated pipe. The material was identified as iron, with an integrity of 78%, and it was deemed processable. Izuku's gaze narrowed in satisfaction as he tossed the pipe into the usable pile. To his right was a burgeoning heap of worthless trash-bent wires, broken plastics, and composites that were too far gone even for his renewable matter converter to process. He planned to revisit the pile when he improved, but for now, efficiency took precedence. The second object he examined was a broken console screen, its jagged edges glinting in the sunlight. Izuku adjusted the scanner to obtain a more accurate reading. The material was identified as mixed silicates, with an integrity of 21%. It was deemed limited in processability, and the energy cost was high. He scowled, deciding it was not worth the trouble, and placed it into the discard pile. This exercise was not merely about saving materials. It was about honing his judgment, ensuring that every decision was made with careful consideration. The beach hummed with subdued purpose, the whir of the renewable matter converter barely audible in the distance. The machine worked diligently, breaking down unusable materials into dense, energy-rich blocks. It wasn't as efficient or quick as Izuku wished, but it was a work in progress, just like everything else in his life. Izuku retreated, critically assessing the skeletal structure of his workshop. Steel beams gathered from discarded ruins provided the main support, and bolted panels acted as makeshift walls. It was not ideal, but it was a tangible representation of his relentless drive. He wiped sand from his hands and looked up at the sky, observing the sun lowering on the horizon. The burnished orange color indicated how late it was becoming, and he didn't want to risk his luck. He knew he couldn't be gone for too long. As soon as Izuku stepped into the house, he could hear the bright, cheerful voices of his family ringing out from the living room. He paused in the hallway just out of view, listening in. His mother's voice sounded bright and proud as she asked about Himari's training. Himari responded enthusiastically, sharing how she was improving at using her quirk and had even landed a proper punch during sparring. Izuku could almost hear All Might's thunderous laugh in response, encouraging her to keep it up. Izuku's expression remained neutral as he walked down the corridor, his steps silent on the wooden floorboards. He slipped into his room, unseen, the door softly clicking shut behind him. His bedroom was small but highly organized, with blueprints covering the walls, each charting his inventions in detail. Notebooks filled with figures and alterations sat in neat piles on the desk, alongside a small selection of tools and half-built gadgets. Sitting down, Izuku retrieved his notes from the previous session, turning to a diagram of the pulse generator upgrade. His pencil danced above the paper as he made calculations to correct the inefficiencies he had observed during the last test. Below him, the discussion of Himari's training continued, the noise fading as he became engrossed in his task. The following day, Izuku sat at the back of the class, his notebook laid out in front of him. As the teacher lectured on Newtonian mechanics, his mind wandered elsewhere. His pencil glided with silent ease, sketching the shape of a new device. Alongside it, figures filled the margins, outlining energy yield, field stabilization factors, and potential points of failure. In his other hand, he held a quantum mechanics textbook he had borrowed from the school library. Every line he read sparked a new idea, which he rapidly scribbled down. His objective was straightforward: to enhance the energy shield prototype to sustain increased levels of stress while remaining efficient. The teacher's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts, calling his name sharply. Izuku regarded the teacher with a mask of neutrality, acknowledging the request to solve a problem on the board. He approached the front of the room, mentally computing the kinetic energy equations. Taking up the chalk, he wrote down the solution in careful lines. When he returned to his seat, whispers erupted around him. Some classmates expressed their disbelief at his abilities, while others teased him about being quirkless. Himari, sitting at the front, turned in her seat and smiled, playfully defending him. The room chuckled, but Izuku remained unfazed, his pencil continuing to move as his concentration remained undeterred. When Izuku returned to the beach, the sun was already setting, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. His backpack felt heavier than usual, filled with equipment and parts he had salvaged from the day's garbage cans. He got to work immediately, screwing panels into position and bracing the frame of his workshop. The generator purred quietly as he connected it to power his lights and equipment, filling the room with a steady glow. With the workshop coming together, Izuku focused on the pulse generator, determined to rectify its remaining shortcomings. The previous test had indicated instability at higher frequencies, and he couldn't afford such vulnerabilities in the field. He adjusted the modulator, retuned the connections, and tweaked the power output. When the device activated, humming faintly, Izuku felt a rush of excitement. He pointed at a pile of sand, eager to see how the generator would perform. The pulse spread out, sending the sand flying in a controlled eruption. The motion was smoother than ever, the energy more concentrated. The observation indicated that stability had improved. The efficiency rate had increased by 12%. More adjustments were needed. Izuku noted his findings in his notebook, already brainstorming ways to enhance the next version. By the time Izuku exited the workshop, night had fully set in. With his bag slung over his shoulder and his devices secured, he walked purposefully, his footsteps echoing through the empty streets. The suburb grew darker and grittier as he ventured deeper, the glow of street lamps replaced by dim bulbs and looming silhouettes. He rounded a corner and paused. In front of him stood a group of thugs leaning against an old building, their voices low and rough. Izuku remained unfazed, his expression calm as he approached them. One thug caught sight of him, narrowing his gaze and sizing him up. The thug's tone dripped with mockery as he questioned Izuku's presence. Izuku's hand instinctively moved toward the pulse generator at his side, his demeanor steady and unyielding. Another thug stepped forward, taunting him about being lost. The night sky stretched above Izuku Yagi, shrouded in faint clouds that obscured the stars. He walked with a deliberate pace, each step intentional, his bag secure on his shoulder. The weight within it was not just tools or gadgets, it was potential. Every device had been meticulously crafted and upgraded in his workshop. Tonight was not merely a field test, it was a chance for data collection and validation. As the streets darkened, the sounds of city life faded into distant murmurs. Izuku adjusted his course, heading toward the quieter, more rundown part of town. The flickering streetlights overhead cast erratic shadows, but Izuku remained composed. He had thoroughly scouted this area, and the alleyway he chose led to a controlled dead end. The faint shuffle of footsteps behind him confirmed his suspicions. He glanced back just enough to see a group of 4 men emerging from the shadows, their laughter and coarse voices echoing through the narrow street. One of them called out to him, mocking his presence and questioning where he thought he was going. Izuku chose not to respond. Instead, he subtly quickened his pace, leading them deeper into the alley. The thugs followed, their confidence swelling with every step. The leader barked at him, his voice growing harsher as the sound of heavy boots echoed closer. Reaching the dead end, Izuku stopped a meter from the chain-link fence. He turned slowly, his expression cold and unreadable, and set his bag down with careful precision, kneeling to unzip it. The leader, a wiry man with a scar running down his cheek, smirked, speculating about what Izuku might have inside. Another thug chimed in, suggesting Izuku fancied himself a mechanic. Izuku remained silent, his hands moving with practiced precision as he retrieved the pulse generator. The device hummed softly, its glow casting an eerie light on the alley walls. The leader squinted at the gadget, bewildered by its appearance. Without a word, Izuku pressed the trigger. A shockwave burst forth, rippling through the air with a low-frequency thrum. The scar-faced leader stumbled, his balance disrupted by the force. Behind him, his companions winced and staggered, clutching their heads as the pulse affected their equilibrium. Izuku did not rush forward. Instead, he reached into his pocket and began jotting down observations as the thugs recovered. The wiry thug with the blade was the first to regain his composure, his face twisted with rage. He lunged forward, the blade glinting in the dim light. Izuku calculated the trajectory instantly and sidestepped with precision, his hand darting to his grapple line. The cord shot out, wrapping tightly around the thug's wrist. Izuku yanked hard, forcing the man off balance and into the brick wall. The blade clattered to the ground as Izuku tightened the line further, immobilizing his target. He released the cord abruptly, letting the thug collapse to the ground, dazed. Turning his attention to the heavy-set man charging at him, Izuku activated the shockwave gauntlet. A quick twist of his wrist adjusted the output, and he drove his fist forward in a calculated arc. The kinetic burst erupted on contact, sending the man flying backward into a stack of rusted barrels. The metallic clang echoed through the alley as the barrels toppled, burying the thug beneath a pile of debris. Izuku paused to observe the results, noting the distance traveled by his opponent and the level of destruction caused. The brass-knuckles thug hesitated, his confidence wavering as he watched his comrades fall one by one. His gaze darted between Izuku's impassive face and the glowing devices in his hands. He stepped forward, raising his fists, challenging Izuku to respond. Izuku did not wait for the man to strike. He activated the energy shield, a translucent barrier flickering to life on his forearm. The thug's punch connected with the shield, the impact dispersing harmlessly across its surface. Sparks flew as brass met energy, but Izuku remained steady. He shifted his stance, using the shield to shove the thug backward before deactivating it. The man stumbled, and Izuku followed up with a calculated kick to his knee, forcing him to the ground. The scar-faced leader, now recovered, grabbed a discarded pipe from the ground and swung it wildly. Izuku ducked, the pipe whooshing past his head. With one swift motion, he activated the sonic disruptor, its high-pitched frequency cutting through the air. The leader dropped the pipe, clutching his ears as the device overwhelmed his senses. Izuku stepped forward, delivering a precise blow to the man's sternum with the gauntlet. The kinetic force sent him to the ground, gasping for breath. Izuku scanned the scene, noting the positions of the fallen thugs. The alley was silent now, save for their groans and the faint hum of his devices. He knelt once more, pen in hand, and began writing down his final observations. He stood, his calm gaze sweeping over the defeated group. There was no anger, no satisfaction, only a clinical detachment. Izuku reached down, retrieving his bag and securing his gadgets. As he turned to leave, the scar-faced leader managed to croak out a question, struggling to comprehend the situation. Izuku glanced over his shoulder, his face expressionless. Efficient. Without another word, he vanished into the shadows, leaving the thugs confused and defeated. Back at his workshop, Izuku carefully disassembled the sonic disruptor, examining its components for signs of wear. The soft glow of his work lamp illuminated the organized chaos of his workspace: blueprints, tools, and spare parts scattered across the table. He made notes for adjustments, already envisioning the next iteration. Each confrontation was a step forward. Each flaw exposed was a lesson learned. Izuku Yagi didn't fight for glory or recognition. He fought for perfection, one device, one calculated action at a time. The soft hum of fluorescent lights buzzed faintly above. The classroom was filled with the sound of idle chatter, papers rustling, and the sharp clack of shoes against tiled floors. Amid it all, Izuku sat at his desk, entirely unfazed by the world around him. His fingers slowly turned the page of the book he was reading, Quantum Mechanisms and Theories of Dimensional Overlap. His eyes scanned each line with sharp precision, his pencil tapping softly against his notebook as he jotted down notes in the margins. One student sneered from across the room, commenting on Izuku's apparent lack of understanding. Another laughed, suggesting he was merely pretending to look smart because he had no quirk. The snickers spread across the room, cruel and calculated. But Izuku didn't acknowledge them. He was too focused on his task to give them the reaction they were looking for. His attention remained fixed on the page, turning each with deliberate, measured. One of the boys muttered a disdainful remark as they turned away, clearly disappointed by Izuku's lack of response. It was all predictable. Every day, the same taunts, the same mockery. But today, something about the book caught his attention. If reality is but a series of frequencies and vibrations, then, in theory, one could harmonize those frequencies to create a bridge, a portal from one point in space to another. Izuku's pencil paused mid-tap. His eyes narrowed slightly as his brain processed the sentence, moving at its usual clinical pace. For a moment, everything else in the room ceased to exist. His body, still and unmoving, reflected the same mechanical precision that defined his thoughts. Harmonize frequencies to create a bridge. The words processed with cold efficiency. There was no emotional response, no rush of excitement. Just an immediate, logical analysis. The idea was intriguing, but its potential had to be evaluated, refined, and tested. His pencil resumed its motion, now writing down his thoughts and observations, his mind already running through a sequence of possibilities, each more calculated than the last. But before he could delve deeper, the sound of the classroom door sliding open broke his concentration. The teacher had arrived. Izuku's hand moved without hesitation, slipping the book into his bag with precise, methodical motions. His mind remained fixed on the theory, but the situation required no further action. The teacher's presence was a distraction, and Izuku had no intention of engaging with it. The teacher barked for everyone to take their seats, and the classroom settled into an uneasy quiet. Izuku adjusted his posture, mentally filing away the new concept for later, where it would be analyzed further in the silence of his workshop. His focus had never wavered. Even now, as the noise of the classroom returned, his mind was already several steps ahead, processing the implications of what he had just read. The day crawled forward, but like all things, it eventually ended. The bell rang, students rushed out, and Izuku remained behind, quietly packing his books. He planned to go to the workshop today, but first, he had one last note to finish copying. The door slid open. 3 figures stepped in. Izuku recognized them before he even looked up. Bakugo. Bakugo's voice echoed with a sharp, dangerous edge as he called out to Izuku. Izuku glanced toward him, unimpressed, and mentioned that Bakugo was early, just in time for him to need test subjects for some new gadgets. One of Bakugo's lackeys sneered, questioning if they were now Izuku's test subjects, and warned him to watch his mouth. The boy lunged, throwing a punch toward Izuku's face. But instead of panicking, Izuku's hand moved with calm precision. A soft buzz followed as a shimmering, hexagonal energy shield formed in front of him, absorbing the punch with a thump. Without hesitation, Izuku swept the boy's legs with a low kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The second lackey rushed in, but Izuku raised his hand again. His glove shifted, the red metal panels clicking into place like clockwork. A concussive shockwave rippled through the air, sending the second boy flying backward. He slammed into a desk, coughing as he hit the ground. Izuku muttered about learning as he shook his hand free from the glove's locking mechanism. Bakugo grinned, his palms crackling with sparks as he crouched low. He taunted Izuku, suggesting he wasn't foolish enough to come at him head-on like last time. Izuku's eyes narrowed, realizing Bakugo was waiting for him to act first. But Bakugo didn't wait. He launched forward, an explosion propelling him toward Izuku. At the last second he changed direction, veering to Izuku's blind spot. Izuku spun, aiming a kick at Bakugo's face, but Bakugo caught it mid-swing. Bakugo hissed that he had him, and a flash of orange light detonated in Izuku's face. The blast sent Izuku flying back into the wall. Dust and debris fell from the ceiling, and the room went quiet. Izuku coughed as he stood, brushing off the dust, and began to speak when the door suddenly slid open. Their teacher walked in, eyes sharp as ever. He demanded to know what was going on. Bakugo quickly pointed at Izuku, claiming he had started it. The teacher raised an eyebrow, scanning the room and asking where Izuku was. Bakugo spun around, eyes wild, searching every corner of the room, realizing Izuku had vanished. The teacher scowled, telling them to clean up the mess before leaving without another word. Bakugo's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing as he noticed a small, faint footprint leading toward the door amidst the scattered dust. Outside the school gates, Izuku's silhouette flickered into view like a mirage resolving into reality. The faint hum of energy faded as he removed a sleek, matte gray helmet from his head. He ran his fingers along the smooth surface, his eyes flicking to a small dent near the ear. It still needed work, he muttered to himself as he stuffed it into his bag. Back at his workshop, Izuku sat motionless at his desk, a faint light from the overhead lamp casting sharp shadows across his face. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the edges of the book before him, his mind completely absorbed in its contents. It had taken him hours to read, to analyze each word and concept. Yet, despite the depth of the information, it wasn't enough. The theories presented were insightful but incomplete, mere fragments of a puzzle he had already begun to piece together. A crucial piece was still missing. Izuku needed more data, more clarity, more precision. He needed to understand the mechanics fully before he could take any meaningful steps forward. He closed the book and leaned back in his chair, the creak of the leather echoing in the silence of the room. He didn't waste time with idle thoughts or hesitation. This was a problem that required resolution, not deliberation. His eyes flickered over the workshop, scanning the various gadgets and blueprints scattered about, but he knew the answer wouldn't lie there. The information he sought was beyond the confines of this place. With a single, decisive movement, he stood and grabbed the book, slipping it into the bag at his side. There was only one place where the knowledge he needed could be found: the city library. The familiar scent of old paper and dust filled his senses as he stepped through the front doors of the city library. The soft hum of fluorescent lights overhead and the faint rustling of pages made the space feel timeless. This was one of the few places where Izuku felt at peace. The librarian glanced up from her desk as he approached, amusement evident in her expression. She acknowledged his return with a nod as he quietly handed her the book he'd borrowed last week. Her eyes briefly scanned the title and she commented on his continued interest in science. Izuku didn't respond, heading straight for the science section. He moved with purpose, eyes scanning the spines of books with precision. Titles like quantum fields, wave resonance, and harmonic vibrations caught his attention. His gaze locked onto one title: wave-particle duality and spatial overlap. He pulled it from the shelf, running his fingers over the cover before tucking it under his arm. He continued searching, adding a few more books to his growing stack. Once satisfied, he carried them to the front desk. The librarian raised an eyebrow at the sheer number of books and remarked on his unusual dedication. Izuku, maintaining a neutral tone, requested to borrow all of them. The librarian playfully commented on his seriousness, but she scanned the books anyway. Once she was done, she handed them back to him, cautioning him to be careful with the load. He gave her a small nod and walked out, arms full of knowledge. Back at his workshop, Izuku unpacked his books and notes onto his desk. He sat down, picked up wave-particle duality and spatial overlap, and flipped to the introduction. His pencil was ready, his notepad open beside him. Hours passed. The room grew colder as the sun dipped below the horizon, but Izuku didn't notice. Pages turned, notes were scribbled, and sketches filled the corners of his notebook. Every so often, he muttered to himself as he connected one concept to another. At some point, he glanced at the clock and saw that it was already midnight. His body ached from being in one position for too long. Stretching his arms, he felt a small pop in his back. Time to head home, he thought. He packed his notes into his bag, making sure every sheet of paper was accounted for before locking up the workshop. The house was dim, save for the soft glow of the kitchen light. Izuku quietly stepped inside, placing his bag on the floor. On the counter, a plate of food was waiting for him, kept warm beneath a lid. It was rice, miso soup, and some fried fish. He stared at it for a moment, his gaze distant. Slowly, he lifted the lid and sat down. As he ate, his mind wandered back to Dr. Kuroda's book. The phrase, "if reality is just frequencies," echoed in his mind, revealing new possibilities with each repetition. His hand moved on its own, picking up rice with his chopsticks, but he wasn't truly present. He was still in his workshop, mentally drawing diagrams on the wall, calculating frequencies, and testing theories. After finishing his meal, he quietly placed the dishes in the sink and headed upstairs. His bedroom was modest: a simple bed, a desk, and a corkboard with more notes pinned to it. He sat at his desk and pulled out his newest acquisition, Resonance Theory, a deeper look. He read until the glow of dawn crept through his window. Several weeks later, the scene at his workshop had changed dramatically. Pages of notes were no longer scattered randomly. They were organized in a system only Izuku could understand. Each page was pinned to the wall in a meticulous sequence. Equations connected with red string formed a web of logic. The messy chaos of earlier weeks had evolved into something greater. Izuku stood in the center of it all, a pencil tucked behind his ear, his eyes scanning the entire layout like a general surveying a battlefield. His notebook lay on the table beside a new set of sketches. There was the frame, the containment field, the emitters, and the power source. Each piece had been theorized, calculated, and improved. No longer random thoughts. No longer ideas. This was something else entirely. A blueprint. He stepped back, arms crossed. The weight of everything, weeks of sleepless nights, relentless research, and failed concepts finally settled on his shoulders. But it didn't feel heavy. He glanced at the notebook one last time, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. He resolved to stop reading. His gaze shifted to his tools and raw materials, his eyes sharp with determination. It was time to build. The workshop buzzed faintly with the rhythmic hum of Izuku's tools as he stood before the skeletal frame of his latest experiment, the portal. This was the third iteration, each more refined than the last. His hands moved with surgical precision, securing each component with mathematical exactness, as his eyes, sharp and calculating, assessed every piece of the puzzle that was slowly taking form. The workshop was a blend of organized chaos, with blueprints pinned to the walls and diagrams of frequency harmonization and spatial resonance theories covering every available surface. There was no room for distraction here. Each failure, each adjustment, was a necessary step toward the perfect design. Piece by piece, the portal took shape. Every bolt was tightened to perfection, every wire connected with a precision only Izuku could achieve. The process was methodical, mechanical, and devoid of hesitation. Hours bled into each other unnoticed as the device gradually neared completion. When the final bolt was secured, Izuku stepped back and surveyed the structure. It was a towering frame, lined with harmonic emitters and a gleaming containment field generator. His sharp gaze lingered for a moment, inspecting the mechanics with cold calculation. Turning to the control panel, he tapped a few buttons, feeding power into the portal's systems. A faint hum echoed through the workshop as the first surge of energy passed through, but nothing happened. Izuku's fingers hovered over the controls, his mind already anticipating the failure. The emitters flickered weakly, barely responding to the influx of energy. Then, without warning, a surge of sparks erupted from the base of the portal. Metal twisted with a loud crack, followed by the acrid smell of burnt components. The explosion sent debris flying, but Izuku's movements were precise and instinctive, his energy shield flaring to life around him just in time to deflect the worst of the blast. When the chaos subsided, the workshop fell into a heavy silence. Izuku deactivated his shield and calmly approached the wreckage of the portal. His gaze was detached and methodical as he crouched down to examine the twisted components. Picking up a fragment of metal, he scrutinized the edges, noting areas of stress and damage. He murmured to himself about insufficient stabilization and frequency misalignment in the secondary emitters. Straightening, Izuku's eyes scanned the workshop. The remains of the portal were scattered across the floor, but there was no hint of frustration. He gathered the debris, feeding it into the renewable matter device that hummed softly in the corner of the room. The machine absorbed the material, breaking it down and reconstructing it into usable resources. In minutes, the pieces were restored and deposited into a neat tray beside the device. Izuku wasted no time. He returned to his workbench, jotting down notes as his mind moved forward, calculating the next steps. He muttered about reworking the frequency calibration, already shifting his focus. His pen moved quickly, adjusting equations and refining his designs. With no sense of time passing, he continued working. By noon, the portal's design had been reworked, the flaws identified, and the next course of action clear in his mind. Without acknowledging the clock or the fact that his body was beginning to feel the weight of exhaustion, Izuku packed his notes and left the workshop. The day's work had concluded, but it was only a small step in his greater goal. The next day, Izuku bypassed school entirely. His mind had already moved past the need for social interactions. School was a necessary inconvenience. He would attend just enough classes to avoid suspicion, and the rest of his time was spent within the confines of his workshop, relentlessly refining the portal. His body never acknowledged the passage of time. No hunger, no thirst, no fatigue, only the pursuit of perfection mattered. Izuku spent countless hours refining his portal project. His understanding of quantum mechanics, spatial resonance, and harmonic frequencies expanded with each failure. When a test failed, he dissected the error, made adjustments, and moved forward with even more precision. Each misstep was data, a valuable lesson in the pursuit of perfection. He had no need for validation. His results, no matter how small, were enough. Results were the only truth, and the portal was his singular truth. Every time the portal fizzled out or destabilized, Izuku meticulously rebuilt it, reworking the emitter frequencies, recalculating energy output, and adjusting the containment field. He explored new materials, experimented with different power sources, and constructed new tools to measure energy fluctuations with unparalleled accuracy. His knowledge grew exponentially, as did his obsession with creating the perfect portal. As the months passed, the outside world began to fade further into the background. He had long stopped keeping track of the calendar, and family events felt like meaningless interruptions in his quest. He didn't need to be acknowledged, nor did he care. It wasn't that he hated his family, they simply did not matter in the equation of his goals. His interactions with them had become automatic, mechanical. He existed beside them, but never within the same world. It was during one of these long stretches of isolation that his routine was disrupted, a rare family gathering, an event that seemed inconsequential in the grand scheme of his work. Izuku was on his way to the workshop, the steady rhythm of his footsteps marking the start of another day filled with experimentation. The sun had barely risen, and the cool morning air hung around him as he made his way across the beach. His thoughts were already absorbed in the calculations for his next portal iteration. Suddenly, his mother's voice called from behind him, pulling him from his thoughts. She mentioned that it was his sister's birthday and asked for his help. Her tone was casual and almost distant, as if it were an afterthought. Her words felt as hollow as the smiles that accompanied them. Izuku didn't react immediately. Her voice seemed distant, muffled, as if it belonged to a world he had long since left behind. He paused for a brief moment, processing the request with mechanical precision before responding. He agreed to help, viewing it as another task to be performed with the same precision he applied to his work, a necessary part of the routine. The preparation for the birthday party unfolded before him, but it was all mechanical, hanging decorations, arranging gifts, and setting the table. He had no emotional connection to the event. To him, the task was no different from calculating the next step in his portal project, wrapped in the superficial layers of family celebration. His hands moved methodically, but his mind remained fixed on the equations he would refine once the charade was over. Once he had fulfilled his obligations, he retreated to his workshop. The laughter and voices of his family faded into the background as he shut the door behind him. By evening, Izuku returned to the workshop. The portal's latest iteration was nearing completion. He fit the final piece into place, his movements deliberate, every component aligned with meticulous precision. Hours passed, and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the workshop. The hum of the machines filled the silence as Izuku finalized the last adjustments. When the final step was complete, he activated the portal. At first, nothing happened. The silence in the workshop was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the containment field generator. Izuku's eyes remained fixed on the device, his mind already calculating potential errors. But before he could make another adjustment, the portal flickered to life. A faint glow began to emanate from the frame, and the hum grew louder. The vortex materialized within the ring, its edges shimmering with energy. Izuku narrowed his eyes, studying the phenomenon with the detachment of a scientist observing a test subject. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the vortex collapsed, and the portal powered down with a low, sorrowful whine. He noted aloud that there was insufficient power output, already jotting down observations in his notebook. His mind processed the failure without hesitation. There was no sense of frustration, only curiosity about the root cause. It was a minor energy imbalance, easily rectified. Late that night, Izuku stood outside a nearby power plant, the cool air sharp against his skin. He had calculated the exact energy requirements for the portal, and it was clear that the power plant's output would suffice. With precision, he tapped into the plant's grid, creating a makeshift conduit to feed the necessary power into his. The process was meticulous, requiring him to mask the surge in energy to avoid tripping alarms. The lights flickered briefly, a faint ripple in the city's electrical grid, but Izuku adjusted the flow with swift, calculated movements. Returning to the workshop, he connected the portal to the plant's grid. The city's lights flickered before plunging into darkness. Inside the workshop, the portal roared to life, the vortex stabilizing with edges glowing steadily in an otherworldly light. Izuku observed it for several moments, confirming its stability. Satisfied, he disconnected the conduit, ensuring no evidence remained. By the time the city's power returned to normal, Izuku had already dismantled his setup, leaving only the fully functional portal as a silent witness to his work. The portal shimmered, its edges crackling with volatile energy that rippled like liquid light. Izuku stood motionless before it, his fingers grazing the smooth, cold surface of the device. His mind was a battleground of anticipation and uncertainty. The steady hum of the portal vibrated through the room, a constant reminder of the leap he was poised to take. This wasn't just a step forward. It was a dive into the unknown, a decision that could irrevocably alter the fabric of his existence. Izuku tightened his grip on the controls, his breath steady but shallow. He replayed the countless scenarios he had envisioned, racing to account for every variable. Yet, no amount of preparation could erase the simple truth: the unknown lay ahead, vast and indifferent. With a final, resolute breath, he stepped forward. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, he was enveloped by an abyss of nothingness. The oppressive silence, the absence of gravity, and the sterile void stripped away every familiar sensation. As the void surrounded him, Izuku's mind remained methodical. The absence of gravity, sound, and atmosphere registered as data points to be catalogued, not causes for alarm. His chest tightened, signaling the lack of oxygen, lungs burning as his instincts screamed for air. The void was merciless, an unforgiving realm that allowed no room for hesitation. Retreat. Izuku's arm shot out, his fingers clawing for the portal's edge. The surface felt both solid and fluid, like cool mercury beneath his touch. His body drifted farther into the expanse, the pull of inertia working against him. Summoning every ounce of control, he grasped the edge and propelled himself backward. The instant his body passed through, the familiar embrace of gravity seized him. He staggered, inhaling deeply as air rushed back into his lungs, its sweetness a stark contrast to the sterile nothingness he had just escaped. Izuku collapsed to one knee, his mind already dissecting the experience. His thoughts raced to identify the flaws in his approach, the vulnerabilities that had left him exposed. The void was not a hindrance, it was an anomaly to be analyzed and overcome, its variables demanding resolution. The workshop buzzed with activity, a symphony of clicks, hums, and the occasional spark. Izuku stood at the center of the chaos, his green eyes narrowed in focused determination. The smell of metal and oil filled the air, mingling with the faint tang of burnt circuits. Around him, an array of tools and components lay scattered across the workbench, a meticulously organized chaos that mirrored the calculations running through his mind. Every movement was deliberate, each step of the process mapped out with precision. The framework of the suit began to take shape under his skilled hands. He started with the foundation, layers of insulating fabric designed to regulate temperature and withstand extreme conditions. Next came the airtight seals, each one meticulously tested to ensure absolute integrity. The suit had to be perfect. Failure was not an option. As the hours wore on, Izuku's focus never wavered. He moved with mechanical efficiency, his hands assembling the specialized components required for survival in the void. Radiation shielding, oxygen recycling systems, enhanced durability, all painstakingly integrated into the suit's sleek design. Every piece was a testament to his ingenuity and determination. By the time the final piece clicked into place, the workshop was littered with discarded tools and scraps of material. Izuku stepped back, surveying his work with a critical eye. The suit stood before him, a masterpiece of engineering and survival. Its dark, streamlined exterior was both functional and imposing, the internal systems humming softly as he powered it on. Izuku adjusted the helmet, feeling the snug fit as it sealed around his head. The suit's systems came alive, the gentle hiss of oxygen cycling through its filters a reassuring sound. He flexed his gloved fingers, testing the range of motion. Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the portal, its shimmering surface beckoning him once more. This time he was ready. Izuku stepped through the portal again, the edges of the vortex collapsing behind him in a brief shimmer of energy. His boots clicked against an unfamiliar surface as he emerged into the unknown. The suit's internal systems hummed faintly, regulating his oxygen supply and analyzing the atmosphere. The room he entered was vast, its metallic walls reflecting faint lines of pulsating light. These veins of energy ran in precise patterns across the surface, lending the space an alien, otherworldly feel. The air was sterile, unnaturally so, and the silence was overwhelming, broken only by the faint hum of unseen machinery. Izuku's green visor highlighted the details of the space as his mind processed them. Every observation was catalogued, every irregularity noted. His gloved hand brushed against the smooth, cold wall. The material composition was unknown, and energy transfer patterns were consistent. He advanced methodically, his boots leaving faint impressions on the pristine floor. The corridors stretched out in unnerving symmetry, their geometry so perfect it bordered on unnatural. Along the way, his visor marked sections of damage, scorch marks, and stress fractures in an otherwise flawless structure. Localized damage indicated evidence of external stress, with minimal impact on internal systems. After several minutes of walking through the eerily precise corridors, Izuku reached a set of massive double doors. They parted with a soft hiss, revealing a vast control room beyond. He stepped inside, immediately struck by the scale of the space. Consoles lined the walls, their surfaces covered in alien symbols and faintly glowing panels. Screens flickered weakly, casting intermittent light across the room. The hum of dormant machinery filled the air, its presence more felt than heard. It didn't take long for him to notice something off about the room. The cold, metallic surfaces, the perfectly symmetrical layout, everything screamed of a level of technology far beyond what he had ever encountered. But it wasn't until he reached a large, curved panel embedded in one of the walls that the full scope of his situation hit him. Through the transparent surface of the panel, he saw it, the vast, infinite expanse of space. Stars glittered like distant diamonds against the endless black, their cold light flickering across the surface of a massive, desolate landscape. Slowly, Izuku's gaze shifted, his visor scanning the stars, calculating and comparing. His mind quickly pieced the puzzle together. He wasn't on some unknown planet as he'd initially assumed. He was in space aboard some sort of colossal vessel, drifting among the stars. Izuku took a step back, his eyes still locked on the view outside. The room around him suddenly felt less like an isolated chamber and more like a small part of something much larger. The enormity of it all didn't affect him emotionally, but it sharpened his focus. The sense of place had shifted from unknown terrain to the realization that he was aboard a ship alone, adrift in the vastness of space. Turning away from the window, his visor automatically adjusted to scan the rest of the room. In the center stood a massive pillar, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that pulsed faintly with light. The pillar stretched from floor to ceiling, and surrounding it were dormant panels, integrated into the ship's systems. The room was a control hub of sorts, or at least it had been. Izuku approached the pillar, his visor processing data at a rapid pace. The material was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and the energy readings fluctuated wildly, hinting at a technology far more advanced than anything from his world. It was clear that the pillar was central to the functioning of the ship or whatever this place had been. He scanned the structure, calculating its significance. He stepped closer, his boots making faint echoes on the sterile floor. His visor analyzed the intricate patterns etched into the surface of the pillar, noting their shifting nature. The patterns seemed to react to his presence, subtly changing, almost as if the pillar itself were aware of him. Izuku's gloved hand hovered over a nearby panel, his fingers barely grazing its surface. When his fingers made contact, the pillar responded. A soft hum resonated through the room, and the symbols on its surface flared to life. They flowed like liquid fire, the patterns twisting and shifting with a purpose, lighting up in a cascade of brilliant hues. The air in the room vibrated as if the very atmosphere was reacting to the pillar's awakening. A deep rumble reverberated through the control room. But before the pillar could fully activate, a strange sensation washed over Izuku. His visor flickered, its sensors adjusting to an unseen force as the pillar's surface rippled. There was a moment of tension, a brief silence as the energy in the room seemed to hold its breath. The pillar, sensing an alien presence, initiated a scan. Izuku felt a strange pressure in his mind, a quiet hum of unfamiliar data being processed. It was as if the pillar was examining him, analyzing his neural patterns and physical presence. Then, the hum intensified, and Izuku's visor shifted, displaying a series of symbols that shifted in rapid sequence, too fast for him to comprehend. It was adapting to him, he realized immediately, his thoughts racing. The pillar was altering its communication protocol. The strange symbols on its surface began to change, reforming into something more familiar shapes, words, and phrases he could understand. His visor flickered again, and the alien language was replaced by a string of intelligible characters in his native tongue. The translation was seamless, the language adapting perfectly to his understanding. Then, from the heart of the pillar, a hologram began to take shape. It was humanoid yet distinctly alien, with sharp, angular features that flickered and warped in the dim light. The hologram's voice was calm but carried a heavy sorrow, its words resonating with an almost palpable weight. It welcomed him, acknowledging him as a traveler or watcher. If he was seeing this message, then he had found the custodian of knowledge, the last of their kind to remain here, perhaps the last to witness what they once were. Izuku's visor flickered slightly as he processed the words, cataloging the information with dispassionate precision. The being before him was addressing him directly, Watcher. He knew this was no accident but an inevitability. The message was for him. The hologram's voice shifted, darker now, carrying the weight of ancient regret. It spoke of once being masters of the universe, beings of unimaginable power, capable of reshaping reality itself. They created life, transcended death, and controlled the forces of time and space. But their power and ambition led them to destruction. Izuku's mind began to piece things together, silently processing the tragedy before him. The hologram paused for a moment, as if gathering the strength to continue. It revealed that they were not the only ones in the galaxy. There were those more powerful civilizations beyond them. They believed they could defy the natural order, that they could control everything. But they were wrong. The figure's form flickered again, the instability of the projection growing more pronounced. Its voice was tinged with bitterness, as though recounting a painful truth. The war began with internal conflict, a struggle for dominance. It spiraled beyond control, drawing the attention of civilizations far beyond their reach. When they came, they were helpless. They fought with everything they had, but their greatest weapon turned out to be their own undoing. They tore apart time, erased stars, and played at being gods. But they were nothing more than fragile beings, standing before forces they could not comprehend. The hologram's account unfolded, a litany of hubris and destruction. Izuku processed the data with clinical efficiency, cataloging their errors as a warning rather than a tragedy. The hologram's voice grew even quieter, almost a whisper, as if speaking from the edge of oblivion. It spoke of the war that destroyed everything. Home planets reduced to ash, colonies eradicated, every living being of their species wiped out. They were forced to flee as their world collapsed, ships overloaded with survivors fighting for the last remaining resources. Some died trying to escape the war-torn planet, others perished in the chaos of the Exodus. The few who were left were the last to carry the legacy of what they were, the only ones who managed to flee, those fortunate enough to be here. Izuku's gloved hand brushed the wall as he processed this. Their escape was not a moment of triumph but a desperate, frenzied flight for survival. The ship, their final refuge, was never meant to be a sanctuary, it was simply the last place where the remnants of a destroyed civilization had clung to life. The hologram intoned that they were the survivors of a lost war, but there was no victory in survival. They had escaped, but there was no home to return to, no civilization to rebuild. All that remained was the ship, adrift in the vast emptiness, carrying the last of them. Izuku's eyes narrowed as the hologram flickered, struggling to maintain its form. The ship felt like a tomb. They had hoped to preserve their knowledge, ensuring that at least something of their legacy would survive. But now, nothing remained but regret. The last of their species would perish aboard this ship, lost in the void. The figure faltered, as if gathering its last breath. The knowledge, all that they were and all they discovered, was now his. They left it to him, the Watcher. He was to take it and use it, but he needed to understand this. They had been the masters of their own destruction. They believed themselves above the laws of the universe and paid the price. He must not follow in their footsteps. If he did, he would face the same end. Izuku stood still, absorbing the entire history of their downfall, their hubris, the war, the destruction of their planet, and the last remnants of their species trapped aboard the ship. A compartment in the pillar slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a disk that glowed faintly in the dim light of the control room. His hand moved instinctively, closing around the relic without hesitation. The acquisition of knowledge was the only outcome of value. The disk pulsed faintly in his hand, a repository of potential awaiting analysis and application. The remnants of a once great civilization now belonged to him. The portal's shimmering energy dissipated behind Izuku as he stepped into the stillness of his workshop. The soft hum of the machines greeted him, but it felt distant, as though the world itself was holding its breath. His movements were fluid, almost mechanical, as he unlocked the helmet of his makeshift spacesuit. The faint hiss of depressurization broke the silence, and he removed the helmet, revealing a sheen of sweat on his focused face. He placed the helmet gently on the workbench, the smooth surface catching the soft light from above. Piece by piece, the suit came off, the components falling to the floor with a muted clatter, their purpose fulfilled. The cool air of the workshop contrasted sharply with the suffocating atmosphere of the void he had just left behind, but his mind was already moving past it. He gathered the discarded parts into a neat pile and tossed them into the renewable matter device. A soft hum and a flicker of light signaled the suit's assimilation, its materials broken down for future use. Izuku's gaze drifted to the small, glowing disc in his hand. He could feel its pulse, the energy of the artifact still vibrating faintly, almost as if it was waiting for something, a mission, a purpose. His thumb brushed the surface, and the faint glow reflected off his glasses, casting a soft light across his face. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 3:12 a.m. A tired exhale escaped his lips, but his focus never faltered. Fatigue had little place in a mind always calculating and analyzing. The task ahead was clear. This disk had to be understood and analyzed, slowly and carefully, with precision. His hand moved with practiced efficiency, securing the disk inside a compartment in his bag before slinging it over his shoulder. He paused for a moment, taking one last look around the room. It was a familiar sight: the cluttered workbench, the scattered tools, the piles of materials half-finished. The world around him always felt in motion, like there was something to fix, something to improve. But for now, everything was at rest. The streets outside were quiet, the cool night air against his skin as he walked home. His boots echoed softly, a rhythmic sound that mirrored the calm in his chest. The world outside seemed distant and muted. His mind was already working through the possibilities, processing the new data, wondering what this discovery would lead to. But there was no urgency, just a task to be done. By the time he reached his house, it felt like the silence had followed him. The front door creaked open, and he stepped inside, greeted by the messy living room. Streamers clung to the ceiling, and discarded cups and plates were scattered across every surface. A sugary smell lingered in the air, remnants of Himari's party. Upstairs, Izuku's room was as he left it, quiet, still, untouched. He set his bag down on the desk with a soft thud, feeling the weight of the disk inside. But even that was a distant thought. His mind was already elsewhere. With a quiet exhale, he turned toward the bed. His body sank into the mattress, the familiar creak of the springs barely registering. The chaos of the day of the discoveries, the risks, the alien technology fell away as his breathing steadied. His mind had done enough for the day. The rest could wait. In seconds, he was asleep, the world around him growing quiet as his body finally let go. The faint light of morning filtered through Izuku's blinds, gradually pulling him from sleep. His emerald eyes blinked open, sharp and focused despite the fatigue that still clung to his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his legs off the bed and stood, his movements deliberate as he made his way to the bathroom. The cool tiles greeted him as he stepped inside. He ran water over his hands, feeling the sting of cold against his skin, before adjusting the shower's temperature. The warm spray soon followed, washing away the residue of yesterday's efforts. The shower, though brief, was a necessary routine. Clean, composed, prepared. Dressed in his usual attire, black hoodie and dark jeans, Izuku left the bathroom with a quiet purpose. His footsteps were soft on the floorboards as he walked down the hall, each stride measured and efficient. He passed the staircase, a fleeting glance toward the empty kitchen confirming what he already knew. The house was eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator. The plates from last night's party remained stacked haphazardly on the counter, evidence of the noisy gathering he had scarcely attended. Izuku noted the indentation on the dining table, where an envelope had likely rested. A shopping list or itinerary. His family had left early, no doubt for Himari's errands. They always did, prioritizing her over everything else. Izuku didn't need a note to understand. Opening the fridge, he surveyed the sparse contents. A few leftover containers, shoved carelessly aside. The absence of any fresh food told him everything he needed to know. There was nothing for him here. Izuku selected a sandwich and a half-empty bottle of water, eating in silence, the simple act of nourishment barely registering in his mind. Once finished, he discarded the packaging, washed his hands, and left the house. The door clicked softly behind him. His destination awaited. The workshop. The door to the workshop slid shut with a faint hiss, and the low hum of machinery filled the air, a familiar sound that signaled the start of another task. The room was dim, lit only by the soft glow of overhead lights, casting long shadows across the cluttered workbench. Tools, components, and half-finished projects lay scattered, but today, there was only one focus: the disk. Izuku placed the small, glowing disk on the workbench, its surface pulsing gently with a faint light. It was an unassuming object, but its significance was boundless. It was the culmination of a journey that had started when he first stepped through the portal into the remnants of the Type 7 civilization. The knowledge contained within it wasn't just advanced, it was unimaginable. This was not the kind of technology that could be measured by conventional standards. It was a glimpse into a reality where physics and the natural laws had been bent and restructured. As Izuku's fingers grazed the surface of the disk, the room around him shifted imperceptibly. A low hum vibrated through the air, and the very atmosphere seemed to ripple. A soft glow began to spread outward, casting an ethereal light that filled the space. The disk responded to his presence, and before him, 7 spheres materialized in the air. They hovered in perfect alignment, each one glowing with a different hue, pulsing rhythmically, their energies both alien and familiar. Each sphere represented a level of knowledge from civilizations across the cosmos, a journey through space and time, knowledge waiting to be unlocked. The first sphere, a muted gray, caught his attention immediately. It felt as if it was calling to him not with words, but with an undeniable, silent pull. Izuku didn't hesitate. His fingers brushed against its surface, and the moment he activated it, the sphere expanded rapidly, unfolding like a flower in full bloom. The hologram before him transformed into a dynamic 3D lattice of energy, equations, systems, and abstract concepts, each part rearranging itself into an intricate, evolving structure. The other 6 spheres remained suspended in the background, their presence barely noticeable as the gray sphere took center stage. It pulsed softly, its glow steadily intensifying as it began to reveal the vast store of knowledge of Type 0 civilization. As Izuku focused, the hologram did not remain static. It shifted, interacted, and adapted, revealing systems of incredible complexity: energy conversions, quantum flows, and the fundamental building blocks of the universe, all accessible with a simple movement of his hand. For Izuku, the core concepts of Type 0 civilization were familiar. Thermodynamics, energy flow, atomic interactions — these were foundational subjects he had already explored through his own work. Yet what was once a trivial subject now unfolded with an unexpected depth. This wasn't just information, it was a sensory experience, a multidimensional map of reality itself. He zoomed in with a swipe of his fingers, and the hologram responded, magnifying the scene before him. Atoms collided, releasing energy in real time, their paths visible as they ricocheted off one another. Electrons moved in calculated orbits around atomic nuclei. The movement of particles, the transfer of energy, everything was laid bare before him. This wasn't just theory, this was the very fabric of the universe unfolding in front of him, layer by layer. With every touch, new dimensions of understanding opened. He watched as the molecules in the system reacted with near-perfect precision. Each atomic collision was captured in exquisite detail, and he could see the subtle shifts in energy as each molecule vibrated and interacted. It was an interconnected web, everything working in perfect harmony, and the complexity of it all, though immense, did not overwhelm him. In fact, it felt intuitive, like a puzzle whose pieces were falling into place the moment he looked at them. Izuku's fingers danced across the air, manipulating the hologram as he honed in on specific areas of interest. The display shifted, showing a complex energy converter and efficient system for capturing and transforming energy without loss. As the hologram unfolded, the layers of the converter expanded, revealing how it captured temporal energy fields and used them to stabilize power flow. Izuku's mind raced as he watched the system in action. He had already tinkered with energy conversion, but this was an entirely new approach, a method of energy harnessing that eliminated inefficiencies. He reached deeper into the design, tracing the interactions of quantum particles with a focused eye. The hologram revealed how energy could be captured, stored, and redistributed without the usual losses inherent in most systems. Each component of the energy converter was intricately designed, every piece worked in perfect synchrony. Izuku could even see the quantum interactions that allowed the device to exist in a state of perpetual equilibrium. It was a marvel of engineering, and yet it was only the beginning. But Izuku wasn't content just observing. As the design revealed itself, his mind immediately began to process and iterate. This system wasn't just a model, it was a starting point, a base for improvements. He could see ways to make it more efficient, more compact. In a matter of moments, his fingers were already manipulating the design. The hologram bent to his will, shifting and rearranging as he made adjustments. He isolated parts of the system, refining the energy pathways, recalibrating the temporal stabilizers. He mentally noted the changes and scribbled down ideas in his notebook, optimizing energy transfer using nanomaterial conductors, using superconductive coils for zero-loss energy conduction, and minimizing heat dissipation with advanced quantum coatings. Yet even as he explored, a deeper sense of possibility stirred within him. This converter, while extraordinary, was still a static solution to a dynamic problem. What fascinated him more was what lay beneath the surface of the hologram, how energy could be manipulated on a quantum scale, how space-time itself could be bent to make energy flow in more efficient patterns. As if responding to his thoughts, the hologram shifted once again. This time, it displayed something even more ambitious, a model of space-time manipulation and the creation of portals. Izuku had built his own rudimentary portals before, crude by comparison, but this was something else entirely. The system displayed a refined version of his own concept, with energy fields bending and warping, allowing passage between different points in space. But this was no simple doorway, it was a sophisticated system, one that harnessed the fundamental properties of the universe to create stable and reliable portals. The intricate schematics unfolded before him, revealing the complex processes that made this possible. Izuku's mind absorbed the details with lightning speed. The portal's energy flow was stabilized using precise quantum field manipulations, directing energy into a singularity that bent space and time. The hologram displayed how dimensional calibrations were continuously adjusted, how energy was redistributed to prevent collapse. Every interaction, every minute detail, was laid out before him in perfect clarity. This was beyond what he had imagined. This wasn't just about creating portals, it was about mastering space-time itself. Izuku focused intently on specific areas of the design, observing the flow of energy as it rippled through the system. The complexity was staggering. He noted how the system adjusted the portal's entry and exit points in real time, how the energy needed to stabilize the passage was modulated by quantum particles. This was not merely a method of opening doors, it was an entire infrastructure, an interdimensional transport network connecting the far reaches of space and time. He traced the paths where energy converged, studying the intricate mathematical equations governing these interactions. Izuku's mind raced with possibilities. This technology was not just about creating portals for travel. It could establish connections across vast distances, building an infrastructure that spanned galaxies. It could transport materials, people, and knowledge between planets, across systems, and even across universes. The idea of portals becoming the foundation for a universal network was exhilarating. He concentrated on a set of equations detailing quantum entanglement and dimensional resonance concepts he had only barely touched upon before. As he zoomed in, the equations adapted to his understanding, clicking into place. With focused determination, he jotted down notes: quantum entanglement for multi-point travel, dimensional resonance for portal stability, optimizing energy pathways for interdimensional use. He did not shy away from the overwhelming knowledge. This was not a barrier, it was a challenge, a puzzle waiting to be solved. For Izuku, challenges were opportunities to build, create, and innovate. The portal system continued to evolve before him, its design expanding in scope. He realized he had reached a point where he could take the next step. The knowledge he had gained was vast yet practical, a foundation to build on, refine, and perfect. With a final gesture, he dismissed the hologram, allowing the model to fade away. His mind shifted focus, anticipating the next sphere, the Type 1 civilization. Mastery over planetary systems awaited, and Izuku was ready. 2 years later, the vastness of space stretched endlessly, an inky void punctuated by distant stars, swirling galaxies, and nebulae glowing with faint, ethereal light. The cold silence of the cosmos was broken only by the faint hum of unseen forces, the constant, imperceptible dance of gravity, the ebb and flow of interstellar energy, and the slow, inexorable drift of forgotten relics lost to time. In this seemingly empty expanse, the remnants of ancient civilizations floated in disarray, their once great creations now mere shadows of their former selves, scattered across the void. Amidst the debris of these long-lost worlds, a ship hovered in the depths of space, its sleek surface scarred by time and the wear of 1,000 years. Once a majestic vessel, a symbol of advanced engineering and technological prowess, it now stood still, waiting in silence. It was a ship beyond the capabilities of its creators, a vessel whose secrets had long been forgotten, its story lost in the annals of history. Alone and abandoned, it had drifted through the ages, untouched and undisturbed. The ship had been there for longer than anyone could remember. Time had stretched far beyond the limits of human comprehension. But now, something had changed. The ship was no longer a passive observer in the vast emptiness. It was awakening. The soft, almost imperceptible hum of nanobots filled the space around the vessel, their activity invisible to the naked eye. These microscopic workers moved in unison, tirelessly repairing, rebuilding, and refining the ship with an efficiency far beyond any human creation. The dark matter collected by a lone figure standing in the center of the ship's hull had transformed into a catalyst for the ship's restoration. The nanobots, now powered by this energy, worked with precision, guided by a blueprint that was ever evolving as they brought the ship closer to its intended form. Inside the ship, the work neared completion. Izuku's gloved hands moved with practiced precision as he carefully inserted the final nanotech component into the ship's intricate control system. Each movement was deliberate, honed through countless hours of study and practice. The ship's surface shimmered slightly as the nanobots affixed themselves, sealing the component into place. The intricate web of repairs was now complete. Izuku stepped back, observing the vessel before him. The ship's dormant systems hummed to life. Their awakening a slow and deliberate process. The long slumber was over. Lights flickered on throughout the hull, casting long, shifting shadows across the expansive interior. The ship was vastly larger, now 10 times its original size, a stunning fusion of sleek, advanced design and highly functional engineering. The scale of the transformation was breathtaking, yet Izuku's gaze remained fixed, unblinking, taking in the complex systems and infrastructure that now filled the ship's interior. With a final check of the oxygen levels and the ship's atmosphere, Izuku removed his spacesuit. The cooling system hissed softly as it powered down, and the suit's internal systems began to shut off. The air inside the ship was crisp and clean, just as he had anticipated. It was breathable, devoid of the sterile, artificial smell that filled most space vessels. He moved past the ship's newly upgraded control center, the hum of the internal systems guiding his steps, the pulse of the ship's rejuvenated power source resonating throughout the space. The ship was now fully operational. Izuku moved toward the lab, a vast room filled with the clutter of unfinished projects, some still in various stages of development, others already complete but yet to reach their full potential. It was a place where raw ideas were given form, where concepts were born and then shaped into reality. Yet, in this environment, perfection had not yet been achieved. There was always more to do, more to understand. Among the various inventions scattered across the lab stood two of Izuku's most ambitious creations completed months earlier, but still foundational to the progress he had made. The first was the zero-point energy generator, a compact but incredibly powerful device capable of harnessing the limitless energy of the vacuum of space. The core of the generator hummed softly, vibrating with the immense energy it drew from the emptiness around it. By tapping directly into the zero-point field, the quantum energy that exists even in the deepest vacuum, it produced virtually limitless power, drawing no fuel from the outside world. Beside the energy generator stood the zero-point fabricator, dormant and waiting for activation. Equally powerful, the fabricator could create both matter and energy from nothing by manipulating quantum fluctuations. With it, raw energy could be converted into solid matter at will. Simple tools, complex structures, and even entire systems could be created instantaneously. Izuku had developed both of these devices months ago, at a time when his understanding of Type 7 technology was still in its early stages. He had unlocked critical knowledge that allowed him to build these creations, but he had not yet fully mastered the intricacies of the advanced technology. The knowledge was present, but the application required much more time and study. He was still learning, refining his understanding and discovering new aspects of the technology with each experiment. Through this ongoing process of trial and error, he was able to harness the near-infinite energy produced by the zero-point energy generator to power the nanobots that restructured the ship. This energy fueled the nanobots' efforts, allowing them to perform complex repairs and upgrades. The generator's power enabled the ship's growth, transforming it from a once-abandoned vessel into something far greater. The ship expanded tenfold in size, and as it did, its internal systems grew more sophisticated, adapting to the increasing scale of the vessel. Amid the scattered experiments and devices filling the lab, Izuku's gaze settled on a small pedestal near the far wall. Resting on it was a test tube filled with a dark, liquid-like substance that appeared almost alive. The black fluid swirled slowly, faint ripples spreading across its surface as though reacting to his presence. Tiny, almost imperceptible flecks of light shimmered within the liquid, resembling stars suspended in a miniature cosmos. This was one of his most daring creations, the biomorphs. Izuku approached the pedestal. The test tube was contained within a translucent shell of reinforced alloy, designed to isolate and protect its volatile contents. With a swift swipe of his hand, he deactivated the field, allowing the pedestal's interface to open. The faint hum of the containment system faded as he retrieved the test tube and held it up to examine its contents. The biomorphs represented a turning point in his research. They were the culmination of his studies into Type 5 technology, a blend of dark matter, energy, and nanotechnology. These nanobots, or biomorphs, were designed to integrate seamlessly with organic life, enhancing and evolving it in ways that traditional augmentation could never achieve. Izuku had first discovered references to such constructs in the archives of a Type 5 civilization. Their capabilities were described in tantalizing fragments, yet as those civilizations advanced to Type 6 and beyond, the biomorphs were conspicuously absent. Whether they were abandoned or deemed obsolete remained unclear, but their potential had drawn his attention. He reflected on how they had stopped working on it, even with its potential, and concluded that they couldn't have reached its full capabilities. The biomorphs he had created were far beyond the original designs. Powered by the zero-point energy generator and fabricator, he had refined their structure at the molecular level. These new biomorphs weren't merely tools, they were symbiotic, capable of merging with organic life to enhance its physiology on an unprecedented scale. They could restructure cells, rewrite DNA, and adapt their host's body to any environment, all while drawing energy from the boundless reserves of dark matter itself. Izuku prepared the injector with precision, his focus unwavering. For months, he had studied the biomorphs in isolation, simulating their integration into organic systems, analyzing their behavior under countless conditions. But now, it was time to move beyond theory. True understanding required direct experience. He rolled up his sleeve and applied the injector to his forearm. There was no hesitation, his actions were deliberate and measured. He had accounted for every variable. With a sharp hiss, the biomorphs surged into his veins. The effect was immediate. A cold, electrifying sensation spread from the injection site, coursing through his body like a tidal wave. Muscles tensed, vision blurred, and a deep warmth ignited within him. Pain followed a sharp, all-encompassing ache as the biomorphs began their work. Izuku staggered, gripping the edge of the workstation as his body underwent its transformation. His cells burned with energy, and his DNA unraveled and rewove itself in a process that was both intense and methodical. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath as his vision flickered. His veins pulsed with an eerie black glow, the biomorph's presence visible beneath his skin. Yet, even through the discomfort, a growing sense of power emerged, a hum that resonated through his being. Minutes passed before the pain began to subside. Izuku steadied himself, the faint hum of the biomorphs reverberating through his body. The sensation was immediate and intense, something foreign yet undeniably present. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing inward. His senses were the first to register the transformation. His olfactory perception sharpened first. He inhaled deeply, and the world around him flooded with a myriad of sense chemicals from the lab, the faint musk of the room's air, the trace of sweat on his own skin. Every scent was crisp, defined, and overwhelming in its clarity. The minute details of his environment became as apparent as though they were in front of his eyes. He opened his eyes, and the change in his vision was almost blinding in its clarity. He could see every detail of the room with perfect precision, even the smallest dust particles hanging in the air. The room's light seemed brighter, sharper, and every shadow was cut cleanly. He could see the veins running through his hands, the faintest movements in the farthest corners of the room. His hearing shifted next. The room, which had been silent before, was now alive with noise, distant mechanical whirring, the rhythmic beat of his own pulse, the soft hum of the ventilation system, even the faintest movements outside the room. Every sound was distinct, every vibration clear. He noted the acute changes in his senses, cataloging the new information without a hint of surprise. He opened his eyes fully, returning his attention to the physical test. Now, with his enhanced senses pushed aside, he turned his focus inward, evaluating his muscles and strength. He raised his hands, examining them with a cold, methodical focus. His fingers flexed as he tested the fine motor control, smooth and effortless. Every movement felt precise, deliberate. He moved his arms, rolling his shoulders and twisting his torso, carefully evaluating each joint. There was no resistance, no stiffness, only fluidity. He crouched low and then sprang upward. His legs propelled him with startling force, lifting him several feet into the air. He landed with perfect balance, every muscle engaged and responsive. The power he felt was beyond anything his previous body had known. He approached a reinforced metal panel mounted on the wall, a remnant of an old experiment. With deliberate focus, he curled his fingers into a fist. He struck the panel with calculated force. The impact was immediate. There was a sharp, resounding clang as the metal buckled inward, cracks radiating outward. Izuku stared at his hand. The panel, designed to withstand extreme pressure, had crumpled as though it were paper. His strength had significantly enhanced. Impact force, at least 5 times baseline, possibly more, he concluded, his voice steady and analytical. He flexed his fist slowly, examining the results. There was no discomfort, no strain, just the raw power of his new form. Turning to a nearby workstation, Izuku activated a diagnostic system. The holographic interface flared to life, presenting a full suite of tests: agility, speed, endurance, precision, and cognitive capacity. He selected the full suite of assessments, ready to measure every facet of his transformation. He was determined to understand the full extent of these capabilities. For as long as anyone could remember, Izuku had been nothing. He existed in the background, a shadow in the corners of their house. It was difficult to recall a time when he had been anything more than that, silent, distant, practically invisible. It made one wonder if he even wanted to be noticed, or if he had simply accepted that he would always be overshadowed by those who mattered. He was weak, quirkless, a relic of the past in a society where strength and power ruled everything. The idea of a hero without a quirk was laughable, and Izuku fit that mold perfectly. There was always an emptiness about him, as if he didn't belong anywhere. He was present, yet never really there, like a faint, annoying presence, something one couldn't quite get rid of but also didn't want to acknowledge. He was a non-entity, a side note, a footnote in the book of life. On the other hand, the narrator was different. They mattered. They always had. Their power wasn't just a gift, it was a legacy. Light manipulation, something only a few could dream of. Their parents made it clear from the start that they were going to be their pride, their success. They bragged about them to anyone who would listen, always pushing them to do more, be more. They were destined to surpass expectations, become something no one could ever ignore. There was pressure, sure, but it wasn't a burden, it was a privilege. They were meant for greatness, their shining star. Izuku, however, was just irrelevant. He didn't even deserve a place in the picture. No one cared about him, and the narrator wasn't sure why anyone ever had. What had he ever done to deserve anyone's attention? He was a ghost, a presence without substance. The narrator was the one who received all the praise, all the admiration. They were the one who mattered. It seemed as if Izuku didn't care, and that was what annoyed the narrator most. He never looked at them with anything but that vacant stare, as if he couldn't even be bothered. It was as if he didn't want to be seen. But perhaps that was why no one cared. He didn't care. Not about the attention, the praise, the love. He didn't want any of it. It was as if he had his own little world where he didn't need any validation. It was infuriating. The narrator would have given anything to have the kind of indifference he had, but there was no way they could ever not care like he did. He had all the space in the world to do whatever he wanted without a single expectation on him. Meanwhile, the narrator had to carry the weight of everything: family expectations, the pressure to succeed. All eyes were on them, while Izuku faded into the background. They couldn't even look at him without feeling some kind of disgust. How could someone live in the same world as everyone else and just not care? How could he be so indifferent? It wasn't as if he was trying to be different, it was as if he had no desire to be anything. He didn't want to be part of anyone's life, especially not the narrator's. But then, everything changed. The narrator remembered their entire body throbbing with pain, each breath feeling like shards of glass scraping through their chest. It was hard to say if the haze that clouded their vision was smoke or dizziness, but everything around them felt wrong. Colors: reds, blacks, and grays bled together, swirling and twisting in ways that didn't make sense. They melted, mixing in the air like forgotten paint left out in the rain, impossible to separate. The air was thick and heavy, stinging their lungs, filled with something acrid, choking them with each breath. They could hear screams in the distance, muffled and distorted, as if they didn't belong to this world. Or perhaps they belonged to a world the narrator couldn't reach. And through it all, that laugh. That man's laugh. It sliced through the fog, deep and cruel, the kind of laughter that came from someone who already knew they had won. It grated on their mind, echoing around, dragging them deeper into the madness. They tried to move, to do something, but their body wouldn't respond. It felt like it was made of stone, arms and legs heavy, dragged down by invisible weights. Their light manipulation had failed them, leaving them empty, helpless. Their vision blurred, the edges of reality fraying and slipping away, eyelids heavy with exhaustion. They fought to stay awake, but it felt like trying to hold onto something slippery, something that didn't exist. The darkness crept in, swallowing the world around them. Then there was a shadow. A figure. They tried to focus, but their mind was swimming, too foggy to make sense of it. Someone was walking toward them, moving slowly, almost leisurely, as if none of this chaos mattered. It didn't make sense, but they knew who it was. Izuku. A jolt of panic shot through them, but it felt distant, like they could feel it but couldn't act on it. Their hearts sped up, but it felt like it was happening far away. What was he doing here? Why was he here? They managed to force the words out, but they felt weak, so weak. They didn't even sound like their own, and they weren't sure if he heard them, or if he even could. Then the darkness pulled them in, and they were lost to it. When they woke up, everything was wrong. The light above them was blinding, an unnatural brightness that felt like someone had turned the sun itself toward them. They squinted, their eyes fighting to adjust, but it didn't matter. Nothing felt right. The pain, the gnawing, constant pain was gone, replaced by a strange, unsettling numbness. Their body felt alien, as if they no longer had any control over it. It wasn't theirs. The ground beneath them wasn't solid. It shifted with every subtle movement. The air around them was thick, suffocating, the wrong kind of wrong. It was as though reality itself had forgotten its rules. The faint silhouette of Izuku stood a few feet away, his figure still and almost distant. Above him, strange drones floated, their dark metallic bodies pulsing with an eerie, steady light. They drifted in slow, deliberate arcs, casting long, twisting shadows that seemed to stretch and warp, as if they were distorting the fabric of time itself. The whole scene felt like a dream too surreal to grasp, too bizarre to be real. A voice cracked, barely escaping a throat, a foreign sound that felt disconnected. It was hoarse and weak, almost as if it were heard from far away. Thoughts slipped through fingers, too heavy to hold onto. Izuku didn't turn or acknowledge the presence, but the stillness in his posture, the calm, unfaltering way he stood it felt wrong. Too calm. As if he didn't feel the weight of the situation. As if nothing could touch him. Then, a figure charged toward them, a massive blur of raw power and rage. The man moved too fast for the mind to process, his face twisted with a dark, almost animalistic snarl, frustration and anger intertwined. His fist was pulled back, coiled and ready to strike, to shatter. A desperate warning escaped, urging Izuku to look out. But even as the warning was shouted, it felt unreal, floating away from reach. Did Izuku even hear it? The figure was already upon them, his fist flying toward Izuku with terrifying speed. It was impossible to follow, too fast, too brutal. The force behind it rattled the air, distorting everything around, like the world was bending under its power. The wind howled in its wake, sharp and stinging, as if the punch could tear everything apart. But then it stopped. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. The man's fist hung suspended in the air, frozen inches from Izuku's face, as though an invisible wall had materialized out of nowhere. The space between them warped, twisting like water disturbed by an unseen force. The very air shuddered, shimmering as if reality itself had buckled under the strain. The villain's fist trembled, unable to move any farther, as though something far stronger than him was keeping it locked in place. His face twisted, eyes narrowed, confusion clouding the rage that had been there moments ago. Muscles bulged, body straining against the invisible resistance, but he couldn't break through. With a snarl, he tried again. His fist came forward with even more force, the air around it crackling with power. It was almost too fast to see, but once again, just before it could make contact, it stopped. The punch was arrested mid-swing, held back by the same invisible force. It hovered inches from Izuku's face, and the world seemed to hold its breath frozen, suspended, caught in the impossible. The man gritted his teeth, a growl rumbling from deep in his chest. He swung again, this time with more desperation and fury. Each punch was faster and more violent, the force of it shaking the ground beneath them. The air around him screamed with the effort, but each blow was stopped before it could land. His fist slammed against the invisible wall again, and each time, the force felt like the very earth might crack open. But nothing connected. None of his punches reached Izuku. It was as if the very air itself was rejecting him, refusing to let his attacks touch their target. The punches grew more frantic and savage, but no matter how much strength the villain poured into them, no matter how fast his fists flew, the invisible wall held firm. It was futile. All of his fury, his violence, his power, nothing could break through. The villain was locked out. A witness stood rooted to the spot, minds spinning as they tried to process what they were seeing. It felt wrong, all of it. The fight, the power, the invisible force, it was all slipping through fingers, like trying to grasp smoke. A cold wave of disbelief washed over, seeping into every part, pulling deeper into confusion. Understanding eluded them. What was happening? It had been an ordinary day at school, so ordinary that it seemed as if time itself had conspired to pass by unnoticed. Lessons unfolded with their usual predictability, the hum of the classroom barely registering in Himari's mind as teachers spoke their praises, words she had heard 1,000 times before. A smile, a nod, a reassuring pat on the back for a job well done, it was all part of the rhythm. She was accustomed to it, like the sound of the bell marking the end of each PRD or the way the air in the hallways always seemed to carry a faint scent of chalk dust and coffee. When the final bell rang, the world picked up its pace around her. The school emptied out in a rush of students, backpacks slung over shoulders, chatter filling the air. Himari, however, moved with calm ease, as if she were somehow separate from it all. Her school bag rested lazily over her shoulder, and with each step, her thoughts drifted toward the small things, the kind of thoughts that usually didn't require any effort. She navigated through the crowds outside the school without really seeing them, her eyes lost in the rhythm of the familiar streets. The usual hum of the city surrounded her, cars honking, distant conversations, the occasional ring of a bicycle bell. Yet something felt off. As she walked, the feeling crept up on her, subtle at first. There was a stillness in the air, a quiet that seemed out of place. The streets, usually bustling with the after-school rush, now seemed unnervingly empty. She found herself walking at a slower pace, her steps echoing on the pavement in a way that made the world around her feel muffled. There was no chatter, no clatter of distant voices, no honking of impatient drivers. The distant sound of helicopter blades sliced through the silence like a knife, the rhythmic thrum growing louder with each passing second. At first, it was only a slight disturbance, just another noise in the background of a busy city, but it quickly became undeniable. Helicopters weren't a regular presence in this part of town, especially not at this hour. Himari's senses sharpened. Her mind, which had been wandering through the monotony of the day, snapped to attention. She couldn't pinpoint the direction at first, but the sound of the blades was unmistakable, drawing closer and louder. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Something wasn't right. She quickened her pace, scanning the sky for the source of the sound, her thoughts racing. It seemed to be coming from above and beyond, somewhere not far from where she stood. Then she saw them. A pair of helicopters, their dark silhouettes cutting through the overcast sky, flew in tight formation. The familiar hum of the engines vibrated in her chest as they headed in a specific direction, low and fast, cutting across the city with alarming urgency. Her eyes tracked them as they passed overhead. She could feel her heart quickening, an uneasy tension settling in her chest. They weren't just passing through, they were headed somewhere nearby. Without thinking, her legs carried her forward. She started walking faster, determined to follow. The distance wasn't far, she could make it if she hurried. As she moved, the sound of blades grew fainter, but the sense of unease in her gut only intensified. Something was happening and she had to know what. She turned the corner, moving deeper into the city, when the thick, acrid scent of smoke hit her like a punch to the face. It was immediate, overwhelming. Her breath caught, and she paused, momentarily disoriented. The smell was unmistakable, burning. Something was on fire, and it was close. Instinctively, she pressed forward, quickening her pace once more, determined to get closer to whatever the helicopters were responding to. Her stomach twisted as she approached the source of the smoke. The city, which moments ago had felt so normal, now seemed foreign, almost unreal. Then she rounded another corner and everything changed. Shattered windows lay scattered across the street like jagged confetti, glinting under the dim, flickering streetlights. The once pristine pavement was now littered with debris, torn pieces of metal, brick chunks, and the remnants of vehicles crushed beyond recognition. The air was thick with smoke, a hazy fog that clung to everything, coating the remnants of the city like a shroud. Flames from the wreckage licked hungrily at the sky, casting a grotesque glow across the scene, distorting the shadows into something monstrous. The street, which should have been bustling with the usual after-school energy, was now a battlefield, unrecognizable, warped beyond belief. The faint sound of crackling flames and distant sirens filled the silence, accompanied by the occasional groan of a collapsing building or the distant crash of debris falling from the remnants of the shattered city. Among the wreckage, the water hose heroes lay motionless. Himari's breath caught in her throat as her eyes fell upon their fallen forms. The heroes who had always been larger-than-life figures to her beacons of strength and safety were now broken, twisted bodies, strewn across the destruction they had once fought to protect. Splash was the first one she saw. Her vibrant blue suit was torn and stained, her body twisted at an odd angle. A dark pool surrounded her, mingling with the dirt and ash that coated the ground. Himari's heart skipped a beat, and her stomach turned. Her gaze darted to Jetstream, his once pristine suit now battered and stained. He was crumpled in the wreckage, his limbs splayed in unnatural positions, his chest barely rising with the effort of each ragged breath. His usually confident demeanor was now gone, replaced by the vulnerability of a hero who had fought to the very end. The sight of them, once symbols of hope and power, now reduced to this grim reality, shattered Himari's mind. Her hands trembled as she took a step forward, but it felt as though the ground beneath her was made of stone. What happened? Who did this? The questions echoed in her mind, but there were no answers, only the horrific sight of their fallen forms. Then, as if the nightmare could not become any worse, the source of the devastation revealed itself. From the heart of the destruction, a figure emerged, a hulking mass of violence and power. The villain was a monstrous presence, his massive frame towering over the wreckage like a dark cloud blocking out the sun. His wild eyes gleamed with a twisted satisfaction, taking in the destruction he had wrought. His grin was wide, as if he reveled in the chaos in a way that made Himari's skin crawl. His clothes hung in tatters, barely clinging to his battered form, and his fists were stained, likely remnants of his previous victims. He radiated an oppressive energy that made the very air feel charged, as though an unseen storm was about to break. Himari's legs felt like lead, her instincts screaming at her to run, to flee as far and as fast as she could. But her body refused to move. Her feet felt glued to the ground, her heart hammering in her chest. She couldn't tear her eyes away from him. The villain was the source of all this destruction, the man who had torn the city apart, leaving nothing but chaos in his wake. The villain's eyes locked onto her. For a brief moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. The weight of his gaze pinned her in place, suffocating all else. Himari's breath caught in her throat, her pulse thundering in her ears. His smile, sharp and dangerous, stretched wider, more predatory. He moved slowly, deliberately, as though savoring every second. Each step he took toward her felt like the ground itself was trembling under his presence, as if the earth was bowing to the overwhelming force of his power. He spoke in a low, rasping voice, filled with malice, as he gestured to the destruction around them. Himari's stomach twisted with a sickening sense of dread. But even as fear coursed through her veins, she held her ground, her back straight and her chin lifted in defiance. She couldn't back down. Not now. What have you done? Her voice came out steady, though a tremor ran beneath the surface. She could already guess the answer. The devastation around them, the broken city, the ruined heroes, it was all his doing. The villain chuckled, the sound a low rumble that seemed to crawl under her skin. He mocked her, gesturing to the destruction around them. Himari's heart pounded in her chest, but she didn't flinch. She reached deep within herself, digging into the core of her strength. The familiar spark of energy lit up her palms, the first flickers of light swirling into existence. She held it tight, forcing it into a barrier that materialized in front of her, its radiance casting an eerie glow in the smoke-filled air. The villain's grin widened, amusement dancing in his eyes. He taunted, confident that his little trick would not deter him. With a massive fist clenched, muscles rippling beneath his skin like a brewing storm, he lunged forward with terrifying speed, resembling a predator closing in on its prey. The distance between them vanished in an instant as his arm whipped down with immense force, bending the air around the blow. The impact of the punch resonated like thunder. Himari barely had time to react as the shockwave from his attack slammed into her shield. The force rattled her bones, sending vibrations through her entire body, and the world spun as if she were caught in the center of a tempest. The light from her barrier flickered under the pressure, wavering as if it might shatter at any moment. She gasped, her voice strained but resolute, determined not to yield. Pressing her hands together, she attempted to summon more power. The light around her flickered as the villain raised his fist again, his shadow looming over her like a dark cloud. Suddenly, a familiar, urgent voice cut through the chaos. It was weak but filled with desperation. Himari's heart raced as her eyes darted toward the source. Splash's face was ghostly pale, her breaths ragged and shallow, each inhale a struggle as if it could be her last. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, staining her lips, yet the fire in her gaze remained unwavering. Her body trembled, clearly fighting to stay conscious, and her eyes locked with Himari's. She whispered a warning, heavy with urgency. Himari's breath caught in her throat. Her heroes, her mentors, her friends were telling her to flee. The weight of their words pressed heavily on her heart, but she couldn't abandon them. She shouted, her voice trembling with raw emotion, refusing to leave them behind. Without hesitation, she surged forward, the light in her hands flaring brighter than before. She would not run. Not now. Not when they needed her. She unleashed a barrage of light beams, each one a radiant arrow slicing through the air. The beams sped toward the villain with precision, some striking him and causing him to stagger back, but his smirk never wavered. He barely seemed to register the pain, as if her attacks were merely an annoyance. He mocked her, his voice thick with derision, showing no signs of fatigue. Before Himari could gather her strength for another strike, he lunged forward, fists moving with frightening speed. She barely managed to raise a second shield in time, the light flaring around her in a desperate attempt to block the blow. The impact cracked her barrier, sending vibrations through her body that nearly made her collapse. But before she could regain her balance, he was upon her again. His fists came like thunder, each one faster and more powerful than the last. She tried to block and retaliate, but each attempt only seemed to fuel his relentless assault. He was toying with her. The pain was overwhelming. Each blow knocked the breath from her lungs. Her body screamed in protest, her strength fading, the light in her hands flickering with each impact. Time was slipping away. Then came the final strike, a massive punch that landed squarely on her ribs. The force sent her crashing to the ground, the wind knocked out of her. She could barely move, her vision blurring, the edges of her world darkening. She fought against the urge to give up, her mind screaming for her to continue, but her body refused to cooperate. With great effort, she raised her trembling hand, gathering the last of her energy into a thin, fading beam of light. She aimed it at the villain, but the light sputtered and dimmed before it could leave her palm. His laughter was cruel and booming, echoing through the broken city. He loomed over her, his massive form casting a long shadow over her battered body, dripping with disdain as he declared her defeat. Himari gritted her teeth, her body begging her to stop, but she refused to yield. She forced herself to her knees, gathering the last of her strength. Her hands trembled, but the light that burst forth was still there, fragile, thin, yet shining with everything she had left. The villain sneered, unimpressed, swatting the flicker of light aside as if it were nothing. His laughter rang out, low and victorious, cutting through the suffocating air. Exhaustion bore down on her like a collapsing building. Her arms gave out beneath her, and she crumpled to the ground, her vision swimming in and out of focus. The world around her twisted and blurred, colors bleeding together into a chaotic swirl. The acrid stench of smoke filled her lungs, choking her with each shallow breath. Her entire body felt heavy, unresponsive, and every attempt to move was like trying to swim through quicksand. The villain's laughter continued, deep and mocking, but it sounded distant now, like it belonged to another world. Himari struggled to focus, to hold on, but the darkness pressed in from all sides, dragging her deeper into its clutches. Then, through the haze, she saw it, a shadow. Someone was there. Her heart lurched painfully as she struggled to make sense of the figure moving toward her through the thick smoke. Each step they took seemed deliberate, purposeful, cutting through the chaos with unsettling calm. She whispered a name, barely audible, swallowed by the heavy air. She wanted to scream, to warn him, to beg him to turn around and run, but her throat tightened. Panic clawed at her, and her mind began to fray as the world around her tilted. The last thing she saw before darkness consumed her was the figure stepping forward, standing unwavering amidst the wreckage. Then, everything went black. Izuku's gaze remained unfocused as the teacher's voice faded into background noise, indistinguishable from the hum of the classroom. The lesson held no sway over him. He didn't need to pay attention to the details. His mind was elsewhere, immersed in streams of data that flickered before him, data that held real value and meaning. Everything else was just noise. 4 holographic windows floated in front of Izuku, each showcasing different aspects of the world he was observing. The first window displayed live traffic data, tracking every vehicle and piece of machinery moving outside the school with precision. It captured their speed, trajectory, and minor fluctuations in movement. The cars and buses weaving through the streets were just static markers in a pattern Izuku had long since come to understand. He dismissed this information as predictable and insignificant. The second window showed multiple news feeds running in sync, live broadcasts from various local stations. A building fire that had been contained, a robbery thwarted by a low-ranking hero, and some petty political drama flashed across the screen. These events were commonplace, recycled in an endless loop, their patterns ingrained in his mind. He flicked his eyes away, deeming them unimportant. The third window tracked local power grids. Izuku scanned for fluctuations in energy levels, potential overloads, and any irregularities in the system. Small dips and spikes were registered, but nothing out of the ordinary. The city's infrastructure hummed along as it always did, requiring no immediate attention. The fourth window monitored public infrastructure, traffic lights, sewage systems, and emergency services. Alerts flashed for minor issues, like a stalled train or a malfunctioning stoplight, but these were insignificant. The systems were fragile, easily overcome by anyone with a basic understanding of technology. He knew these alerts would resolve themselves soon enough. Then, something shifted. A subtle change in the flow of data, a spike in energy levels, a sudden fluctuation that broke the predictable pattern. It was almost imperceptible at first, a slight anomaly that stood out. It was a disturbance. Izuku's eyes narrowed, and with a thought, he expanded his focus. Another window appeared, revealing a live feed that showed the source of the disturbance. A battle was unfolding. 2 water-based heroes, Jetstream and Splash, were engaged in combat against a massive, muscular villain. The heroes unleashed powerful jets of water and generated thick clouds of vapor, but the villain, an imposing figure, seemed almost unaffected. His quirk, based on muscle augmentation, gave him an immense advantage. Each water blast that hit him was absorbed by his body, dissipating harmlessly into the air. The villain's counterattacks were forceful, each strike sending shockwaves through the ground. His movements were fast and fluid. He was far stronger, faster, and more durable than the heroes he faced. Izuku's mind flicked to the data. He didn't need to wait for confirmation. The system had already begun running the analysis. In milliseconds, a new window appeared, pulling up a profile of the 2 heroes. Jetstream's quirk allowed him to manipulate high-pressure jets of water, effective for crowd control and disabling enemies, but ineffective against someone with the raw power of this villain. The analysis detailed the heroes' physical stats and water pressure capabilities, showing how they compared to Goto's sheer strength. The second hero, Splash, could generate dense clouds of water vapor to obscure vision. The system analyzed her quirk quickly. She could use the clouds to disorient enemies, block vision, and confuse them, but against Goto, it was futile. His enhanced sensory abilities allowed him to navigate through the mist without losing his sense of direction. Izuku's eyes remained glued to the screen as the system compiled the data. He opened another window connected to the city's central villain database, accessing the most up-to-date information on the villain causing the disturbance. The screen flickered before presenting the details. Goto Imasuji. The database had processed and retrieved his profile, pulling in information from all previous encounters with heroes. Izuku observed the name and accompanying data with detached interest. There was no surprise or curiosity, only raw analysis. Goto's quirk was listed as muscle augmentation, providing an extreme boost to his physical capabilities. Strength, speed, and durability were all enhanced beyond the capacity of a normal human. His muscle density allowed him to absorb and withstand impacts that would incapacitate most people. The quirk didn't just make him stronger, it made him a force of nature, a living wall of physical prowess that couldn't be overcome by traditional means. Izuku scrolled through a list of past encounters, noting that hero after hero had faced off against Goto Imasuji, and every time, the result was the same: defeat. Each profile provided detailed data hero quirks, battle strategies, and the aftermath of the encounters. In every instance, Goto was either unscathed or had overwhelmed his opponents with relative ease. The system flagged his quirk as highly dangerous, marking it with a red warning, a clear indication of the threat he posed to others. But to Izuku, it was inconsequential. He accessed another window, dedicated to his real-time analysis tool. The data flowed in without interruption as his system adjusted to the incoming information. He input the specifics of the current fight hero quirks, Goto's unique abilities, environmental factors, and the position of each combatant, and watched as the numbers flashed across the interface. The probability of the heroes winning was calculated at 60%. A relatively high chance, enough to make the outcome predictable. For Izuku, it was a simple statistic. There was no need for further consideration. The heroes were statistically likely to win, so he felt no need to devote additional attention to the situation. With a thought, Izuku expanded his vision, opening a new array of windows. Instead of just tracking events in the city, his feed now displayed a global view: energy flows, ongoing conflicts, disturbances, and activities from around the world, all categorized and processed seamlessly by his systems. Every piece of information from across the globe was now within his reach, each detail unfolding before him like an intricate web of interconnected events. The school day had finally come to an end. The streets around him seemed insignificant, merely the backdrop to his thoughts, which were consumed with his next project. Each step he took was deliberate, each movement precise, as he mentally mapped out every detail of his latest design. Calculations and simulations played out in his mind, refining each element before it fully took shape. As he walked, his fingers absent-mindedly tapped against the surface of his watch. It responded instantly, the quiet hum of its activation blending into the background noise of the city. Within seconds, a series of translucent blue windows appeared in his peripheral vision. They hovered in the air, perfectly aligned with his line of sight. Each window displayed complex blueprints, algorithms, and data streams, updating in real time, adjusting to the minor changes his mind had already initiated. He barely had to say anything as the interface responded to his thoughts, expanding one window here, adjusting parameters there. Lines of code scrolled through Izuku's vision, running simulations faster than he could process. The calculations flowed smoothly, numbers and formulas aligning in perfect harmony. However, as he moved forward, something disrupted the constant flow of data. A small anomaly flickered at the corner of his interface. His gaze shifted, narrowing on the source. It was an energy spike, sharp and sudden, a disturbance he recognized from earlier in the day. It had intensified, growing in both magnitude and frequency. Thermal readings surged. This disturbance wasn't just a fluctuation, it was the signature of combat. His system reprocessed the data, pulling up earlier readings from the same area. The energy readings matched the kind of chaos typically reserved for hero-villain encounters. The conflict was still ongoing. Izuku's steps faltered for a moment as his mind shifted gears. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation sequence. The world around him blurred for an instant, then snapped back into focus. One moment he was walking along the city streets. The next, he stood atop a tall building, looking down on the chaos below. From his vantage point, the scene unfolded like a high-stakes simulation. He watched, unmoving, as two water-based heroes, Jetstream and Splash, lay on the ground. They had been defeated, their powers no match for the monster they faced. Both heroes were sprawled across the pavement, unconscious, their forms a testament to the fight they had just endured. The villain, towering and monstrous, continued to dominate the battlefield. A hulking figure of raw power, his form constantly shifted as though made from liquid, moving with terrifying fluidity. The battle had shifted, and now he was engaged with a new opponent. This new hero was faster than the first two, a blur of movement as they launched themselves at the villain, but even from this distance, Izuku could already calculate the odds. It was a futile effort. The villain's power far exceeded anything the new hero could bring to bear. It was over before it had even begun. Izuku's gaze never wavered, his mind analyzing the data in real time. He catalogued the villain's movements, tracking the battle's trajectory. In his mind, the numbers calculated the inevitable outcome. The villain would win. It was a foregone conclusion. Izuku muttered to himself, his voice barely audible against the distant noise of destruction. His words were not spoken out of frustration or contempt. There was simply nothing to be gained from such battles. Even with the advantage of better statistics and superior resources, the heroes still faltered. Inefficient. Unnecessary. Izuku stood on the rooftop, his attention split between the battle below and the data streaming before him. His fingers lightly tapped against his watch, and blue windows appeared, displaying the chaos of the conflict. But his thoughts weren't consumed by the fight. His focus was on something else, testing the true extent of his abilities. His eyes flicked over the shifting energies, the villain's erratic movements, and the hero's disjointed attempts to contain the situation. Everything in this environment provided the kind of data he needed: uncertainty, chaos, and rapid shifts in strategy. Izuku adjusted his mental settings, processing the information at a speed far beyond ordinary human comprehension. His body felt the adjustments as his mind raced through possibilities, calculating the most efficient ways to apply his enhancements. It wasn't about testing how much the biomorphs could do; they were already beyond the realm of normality. What he was testing now was his own potential, the full range of abilities available to him in the heat of a real-time situation. As he prepared to move, a flicker of motion caught his attention from the corner of his eye. A figure approached the battlefield. Izuku had heard about her quirk light manipulation. He knew the theory behind it, of course. It was a rare quirk, allowing its user to control and bend light, creating barriers, beams of energy, and other impressive feats. He had listened to his parents talk about it. Classmates had mentioned it too. Himari had even boasted about it a few times in school, talking up how she could create blinding barriers and fire off beams of light that could slice through metal. But despite all that, Izuku had never seen her quirk in action. He hadn't needed to. Most of his time had been consumed by his work in the workshop, tinkering, upgrading, and testing out his own enhancements. He didn't attend many school events, nor did he watch much of the training or hero activity outside of what directly concerned him. Himari's boasts had always been just that, boasts. The kind of thing friends said to get attention or impress others. Now, however, he could finally see for himself whether the things she and their parents had boasted about were true or not. From the rooftop, Izuku observed Himari stepping onto the battlefield, her body crackling with light. The quirk she had always bragged about was now manifesting before his eyes, a steady stream of energy swirling around her as she rushed toward the villain. He had heard all the stories, her boasting, her parents' praise, the exaggerated claims. But now, for the first time, he saw the power in action. The light danced around her, illuminating the wreckage of the shattered city as she engaged the monstrous villain. Her movements were quick and purposeful, but there was a noticeable lack of control. The energy she manipulated was raw and untamed. He could see the potential, the strength, but it was still unrefined, unfinished. Izuku's gaze sharpened as he processed the scene before him. Her quirk was powerful, but the calculation was immediate. She could produce the light, but she didn't have the control. If she had trained properly, maybe she could have stood a chance, but right now, it was like giving a child the power to control a storm. A lot of raw power, but no understanding of how to wield it. Himari's attacks were wild and uncoordinated, as if the light itself was resisting her commands. She couldn't focus her energy or shape it to her will the way a more experienced fighter would. With every failed strike, the flickering light around her began to dim, the strength draining from her. She wasn't the skilled hero she often claimed to be. Not yet. Izuku watched her falter, the glow of her power fading. Her form collapsed to the ground, her energy flickering out entirely. She had pushed herself beyond her limits, and now, it was over. His expression remained unreadable. He had seen enough. Izuku descended from his elevated position, the wind whipping around him as he landed softly on the ground. Without hesitation, his fingers flicked across the holographic interface in front of him, opening multiple windows of data. Each display was filled with lines of code and complex systems, tracking everything that was happening on the battlefield. Goto, the villain standing across the field, caught sight of him. His mocking grin grew wider as he observed the newcomer. Goto chuckled, flexing his bulging muscles and taunting the boy. Another kid? They really had no heroes left, sending a child to deal with him? Izuku walked steadily, his eyes locked on Goto, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. Goto growled, narrowing his eyes at the calm boy before him. He warned the kid to walk away, offering a chance to leave without harm. But Izuku remained undeterred, his pace unhurried, his gaze unwavering. Goto's lips curled into a snarl as he declared that Izuku was asking for trouble. In an instant, he launched himself forward with incredible speed, his massive fists aimed straight at Izuku's chest. The punch was powerful enough to break through steel, and it seemed impossible for Izuku to avoid the attack. Yet he stood still, unfazed. Suddenly, Goto's fist was thrown off course by a burst of energy, propelling him violently to the side. He crashed into the ground, rolling several feet before coming to a stop. Izuku continued walking toward Himari as if nothing had happened, pressing a few more buttons in the air. A series of small drones emerged from his watch, scattering across the battlefield with precision, their metallic bodies glinting in the sunlight. Goto, regaining his footing, charged at Izuku once more, his eyes blazing with anger. But Izuku remained calm, stepping in front of Himari as the drones buzzed overhead, diving straight toward her. Within seconds, the drones hovered above Himari, their glowing blue lights flickering as they emitted a soft, healing pulse. Her wounds healed rapidly, her breath steadied, and her face regained color. Izuku remained focused, scanning the battlefield and noticing that the other heroes, previously scattered and injured, had been healed and gathered together. The drones had efficiently stabilized their conditions, ensuring they were no longer in immediate danger. Turning his gaze back to Goto, Izuku saw the villain charging forward, fists raised in fury. The gap between them closed quickly, but Izuku stood motionless. Suddenly, a soft noise broke through the tension. Izuku's sharp senses caught the sound, and he turned slightly to see Himari stirring behind him. Her eyelids fluttered open, and the soft gasp of air escaping her lips signaled her return to consciousness. Izuku's gaze lingered on her for a moment before returning to the front. As the villain closed in, his eyes filled with rage, the air crackled with tension. He reared his fist back, ready to strike. But just as it was about to make contact, the punch froze mid-air, stopping inches from Izuku's skin. The villain's eyes widened in disbelief, and he yanked his fist back, preparing for another strike. Frustration etched on his face, he swung again, but once more, his fist halted just before hitting Izuku. Desperation took over as the villain began throwing punches in rapid succession, each blow fueled by raw anger. His movements became erratic, and despite the force of his strikes, he could not reach Izuku. Izuku stood there motionless, calm as if observing a child's tantrum. The relentless barrage continued until, after what felt like an eternity, the villain slowed, his breaths ragged, his face flushed with exhaustion and anger. His hands were raw and bloodied from his own strikes. Izuku's voice cut through the silence, stating that the villain had reached his limit. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, fingers curling slightly before snapping them. The resulting shockwave exploded outward, sending a powerful wave of force rushing through the air. The impact hit the villain like a freight train, sending him crashing backward. His body tumbled and rolled across the ground before coming to a stop in a crumpled heap. Though he lay still, it was clear that he had sustained severe injuries. Izuku glanced down at his hand, flexing his fingers casually as if the event had been a mere inconvenience. He expressed mild curiosity about having overestimated the durability of a quirk user. With a flick of his wrist, he activated one of his drones, which floated smoothly toward the villain. The drone emitted a soft hum as it hovered over the injured form, radiating a faint pulse of energy that began to mend the villain's wounds, though Izuku knew this was only part of the experiment. Suddenly, he felt a soft pressure on his shoulder. Turning, he found Himari standing there, her wide eyes filled with confusion and concern. Her body trembled slightly, still recovering from the shock of everything she had witnessed. She called out to him, but before she could finish, Izuku cut her off, his tone sharp and impersonal. He stated that he was busy, his voice cold as ice. Without giving her another glance, he turned his back, fully focused on the villain healing before him. Himari hesitated, her hand hovering in the air as if about to reach out, but the words caught in her throat. Himari stood still for a moment, feeling an unsettling chill in the air, before she turned away, her mind racing. She looked around, her eyes landing on the scattered forms of several pro-heroes just a few feet away. Their bodies lay as if abandoned, yet their injuries seemed to have vanished. No cuts, no bruises, no broken bones. They appeared, healed just like her. Confusion filled her mind. If their injuries were healed, then why weren't they awake? She rushed to them, shaking them desperately. She called their names, her voice a mix of panic and disbelief, but the heroes did not stir. They remained lifeless, their eyes closed, as if merely sleeping. Her hands trembled as she shook them harder, but no response came. Out of the corner of her eye, Himari spotted something strange. A police car, its lights flashing in the dim light of the evening, sat motionless in the street. The sirens were silent, the lights casting a pale, unnatural glow against the surrounding stillness. At first, she couldn't make sense of it. Why was it parked in the middle of the road like that? But the more she looked, the more she realized something was horribly wrong. There was no sound, no movement. The entire scene felt frozen, as if the world itself had pressed pause. Himari's heart skipped a beat, and a cold shiver ran down her spine. She began walking toward the car, her footsteps hesitant, as though the ground itself resisted her movement. The closer she got, the more unsettling the scene became. The car wasn't just parked, it was completely still, locked in time, unmoving in a way that defied logic. The world around it seemed unnaturally quiet, the silence pressing in on her from every side. There wasn't a single sound in the air, not even the usual hum of the city or the distant murmur of traffic. Everything had simply stopped. As she drew closer to the police car, Himari's breath quickened. She couldn't see much through the tinted windows, but she could make out the faint outlines of the officers inside. At first, she thought they were simply parked and waiting. But as she came even closer, the truth became impossible to ignore. The officers weren't just sitting still, they were frozen. Their faces were locked in expressions of shock, their eyes wide, mouths slightly open, as though they'd been caught in a moment of disbelief, yet none of them were moving. Their hands remained gripping the steering wheel, perfectly still, as though time had decided to stop for them alone. Himari's steps faltered as the weight of what she was seeing pressed down on her chest. She reached out, almost as if to touch the car, but stopped herself. She couldn't explain it, but the air felt thick, as if it were holding its breath. The whole world seemed to be holding its breath. Her legs moved almost involuntarily as she rounded the corner of the police car, her gaze shifting toward the road ahead. That's when she saw more cars. They stretched out behind the first police vehicle, each one as motionless as the last. The scene was even more disorienting now, because it wasn't just one car that had stopped. It was everything. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Time itself had stopped. Her body, once in motion, suddenly came to a complete standstill. Her heartbeat didn't race, nor did her thoughts spiral in panic. Everything simply halted. She tried to turn toward Izuku, but before she could move, her body froze, locked in place just like everything around her. She took a step, then another, but neither felt natural. By the time she reached the next step, she was motionless, her limbs stiff, her body completely still. There was no struggle, no sensation of being held back. She was simply frozen, her movements stopped in time. With Himari frozen in time, Izuku turned back toward the villain, his gaze unwavering as Goto, now fully healed, pushed himself off the ground. Izuku's expression remained emotionless, his voice cold as he addressed the villain. He noted that now all the distractions were gone, and it was time to start the real experiment. Goto gasped as he rose from the ground, his massive frame shuddering with each breath, as if the weight of his own body were an unfamiliar burden. The pain that had racked him mere moments ago was completely gone, vanished without a trace. His hands, which had trembled with the agony of broken bones and shattered organs, now clenched and unclenched, feeling a raw, unfiltered strength coursing through them. But there was an odd emptiness that lingered in his chest. He remembered dying. The crushing sensation of his body breaking apart, the darkness swallowing him whole, the sensation of his very soul being torn from his body. Yet here he was, whole again, standing on the scarred battlefield as though nothing had happened. He looked down at his hands, the reminder of his resurrection, but nothing made sense anymore. His eyes snapped to Izuku, who stood calmly several meters. But the cold, impassive look on his face only fueled Goto's rage. He growled, frustration thick in his voice, demanding to know what had been done to him. His eyes burned with fury, his jaw clenched tight as he glared at Izuku, who stood with unflinching calm. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his fingers gently tapping against the holographic interface projected from his watch. It hummed softly, the symbols on the screen shifting with quiet precision. He remarked that Goto had almost died from that encounter, expressing surprise at his weakness. The insult ignited Goto's already boiling rage. His eyes narrowed, a low growl escaping his throat as his fists clenched tighter, his veins bulging. He charged forward, the earth cracking beneath his feet as his enormous body rushed at Izuku. His fist swung forward with such speed and strength that the air itself seemed to ripple around it. Izuku did not flinch. He simply stood there, watching Goto's charge as though it were a slow-motion scene in a movie. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and with a casual motion, his right hand lifted in the air, his fingers forming the shape of a gun, aimed directly at Goto. The world seemed to hold its breath. Izuku's hand remained outstretched, his fingers tense as though he were waiting for a precise moment. The air around him began to crackle. Slowly, a small blue sphere began to form at the tips of his outstretched fingers, its surface shifting, pulsing with raw power. With a slight flick of his wrist, the sphere shot forward, moving with such velocity that it seemed to disappear from view before Goto even had time to react. The sphere collided with Goto before he could get any closer to Izuku. The sound was deafening. The shockwave from the impact rippled through the air, creating a powerful gust that swept across the battlefield. The explosion obliterated Goto's body in an instant, leaving the upper half of his torso non-existent. The shockwave tore through the surrounding area, sending debris, vehicles, and structures flying as if they were mere toys. Buildings crumbled, reduced to rubble, and roads shattered. A massive swath of destruction extended for miles, the horizon barely visible through the dust and smoke rising from the devastation. Izuku stood unmoving amidst the chaos, his expression unchanged as he glanced down at his watch, making a few quick adjustments without acknowledging the destruction around him. A small drone buzzed to life nearby, hovering over the remains of what had once been Goto. It emitted a soft pulse of energy, and Goto's shattered form began to rebuild itself. Izuku's cold gaze never wavered as he observed the process. The drone's pulse resonated through the air as Goto's body slowly reformed. His bones clicked back into place, and his skin pulled itself together, knitting from the edges toward the center. In mere seconds, Goto stood once more, whole and uninjured, though visibly shaken, gasping for breath as he tried to process what had just occurred. Izuku's gaze remained fixed on him, unwavering. He asked how Goto felt and how it felt to die and come back. Goto's chest heaved, trembling from the aftereffects of the experience. He should have been dead, torn apart, yet here he stood, whole once more, grappling with an unnatural and terrifying sensation. His fury burned brighter. He could not show weakness, not now, not in front of this child. Without a word, Goto roared in frustration, his anger boiling over as he lunged toward Izuku. His enormous body charged forward, his fist aimed squarely for Izuku's head, moving with swift determination. But once again, Izuku did not move. Izuku raised his hand, fingers poised, and Goto's attack was halted mid-motion as if an invisible force had caught him in midair. The power holding him was tangible, pressing down with an oppressive force. Goto's entire body tensed as he struggled against it, but he couldn't move. Izuku sighed, impatience lacing his tone as he reiterated his question. He didn't wait for a response, tapping Goto's outstretched fist with the tip of his finger. A low, deep hum followed, vibrating through the ground. Goto's body began to swell grotesquely, his muscles expanding rapidly. His skin stretched tight, unable to contain the sheer force of his growing frame. Veins bulged beneath his skin, and the tension in his body became unbearable. And then, the explosion was violent, sending pieces of Goto's body flying in every direction. The battlefield was now soaked in crimson. Izuku stood motionless, his expression unchanged as he surveyed the devastation. Another pulse of energy from the drone, and once again, Goto's body began to reform. The bones, broken and shattered, clicked back into place, and his body was slowly reassembled, each piece coming together with unsettling efficiency. In seconds, Goto stood once more, gasping for breath as though nothing had happened. Izuku's voice broke the silence, cold and unfeeling, asking if Goto was ready to answer his question yet. Goto's mind raced, trying to process the impossible. His body had been destroyed twice, yet here he was alive, standing before the boy who seemed utterly unaffected by the devastation he had unleashed. His fury reached a boiling point, and he lunged again, every muscle in his body screaming for revenge. His enormous hands shot forward, reaching out to crush Izuku. With a fierce roar, Goto bellowed in anger, his fingers closing around Izuku's head with a strength that could pulverize stone. The pressure was immediate, and the world seemed to grow still for a moment as Goto's grip tightened. He could feel the fragile structure of Izuku's skull bending under the force, the sound of cracking bone echoing through the air as he applied more pressure. Izuku's body was limp in Goto's hands. The boy's skull buckled under the pressure, but Goto didn't stop. He squeezed harder, forcing Izuku's head to buckle even more. The sound of bones snapping filled the air, louder now, as if a dam was about to break. But then, the skull couldn't hold any longer. With an explosive pop, Izuku's head shattered completely, the remnants disintegrating under the crushing pressure. The sheer intensity of the explosion sent shards flying, creating a grotesque hailstorm. The warm sensation flooded Goto's palms as he felt the remains of the boy's head break apart, turning it into a mangled mess. Izuku's body slumped instantly, lifeless in Goto's grasp, the remnants still stuck between Goto's fingers. The blood dripped from his hands in a crimson cascade, the boy's ruined head unrecognizable as anything human. A rush of triumph surged through Goto's chest. He had finally won. The boy was dead, utterly destroyed. There was no way he could have survived this. He stood over the crumpled remains, hands slick with blood, a sense of dark satisfaction filling him. But just as the thrill of victory began to settle in, something broke through the haze of his triumph. Flawless. The voice was cold, distant, and detached, cutting through the air with sharp precision. Goto's heart seized in his chest as he turned quickly, his body stiff with disbelief. There, standing behind him, completely unharmed, was Izuku. Izuku stood still, his expression unreadable, arms crossed in calm indifference. Not a single drop of blood marked his body. Not even a trace of the destruction Goto had just caused remained. Goto's mind reeled as he looked back to where Izuku's body should have been. The remnants of what he had done lingered in his mind, the headless figure, slumped lifeless on the ground. It was there, but it felt like it belonged to someone else, as if it wasn't the same person who had stood before him moments ago. Izuku was right behind him, a ghost, an impossible phantom. Goto stumbled backward in disbelief, his heart racing, his legs shaking as he tried to comprehend what was happening. He gasped, his voice trembling as fear began to creep into his stomach, questioning what Izuku truly was. Izuku's gaze remained unwavering. He didn't answer or acknowledge the question. His eyes were calm and focused, unconcerned. Before Goto could process the sight in front of him, his body suddenly seized. Pain shot through him like an electric current, overwhelming his senses. A roar of agony escaped him as he staggered back. Then, without warning, fire erupted around him, as if the very air had caught alight. The heat was so intense that it felt as though his very bones were melting. His skin darkened and cracked, like dry paper in a fire. The flames tore through his clothes and muscles, consuming him with a ravenous force. His body twisted and writhed in pain, every movement intensifying the agony as the flames clung to him. There was no escape. His cries echoed across the battlefield, a haunting sound that resonated in the air. His eyes watered, but the tears only sharpened the pain, as if the fire was burning away everything that defined him, leaving only the raw core of his being. Izuku stood motionless, watching the inferno with cold indifference. His expression was blank, his eyes reflecting none of the emotion that should have accompanied such destruction. The fire continued to consume Goto with brutal efficiency, spreading across his body, stripping him of his very identity. Goto's cries grew weaker, his movements more erratic, but still the flames held him in their grasp, a relentless force that would not release him. His hands reached out, clawing at the air in vain, trying to stop the fire, but it was useless. The heat was unbearable, and soon his cries faded to a hollow rasp. His body gave one final, desperate twitch before collapsing into a heap, a smoldering remnant of the man he had once been. The flames flickered out, leaving behind only a dark, ash-covered form, the last traces of his humanity reduced to a pile of burned remnants. The battlefield fell silent once again, the only sound the faint crackling of lingering embers in the air, the acrid stench heavy in the atmosphere. Izuku stood motionless for a moment, his eyes fixed on the remains of Goto. His expression was unreadable, as if the gruesome sight held no significance. He let out a quiet, almost indifferent sigh, reflecting on the outcome. A heavy silence enveloped the battlefield, the air thick with the aftermath of destruction. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, as if the carnage had been a fleeting thought, Izuku's gaze shifted downward, and his focus turned inward. His hand, clenched at his side, began to glow a deep, intense crimson that flickered like embers. Slowly, he raised his hand into the air, the light growing brighter with each passing second. His fingers twitched slightly, and then, without hesitation, he turned his wrist in a counterclockwise motion. Reality itself bent to his will. The world around him rippled as the fabric of reality twisted. The destruction that had once torn through the city evaporated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Crumbling buildings, shattered streets, and broken debris, everything ravaged by the battle was reversed, as if someone had pressed a reset button. The once charred city returned to its pristine state, untouched by the violence that had recently gripped it. Roads were whole, buildings stood tall and intact, and the very air seemed to hold its breath in suspended animation. Izuku's gaze drifted to Himari, who stood frozen in place, caught within the looping flow of time he had created. He walked toward her with calm, measured steps, the world around him holding still in reverence of his control. His fingers brushed the buttons on his watch, each press deliberate, and with a soft chime, the world snapped back into its normal rhythm. Himari blinked, her body jerking as though waking from a deep slumber. She began to call out to Izuku but stopped short when she saw him standing right in front of her. Her breath caught, and her eyes widened in shock. She struggled to process the moment, questioning where Goto had gone. Izuku's voice was flat and monotone as he informed her that she had taken care of Goto. Himari's brow furrowed, her thoughts spinning. She stumbled back a step, confusion deepening as she recalled being knocked out by the villain, Izuku coming in to save her, not whatever he was saying. Izuku raised a hand, interrupting her questions. He tapped a few more buttons on his watch, and a holographic screen flickered to life in the air between them. The blue light cast a soft glow on their faces as the screen began to play a recording. The footage showed her. It was a scene from the battle, but this time, Himari was the one in control. She overwhelmed Goto with calculated precision, her every movement a testament to years of training and relentless determination. The image shifted, showing her cornering him, her strikes leaving him no room to escape. There was no hesitation in her actions. She was relentless. Goto, battered and broken, was forced into a final, desperate attempt to flee, but he couldn't. Himari was there, stopping him cold, her presence commanding the situation. Himari stared at the screen in disbelief. Her breath caught in her throat. She questioned when she had done that, her voice trembling as confusion overtook her. Izuku remained silent for a moment, his gaze cold and distant. He didn't offer an immediate response, but his eyes met hers, intense yet emotionless. Himari's heart raced as the pieces of the puzzle slipped further out of reach. She began again, her voice unsteady, questioning why he had never mentioned such a powerful quirk and why he hadn't told their parents. "Izuku," Himari said, her voice rising in disbelief, "you expect me to believe that? Since the villain is not here, I would like to assume they ran away, meaning you most likely defeated them, healed the life-threatening injuries I and those heroes over there had, and you can even stop time? After seeing all of this, you expect me to believe you don't have a quirk?" Izuku's expression remained flat, his voice devoid of emotion as he replied, "Then don't." He turned his attention to his watch, fingers tapping against it with mechanical precision. The quiet hum of the device filled the air as he pressed a few buttons. Himari's stomach churned at his indifference. The weight of everything, the battles, the danger, the answers she desperately needed, seemed to mean nothing to him. Her fists clenched at her sides, confusion and anger bubbling to the surface. "Izuku," she snapped, stepping closer. "I asked you some Ks." He interrupted her, his voice cutting through her words. "Anyway, good luck." Himari furrowed her brows in confusion. "Good luck? What do you mean, good luck?" Her voice trembled slightly, her mind struggling to grasp the meaning behind his indifferent tone. Izuku simply pointed behind her. She whipped around, her eyes widening as she saw All Might striding toward her, his usual heroic confidence replaced by concern. His brow was furrowed, and his posture was tinged with urgency. Behind him, a mass of reporters surged forward, their cameras flashing and voices clamoring for attention. Himari's heart raced as she tried to catch up with the situation. "Wait, when did you?" she began, but the words faltered in her throat. In her confusion, she turned to finish her sentence but froze. Her gaze swept the area, desperately searching for Izuku. He was nowhere to be seen. Panic crept into her chest as she scanned the crowd, her heart pounding. He couldn't have just disappeared, could he? Turning back to All Might, she opened her mouth to say something, but before she could speak, the towering hero wrapped his arms around her in a protective hug. "Are you okay?" All Might's voice was thick with concern as he pulled back slightly, gently scanning her arms for any signs of injury. "Did you get hurt?" Himari blinked, still trying to process everything. The reporters, sensing a shift in the situation, swarmed around her, their cameras flashing relentlessly. Their questions came at her from all angles, a blur of noise that she couldn't quite make sense of. As the chaos unfolded, her eyes darted across the scene, trying to make sense of what had just happened. That's when she saw him, a figure standing atop a building in the distance, his silhouette barely visible against the sky. "Izuku." He stood still, his gaze fixed on the crowd surrounding her and All Might. For a moment, their eyes seemed to lock from across the distance. Then, Izuku glanced down at his watch, pressed a button, and vanished again. 2 years had passed since the Go-To incident, and during that time, Izuku had ventured far beyond what most could even dream of. His journey had taken him into the deepest corners of existence, uncovering secrets that seemed almost incomprehensible. What had begun as a quest for power, knowledge, and understanding had evolved into something far more profound: the unraveling of higher dimension. At first, his research into higher dimensions had been purely theoretical. The concept of the fourth and fifth dimensions intrigued him. Their implications were vast and mind-bending. To observe them, to grasp their very existence was one thing, but to traverse them, to cross the barriers that separated them from his own understanding, was entirely different. He spent countless months constructing and refining technology that could breach the limitations of conventional reality. His efforts were meticulous, with a single goal in mind: to transcend the boundaries of what he had once believed to be the ultimate frontier. When he finally succeeded, the moment was nothing like he had expected. He had already pushed the boundaries of his existence, manipulating time and space on a multiversal scale, but this was different. As he stepped beyond the confines of the third dimension, he realized, in a single heartbeat, just how primitive his previous understanding had been. What he had thought was the apex of reality was only the surface layer of something far more complex and unfathomable. As he entered the higher dimensional realms, his physical form began to dissolve. His once human body, bound by the limitations of three-dimensional space, was no longer compatible with the new realms he had breached. The atoms that once comprised him melted away, not through destruction but through transcendence. He was no longer bound by matter. He became something far greater, an expression of consciousness detached from the constraints of the physical world. He was no longer a part of a single universe or even a single multiverse. The very concept of boundaries, of limitations, became obsolete to him. He could feel the ebb and flow of countless realities, see the shifting layers of existence, and traverse them as though they were merely different rooms within the same expansive mansion. The walls of space and time no longer confined him. He had become a being who transcended the prison of dimensions. His technology, once advanced beyond anything in existence, had also evolved. No longer restricted to manipulating the multiverse, it had expanded into the realm of multidimensional control. His gadgets, weapons, and constructs had evolved to match the scale of his newfound reality. They were no longer simple tools of destruction or creation. They were instruments capable of reshaping the very fabric of higher dimensional space. With a thought, he could warp the structure of existence across infinite layers of reality. Time itself could bend to his will, and the laws of physics could be rewritten with a mere flicker of intention. He had attained a level of power that rendered his former self's capabilities almost laughable. As he delved deeper into this new understanding, he began to grasp the full scope of his transformation. The more he explored, the more he understood why the owners of the custodians of knowledge, the ancient beings who had once controlled the greatest knowledge of the multiverse, were powerless against higher civilization. The owners were a formidable force, having existed for millennia, bending space and time with unparalleled mastery, their understanding of reality nearly limitless. They could manipulate time, reshape space with ease, and control the very elements of the multiverse as if they were simple tools in their hands. Yet, even with their immense power, they could not transcend the third dimension itself. Their abilities, as vast as they were still constrained by the boundaries of space and time. Their grasp on reality was limited to this particular dimension. They could warp space and time, but they were still bound by the very structure that made the multiverse function. However, he was no longer confined by such limitations. His ascension to Type 12 had granted him the ability to transcend the very fabric of the multiverse. He was no longer bound by time, space, or even the structure of reality. He could move through dimensions as though they were mere stepping stones, bending not just space or time, but the very existence of alternate realms themselves. In the face of a being capable of such manipulation, the owner's power became meaningless. The truth was simple. Their mastery of space and time was no match against a civilization that could command entire dimensions. They were still bound to the multiverse, still shackled by the rules that governed the very nature of their existence. In contrast, he had become something far beyond them. He was a force that bent not the threads of time or space, but the very essence of all realities. Himari had also changed in these past 2 years, but it wasn't just her that had changed. The way she viewed her brother had transformed dramatically. What she thought she knew about him, what she believed she understood, had turned out to be a misconception at least, a misconception she had convinced herself of for far too long. To her, Izuku was the quiet one, the fragile, quirkless boy who could never do anything right. He was the one who needed protection. That had always been her perspective. She had watched him with a mix of pity and superiority as he fumbled through life, struggling under the weight of being born without a quirk in a world that celebrated power above all else. It was an easy role to assign him. She could almost convince herself of it. After all, who else in their family had ever shown the strength he lacked? Who else had to endure ridicule from their parents, peers, and the world, all because of a simple, fundamental flaw, his lack of a quirk? But now, that image of him had completely shattered. Himari couldn't understand it at first. How could she have been so blind? How had she failed to see the power that had always been within him? The quiet strength, the courage to endure all those years of pain without a single word of complaint. He had never been the fragile, powerless child she thought he was. No, he had been far more than that. Far stronger than anyone ever gave him credit for. But the question remained, why? If he had always been this powerful, if he always had this much potential, why hadn't he said anything? Why had he never shown it? Why had he let everyone including her walk all over him for so long? The thought gnawed at her relentlessly. If she were in his position, she would have done something. She would have stood up for herself, demanded respect, told their parents the truth, and put an end to the torment once and for all. But Izuku had done none of that. He had never fought back, never revealed the truth of who he really was. He had just endured. Could it be that Izuku harbored resentment? After everything, the neglect, the mockery, the years of being treated like he was nothing, had he built up a silent resentment, a hatred for the family who had failed to see him? She wouldn't blame him if he did. The way their parents had treated him, the way she had treated him, the way the world had treated him, it wasn't something that could be easily dismissed with a simple apology. What if he was just biding his time, waiting for the right moment to leave them all behind? The thought lingered, and the more she considered it, the more it made sense. She had never seen the weight he carried. He had always been the one who stayed in the background, the one who took the abuse without a word, without ever fighting back. It was almost as if he had been invisible to her. To all of them. But now things had changed. Now that she understood, now that she had seen what he was truly capable of, she needed answers. She needed to understand him. She needed to know why. So she tried. She attempted to get closer to him, to peel back the layers of the boy she thought she knew, to find out why he had kept his true self hidden for so long. She apologized repeatedly. She apologized for all the years she had ignored him, for standing by as Katsuki and the others tormented him, for dismissing him as weak and useless. She needed him to know how deeply she regretted it all. She needed him to understand that she wanted to make things right. She thought she had finally found the words that could bridge the chasm that had always existed between them. But when Izuku spoke, his words hit her like a cold, unforgiving wind. He calmly stated that he never hated her, nor their parents. He simply had no reason to. Himari froze. She had expected something different: resentment, anger, perhaps even bitterness, but there was none of that. Instead, he stood before her, composed, his expression unreadable. She searched his face for any sign of the pain she was sure he must have felt. Surely he had been hurt. Surely, all those years of torment had left scars. But there was nothing. Nothing that hinted at the years of neglect, the abuse, the hurt. It was as if those things had never existed for him. As if they had never mattered. She asked him if he truly didn't care about anything that had happened, about what she did, or how their parents treated him. Izuku shrugged, as though the conversation were irrelevant to him. The actions and opinions of others, including their parents, had never affected him. He did not rely on external validation or judgment. His words struck her deeply, like a punch to the gut that left her breathless. For her, agonizing over the past, wondering if he resented her or hated her, had been irrelevant. To him, none of it had ever mattered. He had never cared or been impacted by others' actions or her apologies. Himari had believed that by apologizing and trying to make amends, she could bridge the distance between them. She thought that if she opened up and showed him how much she regretted everything, they could begin to heal. But in reality, the gap had never existed for Izuku in the first place. To him, nothing had ever been significant. Not the bullying, not the neglect, not even the years of isolation. None of it had been worth his time or energy. It was as if he lived in a world of his own, where their treatment of him held no weight. Their opinions, her opinions, had never touched him at all. The classroom buzzed with life, a constant murmur of voices intertwining in a hum that filled every corner of the space. The noise became part of the environment, blending with the ambient light streaming through the tall windows. The afternoon sun bathed the room in warm, golden hues, casting long shadows across the worn desks, making the space feel inviting and slightly timeless. Outside, the sky was a clear blue, but inside, the air was thick with the restless energy only a classroom full of high school students could produce. Groups huddled together, their voices rising in excitement as they discussed plans after graduation. They debated which hero schools had the best entrance requirements, speculated on which pro-heroes might be scouting for talent, and shared stories of their quirks' latest developments. Some students leaned back in their chairs, staring at the ceiling in contemplation, while others were glued to their phones, fingers flying over the screens, barely noticing the world around them. The room was alive with a familiar chaos, comforting in its routine. Near the windows, a small group of students engaged in conversation about hero schools, their faces lit with enthusiasm as they discussed the specific qualities of each institution. Their chatter provided a constant backdrop to the class. At the back of the room, another group debated how best to train their quirks over the next 10 months, who had the best regimen and which methods were most effective. Laughter, murmurs of agreement, and the occasional screech of a chair punctuated the dialogue, creating a rhythm that kept the classroom humming. Despite the lively atmosphere, there was no sense of urgency. The teacher had yet to arrive, but no one seemed particularly bothered. It was just another day, another class, another round of the same routine. The faces were the same, the conversations familiar, and the anticipation of the future lingered in the air like an unspoken promise. Graduation, hero schools, quirks, everything was building toward something, but what that something was, no one quite knew. And then there was Izuku. He sat at his desk, still and quiet amidst the whirlwind of energy around him. His green, sharp eyes moved slowly across the room, taking in everything not just in the way others did. To anyone else, this classroom might have seemed unchanged, routine, predictable, the same as it had been for years. But for Izuku, it was different. His perception had shifted and expanded, making the world around him feel both familiar and foreign. After traveling through realms beyond human comprehension and experiencing dimensions that defied logic, the third dimension, the one everyone else took for granted, felt incomplete. Not negatively, but in a way that made it seem fragile. It was like staring at a two-dimensional image after having lived in the richness of a three-dimensional world. Everything in this classroom, the desks, the walls, the people, was present, yet it felt as though it wasn't. He could see through the veil of normalcy, noticing subtle distortions in space that no one else seemed to perceive, the faint echoes of energy left behind by every movement, the unspoken tension between particles, the invisible forces that bound the entire classroom together. Time itself seemed different to him now, flowing in its usual manner but with minute variations that only someone like him could detect. Even the way sound waves rippled through the air, how they collided and bounced off surfaces, was no longer a simple phenomenon. It was a complex dance of frequencies and vibrations, an orchestration of energies invisible to the human eye. The air, once just a medium for breathing, now felt like a dense field of potential. There were no empty spaces, only areas of lesser or greater energy. Izuku had crossed into higher planes, leaving behind his former human existence when his body dissolved into pure energy. His consciousness, unbound by physical limitations, had drifted through dimensions that surpassed human experience. But upon returning to this world, he found himself whole again, his human form intact, yet it no longer defined him. The body he inhabited was merely a choice, an illusion of solidity that allowed him to function in this dimension. He could shed it if he wished, returning to the formless energy that was his true essence. He had learned to shift between states at will. His physical body was a tool, nothing more a convenience for interacting with the world, but not an intrinsic part of who he was. He could slip in and out of that form whenever he needed to, but there was no need for others to see him as anything other than what they always had. There was no advantage in revealing his true nature, at least, not yet. He was content to remain as he was, unchanged in appearance, his secrets locked away beneath the surface. Just as his thoughts settled into this strange peace, the classroom door creaked open, and the teacher walked in, carrying a stack of papers. His presence, while no less ordinary than it had ever been, was a small disruption in the flow of the room. The students, still tangled in their conversations, gradually shifted their focus toward the front as the teacher placed the papers on his desk and adjusted his glasses. He called out for everyone to settle down, his voice warm yet firm. Today, the teacher announced that they would discuss career paths. A few students groaned at the mention of future plans, but the teacher simply smiled, dismissing their complaints with a casual wave of his hand. He continued, noting that he already knew every single one of them wanted to be a hero. As if on cue, the classroom erupted into excited chatter. Students cheered, some leaping from their seats, eager to demonstrate their quirks. Sparks flew from one student's fingertips, another levitated a book into the air, and someone else transformed their arms into solid stone. The energy in the room shifted dramatically, charged with youthful enthusiasm as each student showcased their abilities. The teacher clapped his hands together, trying to regain control. He reminded them that quirks were not to be used in school, and the students reluctantly ceased their displays, the room returning to a quieter hum of energy. With a knowing smile, the teacher continued handing out papers and discussing various high schools and their specialized programs for aspiring heroes. By the time the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, the atmosphere settled into a familiar routine. Students gathered their belongings, chatting among themselves as they made plans for the future, some discussing their training regimens, others strategizing about applications to UA and other prestigious institutions. Izuku moved quietly through the motions, sliding his notebook into his bag with deliberate yet unhurried movements. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the conversation. Bakugo leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, his sharp gaze meeting Izuku's. There was an intensity to his expression, just as there always had been. Bakugo asked if Izuku was coming to UA, his question blunt and direct. Izuku responded with calm uncertainty, leaving the answer hanging in the air between them. Bakugo didn't press further. He stared at Izuku for a moment before scoffing and turning away, his footsteps echoing as he left the doorway. Once Bakugo was gone, another voice pulled Izuku's attention. Himari approached, arms crossed, glancing toward the now empty doorway with mild confusion. She expressed surprise that Bakugo hadn't reacted more dramatically to Izuku's response about UA. Izuku didn't immediately respond. He slung his bag over his shoulder, weighing his next words carefully. He reminded her that he had already answered her question. Himari frowned, processing his response, but before she could finish her thought, Izuku had already left. Frustration crept into her voice as she muttered to herself about his abrupt departure. She felt the weight of unsaid words lingering in the air, but it was clear he wasn't coming back to continue the conversation. With a resigned sigh, she gathered her things slowly, took a final glance around the room, and walked out of the classroom. 10 months later, a supermassive black hole loomed in the emptiness of space, a silent and ancient presence at the edge of reality. It did not spin or roar. It simply existed, vast and absolute. Light faltered around it, caught in the whirlpool of its infinite gravity, bending into luminous threads before vanishing beyond the event horizon. The silence surrounding it was not peaceful but rather the absence of all things: light, matter, time, and meaning. The space around it rippled, distorted by gravity so profound that even the laws of physics seemed to yield. Colors that should not exist shimmered at the edge of perception. Ultraviolet ghosts and gravitational echoes sang in the subatomic bones of the universe. 1,000 dead stars spiraled around it, caught in eternal descent. At the outermost rim of that gravitational abyss, just beyond where existence surrendered to oblivion, sat a figure: Izuku. He was motionless, suspended in quiet defiance of the physics governing everything else in the universe. His legs were folded beneath him, elbows resting on his knees, hands relaxed, palms facing upward in a meditative posture. His back was straight, unyielding, like a blade forged in solitude. His breath, if it moved at all, did so in unison with the slow tidal pulse of dying stars behind him. His eyes were open but not focused on the black hole or the dying suns. Instead, he looked forward, through the void, through silence and shadow, not in search of light but for something deeper. He raised his wrist with slow precision, revealing a timepiece that glowed gently, a quiet defiance against entropy, ticking away in a place where time had unraveled. 10 months had passed since he began his search, a year spent drifting through galaxies, an entire cycle adrift in the endless dark, slipping silently between star systems, each one glowing like a distant promise in the cold vacuum of space. He had journeyed through cosmic expanses where time stretched thin, tracing the luminous lifelines of collapsing stars and the slow, solemn dances of planets in orbit. He wandered through stellar nurseries dense with potential, through black hole-riddled sectors that whispered secrets in gravitational murmurs. He navigated the tangled lattice of multiversal threads, slipping across dimensions like a phantom, brushing against translucent veils that shimmered with the hum of higher-order realities. He immersed himself in the deeper strata of existence, where laws bent and space breathed. Yet there was nothing. No signal. No sign. No trace of advanced life or civilizations capable of scratching beyond the cosmic surface. What he found were primitive Type 0 societies still tethered to their cradles or the earliest stirrings of Type 1 constructs struggling to wield stellar power. Nothing had what he was searching for. No grand intellects. No force of will etched into spacetime. No creations that bent existence into awe. There was no power worthy of reverence. No knowledge that commanded attention. Nothing that justified more than a passing glance. There were traces, subtle and elusive. Echoes of greatness. Proof that others had come and gone long before the species he now overlooked had even sparked fire. He found the signatures of fragments embedded in the curvature of space-time, like graffiti left by gods. Residual structures hung in the void, flickering at the edge of perception, half-phased, partially devoured by entropy, their geometry unreadable to lesser minds. He uncovered timelines that bore deep scars, not formed by war or natural collapse, but by interference precise, calculated, and immensely powerful. These were not accidents of evolution or consequence. These were purposeful acts, works of ancient architects who once sculpted reality as though it were malleable, folding its layers into constructs of impossible grace. But they were absent now. Always absent. Never present. Never watching. Never speaking. He found only the remnants, no creators. The beings who had once shaped these things were gone. Or hiding. Or never truly there to begin. And Izuku did not presume. He did not build cathedrals from theories, nor chase ghosts conjured from wishful logic. He followed evidence. He moved with precision, guided only by what the universe revealed. And what it had revealed, again and again, was absence. He remained seated for a long while, unmoving, letting the raw enormity of the void wash over him. At last he stood up. The movement was quiet, fluid, a single uninterrupted thought brought into motion. Around him, the gravitational light show warped in his wake, his silhouette a smudge against the contorted fabric of reality. For the briefest moment he stood as a solitary figure before the abyss, framed by the universe's oldest hunger. Then he teleported, not through motion, but through redefinition. One instant he was poised on the edge of the void. The next he occupied a completely different corner of reality. In the very next breath of the cosmos he was home. His room was exactly as he had left it. The air held that familiar scent of home-filtered light, worn fabric, the ghost of warmth long since cooled. The hum of Earth's atmosphere returned in full, that soft, constant pressure of life pressing gently against the walls, through the floor, into his bones. He moved toward the window, barefoot, the floor cool beneath his soles. The glass was faintly fogged, clouded at the edges from the quiet clash between the morning's brightness outside and the stillness within. Outside, the street was quiet. A car was parked just in front of the house, engine idling with a low, steady purr. His father stepped out first, rounding the vehicle to open the passenger side door. His mother followed, ushering Himari out with a light hand on her shoulder. She was dressed sharply, poised, her expression a deliberate calm. Determined. Maybe a little nervous. Probably excited. It was hard to tell from here. They all climbed in, one after the other, doors clicking shut like the end of a chapter. The car eased away from the curb, tires whispering over the pavement, trailing into the soft gold of the morning. Izuku watched them go, his reflection faint in the window's glass, a quiet echo layered against the world beyond. He thought they were probably heading to UA. The car turned the corner at the far end of the street, its taillights flashing once before vanishing behind the neighboring buildings. He stood still for a few moments longer, eyes fixed on the empty stretch of road where it had disappeared. A breeze stirred, kicking up bits of dust and leaves across the cracked pavement, tugging at the hem of his jacket. He turned his head slightly, gaze shifting to the display on his watch. 8:12 a.m. The city hadn't fully woken up yet, not in this part of town. Windows were still dark. A cat darted between trash bins on the other side of the street. The stillness wasn't uncomfortable. It felt suspended, like the air was holding its breath. Izuku let the silence settle, then spoke softly to himself, acknowledging that he would be joining a hero school. The shift came immediately. Light moved across his body in narrow, controlled bands, reshaping the clothes he wore. Dust faded, fabric vanished, replaced by the clean lines of his middle school uniform. A breath later, he disappeared, no sound, no visible rupture in the air. The transition was seamless. He arrived at the edge of the UA High School campus, standing just beyond the main plaza. The crowd had already formed. Students, hundreds of them, filled the open space. Many gathered in tight groups while others lingered alone. Conversations overlapped into noise, punctuated by short bursts of quirk activity despite the posted warnings. A few students seemed to be testing their limits. Most were just trying to manage the tension. Izuku remained still. He didn't speak or step forward. His eyes moved slowly, tracking motion, body language, patterns. He noted the way students shifted their weight, the frequency of nervous gestures, the expressions that flickered across their faces and disappeared just as quickly. Every small detail contributed to a larger picture, not one he needed to act on now, but one worth recording. He had no previous data on the school beyond surface-level impressions. He hadn't explored other campuses. He hadn't compared programs or dissected curriculums. At this stage, that wasn't necessary. What he had noticed consistently over time was that UA came up often in conversation. People talked about it with a level of familiarity that set it apart from other schools. His classmates had mentioned it. His sister brought it up more than once. The name circulated enough to register. That alone didn't influence him. Popularity wasn't reason enough to trust a system. But the frequency itself was useful, a marker of the school's presence in the broader landscape. He recognized it, and now he was here to evaluate it himself. The environment around him was more chaotic than he expected for an official exam setting. Students' behavior lacked uniformity. Some students stood too close together, talking loudly, while others were already using their quirks, either to show off or as a reflexive outlet for stress. The school had posted signs clearly restricting ability use until the trial began, but enforcement appeared minimal. This detail didn't require judgment, it was simply part of the conditions. Any testing environment would contain unpredictable elements. The important thing was to note them, adjust accordingly, and maintain readiness to respond when action became necessary. Above the crowd, balconies lined the second level of the main building. A handful of staff members stood there as proctors, likely observing from a distance. Their positions provided a clear vantage point over the entire plaza. Izuku didn't look up directly but registered their presence in his periphery, aware that they were tracking movement, behavior, and perhaps even quirk signatures. He had no expectations of the school itself, no investment in its reputation or goals. He hadn't come here with a dream to chase or a legacy to attach himself to. His path had led him here, and this was the next step. As Izuku stepped through the main gates of UA High, his gaze swept across the campus. The view before him was larger than he had anticipated. The school wasn't designed with grandiose flair or to impress with its beauty. There were no towering, ornamental arches or oversized statues of past heroes. What he saw was simply a space built for one purpose: function. The building stretched outward, expansive and efficient. Wide hallways cut through the complex, ceilings towering above, giving the place an almost cavernous quality. Each wall was reinforced, and though the technology hidden just beneath the surfaces was invisible to the eye, Izuku could sense its presence: the subtle hum of embedded tech arrays, like a heartbeat beneath the structure. It was as if everything here had been designed with precision, as though each inch had been carefully considered, not to impress but to facilitate. Efficient. That was the word that kept running through his mind as he continued forward, walking through the maze of corridors with no particular destination in mind. He was simply moving. Students clustered around him in groups, talking loudly in an attempt to drown out their anxiety. Laughter, forced and nervous, echoed off the walls, and half-hearted debates over strategy and tactics filled the air. Some tried to look confident, while others fidgeted with nervous energy. The overall tone was one of anticipation, but to Izuku, it was just noise. Eventually, a corridor presented itself, with a small, unassuming sign indicating the written exam hall. The simple marker was enough. Izuku turned toward it without a second thought, stepping toward the door. The door opened without a sound, revealing a room filled with rows of desks. The lighting overhead was cold and sterile, the white, fluorescent glow casting sharp shadows across the otherwise neutral space. The scent of printed paper lingered in the air, mingling with the faint scent of sterilized surfaces. It was a sharp, clinical atmosphere designed to keep distractions to a minimum and maintain focus on the task at hand. The room was already half filled with students. Some sat quietly, while others fidgeted nervously, their eyes darting over the exam sheets in front of them. Some muttered quietly to themselves, glancing down at the questions and scratching their heads in confusion, while others scribbled with frantic speed, as though their answers would somehow change the moment they finished. After entering, Izuku's gaze briefly swept over the space, observing where there were empty seats before moving to the far side of the room. A spot near the back was unoccupied, so he took it, not out of preference or any desire for isolation, but simply because it was available. Moments later, the door at the front of the room opened, and a staff member entered. The instructor walked briskly down the aisle, a clipboard in hand, and began distributing the test sheets. The sound of paper shuffling was sharp and deliberate, a subtle reminder of the formal atmosphere that dominated the room. When the staff member reached Izuku's desk, they handed him his test sheet with a quick glance. Izuku took the paper in silence. His eyes scanned the first few lines: hero law, tactical analysis, quirk safety protocols. Standard questions. Problem-solving scenarios designed to test a candidate's ability to think critically under pressure. He didn't need to look twice. His mind processed the material immediately. The answers were clear. Each question laid out before him was simply a logical progression, and Izuku responded to them with the same precision that defined every action in his life. His hand moved fluidly, answering with methodical ease, each slide of the pen filling in the blanks with certainty. His answers were deliberate, well thought out, and executed without error. Minutes passed. The room was quiet except for the occasional rustle of paper and the soft scribbling of pens on paper. Students around him were still deep in thought, their expressions varying from concentration to frustration. Some worked at a frantic pace, as though they could force the answers to appear, while others sat with furrowed brows, trying to untangle the questions. But Izuku had long since finished. His pen came to a stop. There was no need for corrections or second glances at the paper. The answers were as precise as they could be. He set the pen down, letting the quiet of the room stretch around him. He stood, the chair sliding out smoothly beneath him. Without a word, he walked to the front of the room. The few students who had glanced at him during his movements now did so with more interest. Some watched curiously, while others exchanged murmurs. His brisk pace and calm demeanor seemed different. There was a palpable shift, though it was subtle. Some students raised eyebrows, while others leaned over to whisper to one another. When he reached the front, the instructor looked up in surprise. His eyes lingered on the paper in Izuku's hands, as if waiting for something more, perhaps a sign of struggle or last-minute revisions. Izuku placed the paper gently on the desk. The staff member blinked, clearly startled. He seemed unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Izuku simply nodded, offering no explanation. His voice was steady and neutral, betraying no hint of uncertainty or pride. The instructor stared at him for a moment, blinking as though he hadn't fully processed the situation. Izuku turned without another word and walked out of the room, his footsteps quiet against the floor. Behind him, a low murmur of conversation began to stir. The students who were still working exchanged glances, their confusion mingling with quiet amusement. Some speculated about his performance, wondering if he had panicked or if he would fail. The instructor, still holding Izuku's test paper, glanced down at it as he prepared to collect the others, expecting to find a chaotic mess or rushed scribbles. As his eyes scanned the answers, he paused. The paper was neat and clear, with no crossed-out answers or signs of hesitation. Every question was answered with precision, the handwriting clean and legible. A staff member blinked, scanning a few more answers before muttering to himself about a possible speed-based quirk. Leaning back in his chair, he found himself lost in thought, the paper before him a mystery he couldn't yet understand. His gaze flickered to the door, but Izuku was already gone. After finishing the exam, Izuku didn't rush to his next designated area. There was no urgency, the task was complete, and he felt no need to act as if time was running out. Instead, he wandered the halls, not out of curiosity or distraction, but simply out of habit. His eyes moved over the surroundings, cataloging every detail, processing the data without realizing it. The hum of fluorescent lights, the echoes of footsteps against clean white walls, and the faintest traces of sound. Ready. The room around him had grown quieter. Students paused in their tasks, noticing the finished device on the workbench. The instructor, who had been keeping track of the time, glanced up in surprise, clearly not expecting Izuku to finish the gadget in such a short amount of time. His voice carried a mix of disbelief and astonishment as he remarked on Izuku's accomplishment. Izuku gave a small nod, his focus already shifting elsewhere. He felt no need to elaborate. The device was complete, and its function was self-evident. The instructor stepped forward, his tone now more curious, inquiring about the device's purpose. At the sound of that question, Izuku pressed a small button on the device. The pulse generator sprang to life with a low hum, and in the next instant, a powerful shockwave expanded outward, sending everything in its path flying back. The instructor was the first to be thrown across the room, his body colliding with a nearby stack of equipment. Students screamed and scrambled, their feet lifting off the floor as they were blasted backward. Some crashed into walls, while others slid across the floor, struggling to regain their balance. The room erupted into chaos. The force of the shockwave was overwhelming. Izuku stood perfectly still, watching the aftermath with impassive eyes. The pulse generator hummed quietly, its purpose made clear. The instructor, now sprawled on the floor and clearly shaken by the blast, groaned as he tried to sit up. He glanced around at the chaos he had just witnessed, then slowly turned his head to Izuku, still trying to gather himself. He asked what had just happened, his voice shaky. Izuku's response was calm and straightforward, hoping that the demonstration had made the device's purpose clear. The instructor, lying on the floor, paused for a moment, processing the full extent of the situation. After a deep exhale, he requested Izuku's name to give him his grade, allowing him to leave afterward. Izuku stood there for a moment, looking down at the instructor. There was a brief pause before he finally spoke his name quietly. The instructor blinked, still recovering from the shockwave, then nodded slowly, assuring Izuku he would receive his grade and that he could go now. Without another word, Izuku turned and walked toward the door. His footsteps echoed in the hallway, punctuating the silence left behind in the room. As he reached the doorway, he glanced down the corridor just as a few other students began to enter the presentation hall. The faint murmur of their voices reached him, cutting through the stillness. He stepped into the hall, which buzzed with nervous energy. It wasn't a room filled with bombastic fanfare, despite the legends surrounding UA's entrance exam. The walls were adorned with sleek, modern panels flashing subtle animations of the UA logo. The soft whir of the ventilation system mixed with the quiet chatter of students, each murmuring to their friends or fidgeting with their phones as they waited. Izuku sat quietly in his seat, a few rows back from the front. His posture was relaxed, but his gaze swept over the room, noting every subtle shift among the students, the ones who couldn't hide their anxiety, the groups whispering strategies, and the confident ones wearing smirks of excitement. Present Mick's voice suddenly cut through the air, shocking everyone into silence. He welcomed everyone to the UA Heroics entrance exam, his voice booming with unmistakable energy, cracking through the murmur like an electrified pulse. The students jumped, eyes flicking up toward the stage where Present Mike stood, his mic in hand, wearing his signature shades and a wide grin that somehow felt out of place in the tense atmosphere. He continued, assuring them that this was where they would prove their worth. However, he warned them that it would be tough, as they would be tested on their ability to handle real combat scenarios, urging them to be ready for anything. Izuku didn't feel a rush of excitement like some of the other students. He simply watched, listened, and absorbed the words, the cadence of Present Mike's voice, and the small shifts of energy in the room. The briefing went on, explaining the exam's rules, the dangers, and the fake city they would soon be assigned to. The students were shuffled out of the hall and onto buses, all of them restless with anticipation. When the bus finally stopped, they all exited onto the edge of the mock city. Before them stood the massive, towering gates made of gleaming metal, emblazoned with the UA logo. Behind those gates, the exam awaited. As the students stood in a loose group, looking up at the imposing city walls, Izuku stood slightly apart, observing them all. The streets stretched out in front of them, the artificial city eerily still, its towering buildings and streets designed to mimic a real city. The mock villains were waiting, programmed to react to their every move. A tense silence hung in the air as the students stood with their feet firmly planted, eyes scanning the surroundings. None of them moved, unsure of what would happen next. Then, in an instant, the tension was broken. The sudden yell from Present Mike sliced through the silence, electrifying the air. It was a signal that set everything in motion. However, the students, momentarily frozen, did not immediately rush forward. Most looked around, confusion etched on their faces, unsure of where to start or how to proceed. A few nervously glanced at Present Mike, waiting for further instructions, while others looked to their teammates for guidance. Present Mike, elevated on a platform overlooking the area, raised his mic, ready to offer his usual energetic commentary when he noticed the hesitation from the students. He opened his mouth to speak, prepared to guide them through the initial chaos. But before he could say anything, a quiet voice cut through the air. Izuku's calm words hung in the air like a challenge to the bustling energy around him. The students turned, their heads swiveling to look at him, some squinting as if they hadn't heard correctly. Present Mike blinked, caught off guard by the statement. His usual playful grin faltered for just a moment as he scanned the scene. Izuku didn't bother responding verbally. With an almost imperceptible flick of his wrist, the air around them shifted. The world seemed to bend for a brief moment. And then, in an instant, Present Mike was no longer on his perch. He stood beside Izuku. Present Mike started to speak, blinking rapidly as he tried to make sense of the abrupt shift. His usual confidence had evaporated, replaced by confusion. Izuku didn't look at him. His gaze remained fixed ahead, observing the mock city in front of them, its towering buildings and cluttered urban environment still perfectly intact. Slowly, Izuku raised his hand. Present Mike's eyes flickered over to Izuku, still trying to wrap his mind around the shift. The boy's hand was outstretched, fingers poised with deliberate calmness. Izuku turned his head slightly, locking eyes with the instructor for a brief moment, the lack of expression in his gaze unsettling. Izuku's voice was soft but steady as he instructed Present Mike to watch. Before he could respond, Izuku snapped his fingers. In an instant, everything changed. The entire mock city, every building, every street, every obstacle vanished. The world around them seemed to fold in on itself, the illusion collapsing as though it had never existed. The air vibrated with the sudden absence, the silence so deep it felt oppressive. The students, who had been standing with Izuku, were frozen in place. Their eyes widened with shock, some stepping back as if they thought the city would suddenly reappear. They exchanged looks of disbelief, mouths agape, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Some tried to look around, expecting the city to materialize again, but there was only empty space where it had stood. Their legs felt like stone, rooted to the ground as their minds struggled to process the impossible scene unfolding before them. Izuku stood still, his expression unchanged. He didn't look at the students or Present Mike, his focus unwavering on the now blank space. It wasn't a moment of triumph for him, it was simply a shift in the environment, as though he was rearranging the world with a mere gesture. Present Mike, still in shock, stared at the space where the city had been. His mouth opened and closed, but no words came out at first. His mind raced, trying to process the spectacle that had unfolded. He looked from Izuku to the students and back, his usual boisterous energy lost in the wake of the surreal event. After a moment, he managed to stammer, struggling to find his words. Izuku, still unperturbed, turned his head slightly toward Present Mike, his eyes meeting his with a calm, almost indifferent expression. He asked if he was allowed to leave, his tone neutral and devoid of emotion. Present Mike stood there for a long moment, still unable to fully grasp the magnitude of what he had just witnessed. His microphone hung uselessly at his side. After a moment, he blinked and replied that Izuku could go. Izuku nodded once and, without another word, turned on his heel. His footsteps echoed in the quiet arena as he made his way toward the exit, leaving a stunned silence in his wake. The students remained frozen, their gazes fixed on the now empty space, some too stunned to move. The grand test they had been part of was gone, obliterated in the blink of an eye, and none of them knew how to react. Finally, Present Mike broke the silence, his voice low, almost to himself, acknowledging that what had just happened was definitely new. Before anyone could respond, Present Mike's phone rang, cutting through the eerie quiet. He glanced at the caller ID, seeing a number he didn't recognize. He swiped the screen and brought the phone to his ear. His voice was still shaky from the earlier shock as he answered. The voice on the other end was frantic, urgent, and almost frantic enough to make him JRK back in surprise. The caller commanded him to stop that applicant immediately, expressing a distinct urgency that suggested they hadn't anticipated the events that had just unfolded. Present Mike tried to process what was being said, but before he could ask another question, the voice cut him off, the command sharp and desperate. He was told he had to stop that applicant from leaving, emphasizing that he couldn't be allowed to walk away. Present Mike tightened his grip on the phone, the urgency of the words echoing in his mind. His eyes quickly shifted to Izuku, who stood just a few feet away, calm and unaffected. It was as if the message on the phone had triggered something within him, a realization that finally clicked. Before Present Mike could approach, Izuku vanished. He blinked, the phone still pressed to his ear, but there was no sign of Izuku. Panic surged as he searched the area, but the space where Izuku had stood was now empty. What was happening? Present Mike whispered to himself, his heart racing. He pulled the phone away, his hands trembling. The line was dead, and the urgency that had filled the voice on the other end was replaced by silence. Meanwhile, miles away, Izuku stood at the gates of Shiketsu High School. The imposing structure loomed ahead, a symbol of prestige and discipline, renowned for producing some of the strongest heroes. Izuku took a moment to gaze at the gates, his expression unchanged. He spoke softly to himself, contemplating how this school compared to UA. The night enveloped Izuku like a familiar coat. The usual hustle of life felt distant, as if the city was holding its breath. The stillness was comforting, the world seeming to slow down. The buzz of neon lights and the distant hum of engines felt unhurried, demanding no attention. Izuku was never in a rush. The chaotic world he once knew had transformed, and his abilities had evolved. Teleportation, once requiring focus, had become second nature, allowing him to be anywhere in an instant. But tonight was different. He wasn't headed to an important place, nor was he in a hurry. Each step was deliberate, drawing him deeper into a world that had once felt chaotic but now anchored him. As he walked, the sharp clicks of his shoes marked the passage of time. The shadowed buildings stood as silent witnesses, and the empty intersections and closed shops were reminders of a world that existed long before him and would continue long after. This predictability was strangely soothing for someone whose existence felt untethered. He reached the familiar curve of his street, his eyes tracking the flickering lights of his home in the distance. The sight was grounding, a simple reminder of stability. As he stepped onto the porch, the door swung open before he could reach the handle, and the warmth of the house enveloped him, a stark contrast to the cool night air. The dimmed lights created a sense of calm, and the muted colors of the television flickered in the corner. Just then, he was swept into a tight embrace. His mother knelt before him, pulling him close with a force that stole his breath not from pain, but from the flood of emotion behind it. Her arms wrapped around him completely, as if she never wanted to let go. She was warm and trembling, her body shaking with a quiet intensity that made him freeze. The world narrowed to the sound of her breath and the beat of her heart against his cheek. For a moment, neither moved. She pulled away, her hands gripping his arms as if afraid he might slip away again. Her eyes were wide, filled with a mix of worry and relief that he struggled to understand. Her expression held something deeper, but he couldn't quite register it. He simply watched, waiting for her to speak. Where had he been? They had been worried sick. Her voice broke on the last word, almost pleading, carrying a depth of care he found hard to connect with. He replied, his voice flat, that he had just been roaming. His gaze flicked toward the hallway, his mind already moving past the moment. The room, his mother's concern, the familiar weight of her hands felt distant. As he stepped gently past her toward the hallway, he heard a soft, measured voice from behind him. Son. The word hung in the air, spoken with an almost formal weight. It wasn't warm or reprimanding. It was just there, a label used countless times before, but tonight it felt like a subtle challenge. Izuku paused for a moment, turning his head slightly toward the source of the voice. Toshinori stood framed by the dim glow of the television, his figure both solid and shadowed. A tension filled the room, familiar yet unspoken, like a storm waiting to break. Toshinori didn't move immediately. His gaze fixed on Izuku, posture open but steady, as if bracing himself for something. He crossed the small distance between them with deliberate steps, resting his large hand on Izuku's shoulder, the touch firm but not intrusive. They needed to talk. Izuku's gaze flicked down to the hand resting on his shoulder, sensing a faint undercurrent in Toshinori's eyes, something familiar yet foreign. It was the kind of look people gave when they were about to address something left unspoken. Izuku waited for Toshinori to speak, his own thoughts drifting away, detached from the unfolding situation. He could sense the tension, but he felt no urgency to resolve it. Izuku maintained a neutral expression as he gestured for Toshinori to lead the way. The living room felt suspended in time. The faint glow of the lamp in the corner struggled to keep the darkness at bay, barely illuminating the edges of the room. Shadows stretched lazily against the walls, as if too tired to move. The air was thick with unspoken words, clinging to the space, unsettling in its stillness. Izuku sat on the far side of the low table, his posture relaxed, arms hanging loosely, as if his body understood nothing of the weight the conversation carried. Toshinori sat opposite him, shoulders rigid, the sharp angles of his face taut with restraint. His jaw was clenched, a barely noticeable tick fluttering beneath the surface of his skin. He was holding something back, something that threatened to break through. But here, in this room, the words wouldn't come easily. The silence between them was loaded, aching, waiting. Behind Toshinori, Inko lingered near the wall, her hands folded tightly in front of her. Her expression was soft yet tight with worry, the lines of her face softening into something that spoke of endless concern, but there was no escaping the uncertainty in her eyes. She looked between the two of them, Izuku, who was an enigma, and Toshinori, who was becoming something far more dangerous. The tension was palpable, as if the room itself was holding its breath. A faint creak of wood split the quiet. From behind the slightly ajar door, Himari's small form peeked into the room. Her hand gripped the door frame, the other half of her face just visible. Her wide eyes reflected something too innocent for the weight of the conversation at hand. It was as though she, too, could feel the strain in the air, though she didn't understand it fully. Toshinori broke the silence first. His voice was low but steady, intentional as he asked about Izuku's quirk and when he had acquired it. Izuku replied without hesitation, his tone flat, stating that it was not a quirk. A heavy pause followed, as if the words themselves demanded a response. There was an expectancy in the air, an undeniable weight that neither side of the table seemed ready to bear. Toshinori's voice cut through the silence, sharper this time, disbelief laced with frustration. He questioned Izuku's intelligence, implying that he was not being truthful. Inko stepped forward, her soft slippers making a quiet sound on the floor, a gentle counterpoint to the growing tension. She hesitated for just a moment before her calm yet firm voice found its way into the space between them, suggesting that perhaps Izuku was telling the truth and that it might not be a quirk after all. Tashinori's gaze shifted to her briefly, frustration flickering across his features. He turned back to Izuku, the lines of his face tightening as if he were holding something just out of reach, something he feared. He pressed for clarification on what it could be. Izuku interjected suddenly, stating that it was a gadget, the words slipping from his lips with a strange finality, as if it explained everything. The room seemed to hold its breath. Tashinori's voice was tinged with disbelief as he leaned forward slightly, narrowing his eyes as he processed the implications of Izuku's words. He asked if it was a machine, and the tension that had coiled around the room seemed to loosen for a brief moment. However, Tashinori's reaction was far from relief. He let out a dry, humorless laugh, a sound that didn't reach his eyes, and questioned who had built it. Izuku responded simply, as if the answer were the most natural thing in the world. For a moment, Tashinori stared, searching Izuku for any hint of a lie, but there was nothing, no twitch, no hesitation, no sign that the boy was anything but resolute. That, more than anything, unsettled him. Tashinori leaned back, arms folding tightly across his chest, a shield against the rawness of the truth unraveling before him. He questioned whether Izuku expected him to believe that he had built something powerful enough to erase an entire city, technology even top scientists hadn't touched. His laugh was bitter, mocking the very idea. Izuku's expression remained unchanged. He blinked slowly and then straightened slightly, his words calm and direct as he posed a question about the implications of it being a quirk. Tashinori didn't answer right away, his gaze lingering on Izuku as the silence stretched, fraying at the edges with unspoken tension. Then, almost imperceptibly, he leaned forward, hands clasped loosely between his knees. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, heavier, as if he didn't want the words to echo too loudly in the room. He expressed his belief that the quirk wasn't Izuku's, citing medical reports that confirmed he had been quirkless. He paused, brows knitting tighter, eyes narrowing slightly as he tried to thread his way through a truth he didn't want to find. He expressed that the ability Izuku had didn't feel like it belonged to him, that it was too sudden and too clean, and questioned how he could control it so well. Izuku cut in, his voice flat and unbothered, asking where Tashinori thought he had gotten it from and who had given him the quirk. The question hung in the air with a quiet finality, daring an answer. There was a long pause, even the hum of the lamp seemed to fade, as though the room itself was waiting. Tashinori's eyes remained fixed on Izuku's face. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, stripped of warmth, and cold enough to chill the space between them. There was a beat of silence, heavy, lingering, almost suffocating in its weight. Izuku's face remained composed, unreadable, but there was a subtle shift in the way he held himself, almost imperceptible. He parted his lips, drawing in a breath as if to speak. But before a single syllable could pass, Tashinori interrupted abruptly, waving one hand with a casual flick, clearly trying to dispel the tension like smoke. He attempted to lighten the mood, claiming he wasn't that clueless. Inko exhaled sharply, the breath rushing out of her as though she had been holding it in too long. Her hand instinctively rose to her chest, fingers curling against the fabric of her shirt in silent relief. Tashinori turned to her with a crooked grin, clearly pleased with himself, claiming he had caught her off guard. Inko's expression turned cold in an instant. Her eyes narrowed with the kind of sharpness that only a mother could wield. She firmly stated that it was not something to joke about. Tashinori faltered, his grin slipping into an awkward half-smile as he rubbed the back of his neck, visibly sheepish. He acknowledged that it might not have been his best idea and turned his attention back to Izuku, whose expression remained unchanged. Silence returned, heavy and uncomfortable. Tashinori continued hesitantly, expressing that he thought the joke would land better. Judging by Izuku's face, it seemed he had missed the mark. He also wanted to apologize for what he had said earlier. A small, nervous laugh escaped him, but the sound fell flat in the quiet room. He stared at Izuku, searching for even the smallest reaction, a twitch of the mouth, a blink, anything. But there was nothing. Clearing his throat, Toshinori spoke again, trying to be direct. He expressed that he was not angry at Izuku for hiding his quirk from them. He believed Izuku's claim that it was not a quirk. The issue was not with Izuku himself but with the fact that he had chosen not to tell them. He understood why, acknowledging that they had not exactly created an environment conducive to sharing. Izuku interrupted, rising slowly to his feet. His voice was quiet, but there was something unnerving in the way he spoke, measured, controlled, cold. He stated that if Toshinori was working toward an apology, it was unnecessary. He was not holding a grudge. He hadn't back then, and he wasn't now. He stepped away from the table with calm, deliberate steps, as if he had already emotionally left the room. Inko opened her mouth, clearly about to say something maternal, but Izuku was faster. He added that he would appreciate it if they didn't invite him to their family gatherings. He had better things to do with his time than sit through something that had no relevance to him. After saying that, Izuku left the room without waiting for a response. A few days passed since Izuku and his family had sat across from each other. The weight of unspoken truths finally laid bare in the quiet hum of their modest home. Since that evening, filled more with silences than shouting, nothing had returned to normal. Perhaps there had never truly been a normal, to begin with. Instead, something fragile emerged, like the breath before an apology, effort. Toshinori and Inko took Izuku's words to heart. They did not argue or try to explain themselves with forced smiles. Instead, they apologized sincerely, haltingly, like people afraid they no longer had the right to speak freely. Inko cried silently, tears slipping down her cheeks even as she kept her voice level. Toshinori's hands trembled slightly in his lap, clenched together in the space between regret and restraint. Izuku did not meet their apology with anger. He met it with something colder, harder to forgive, acceptance. He had stated that he was not holding a grudge, and somehow, that cut deeper than if he had screamed. It was true, and that made it worse. Now, they tried not in showy bursts of affection, but in small, almost invisible ways. Quiet offerings emerged. Toshinori lingered in shared rooms just a bit longer than before, pretending to read the news on his phone while sneaking glances at his son over the screen. Inko would wordlessly place a second teacup on the table, never directly offering it, but letting it sit there, warm and waiting. They spoke with a kind of softness, not walking on eggshells, but like people hoping that their care could reach him through the static. Izuku did not meet them halfway. He was not cold, exactly. He was simply efficient. Polite even. When addressed, he answered. When offered something, he accepted or declined without hesitation. No bitterness. No warmth. No unnecessary words. His voice never rose or fell for pleasantries. His eyes did not linger on theirs. He made no room for idle moments or connection. Conversations did not stretch or wander. When they lingered too long, he would simply rise, offer a quiet excuse, and retreat back to his room or the solitude of his work. They never pushed. He never gave. But they did not stop trying, not out of obligation or guilt. Something quieter drove them something older. They were family, and that word, whatever it meant now, had to be worth something. Even if it meant waiting in silence, hoping for a glance, a flicker, a stray word that might hint at rebuilding. Izuku did not understand it. Why they kept trying. Why they put so much energy into something intangible and inefficient. To him, family was structure and arrangement of people under one roof, sharing routines and space, the same last name printed on paperwork. Nothing more. Emotional effort felt like a miscalculation. At best, it was inefficient. At worst, it was noise, clutter around the things that mattered. He did not resent them. He did not wish they tried more or less. They let him work. They did not interrupt him. They respected his space, his time, his silence. And that was all he needed. Now, Izuku could be seen sitting cross-legged in the center of his dimly lit room, the quiet hum of technology pulsing like a second heartbeat. The air shimmered with ethereal light, holographic projections suspended in silence. Streams of data flowed like luminous waterfalls. Galaxies rotated in slow, hypnotic spirals, folding in on themselves before unfolding again, as if the universe were breathing. Multiversal zones flickered in and out of focus, their outlines unstable and ghost-like. His expression remained unreadable. His green eyes moved with unwavering focus, scanning through clusters of information, decoding patterns, searching for meaning. He had been at this for hours, maybe longer. Time had melted into the rhythm of quiet observation. The flow of data shifted. A spike flashed across the feed, sharp and fleeting, cutting through the steady hum like a jolt of electricity. It disappeared as quickly as it had come, but Izuku had already locked onto it. He leaned closer, narrowing his eyes as he traced the trail it left behind. That pulse wasn't random. Something had caused it, something fast, precise, and unfamiliar. He pulled the coordinates into focus, isolating the origin point. A lone vessel appeared on the display, compact and unfamiliar in design. It wasn't from this quadrant. It moved with remarkable speed, slicing through space as if it had a destination and very little time to get there. With a smooth flick of his hand, the holograms dissolved into nothing. The room dimmed, shadows reclaiming the space around him. He stood up, silent and focused, the faint glow of his watch reflecting in his eyes. Just as he reached for the teleport function, a knock sounded at the door. His mother's voice came through, slightly muffled but unmistakably close, announcing that his results for the hero exams were here. His eyes remained locked on the memory of the vessel now imprinted in his thoughts. It was still out there, moving through the stars with no effort to hide. Whatever it was, it wanted to be seen. Another knock came, louder and more insistent, followed by a warning that she was coming in. The door handle turned, but by the time it opened, the room was empty. Izuku appeared with seamless precision, crouched low atop the curved hull of a small spacecraft drifting through the stars. The ship was compact, closer in size to a personal shuttle than a starcruiser, its body smooth and functional. It could perhaps carry 4 or 5 people if arranged tightly. Its design was practical, with minimal ornamentation, clearly modified for speed. He moved quickly, flattening himself against the cold surface. Within seconds, he had vanished from detection. Not through camouflage, but through control. Izuku hid everything: his energy signature, his gravitational presence, even the subatomic traces that might give him away. To the ship's sensors and the pilot within, he was nothing. He was absence. The stars glided by slowly around them, brilliant and indifferent. But Izuku paid them no mind. His eyes were fixed ahead, watching and waiting. The hum of the vessel's engine vibrated beneath him in a steady rhythm. Though it was not the most advanced technology he had seen, it had been modified, tuned for better move, likely reworked by someone with access to multiversal designs. It was crude in some places, clever in others. Functional, yet clearly pushed to its edge. That told him something. They were not running. That mattered. Izuku could tell almost immediately. The pilot was not panicking, not trying to shake a pursuer. The ship moved in a direct line, consistent and deliberate. Its course was unwavering. Yet beneath that steadiness, there was a kind of urgency. He felt it in the way the ship surged forward, pushing its engines just a little harder than was ideal. It was not fear, but focus. It reminded Izuku of the way someone might move when they were late for something important, walking fast but not sprinting, checking the time every minute, trying not to waste another second. This ship was not escaping. It was trying to arrive. And that intrigued him. So he waited. Time passed in a strange rhythm. There was no day or night out here, only the slow turning of stars and the whispering dark between them. Izuku remained motionless, the universe flowing past him in silence. Then something changed. A shimmer appeared in the distance, faint at first. Just a ripple in the black, like heat rising from invisible ground. The fabric of space began to bend inward, a subtle distortion. Not natural. Izuku lifted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. The ripple deepened, folding into itself with delicate precision. Then, like an eye opening in the dark, a portal appeared. It did not tear open violently like most dimensional rifts. It unfolded gracefully, with control. Its edges were rimmed with a soft, steady glow that pulsed with stabilized energy. This was not an accident. It was a design. A gateway built with purpose. The ship beneath him adjusted course with only the slightest shift, heading directly into the opening. It did not slow down. It did not hesitate. It went in. And so did Izuku. Crossing the threshold felt like slipping into still water. The world went momentarily colorless, soundless. For a brief second, he felt nothing, no motion, no temperature, no weight. Then light returned, and with it, the universe. But it was no longer the one he had left behind. What stretched before him now was unlike anything he had ever seen. Suspended in the void was a structure so vast, so impossibly large, it caused something deep in him to stop. A spacecraft. No more than that. A monolith. The giant. The ship before him stretched farther than his eyes could track. Galaxies floated nearby like fireflies next to a bonfire. It was easily the size of 2 or 3 full galaxies, maybe more. It defied scale and defied sense. Its silhouette alone seemed to curve around the distant light, swallowing starlight into its shadow. Izuku slowly rose from his crouched position, standing tall on the small ship's hull. His breath caught, not from exertion, but from the sheer magnitude of what stood before him. The vessel shimmered like a god asleep in the void. Towers rose along its surface like mountain ranges built from alloy and glass. Endless stretches of cityscape blinked with lights, dense as neural pathways. Ships entered and exited like sparks drifting away from a fire. Docking arms stretched out in arcs longer than planetary rings. Between them, glowing corridors connected what could only be massive living sectors. And within it all, there was life. Izuku could feel them. Beings. Not just millions. Not billions. Trillions. And perhaps more than even that. Species from across the multiverse. Civilizations that had vanished. Races he had once tracked and studied were now gathered here, alive. The dead were not dead. The lost were not lost. They were here. He could see it clearly now. Fleets flew in patterns long thought extinct. Languages transmitted in frequencies that had been labeled ancient. Life clustered in sections, each adapted for different atmospheres, gravity levels, or energy types. None of it was chaotic. It was organized. Harmonized. So this was where they had gone. All the worlds that had blinked out without explanation. All the cultures that had vanished from history, leaving no ruins or signals behind, created gaps in the timeline. The sudden silences in space left Izuku in deep contemplation, his heartbeat steady while his mind raced with questions. This was the answer he sought, but it only led to more inquiries. Why were they here? Izuku landed softly on the ancient floor of the colossal ship, his boots making no sound against the metallic surface that thrummed beneath him. The structure was a behemoth, dwarfing any construct humanity had ever imagined. Its interior pulsed with an eerie vitality, as if the ship itself were alive. Veins of luminescent circuitry wove through the walls, casting shifting patterns of azure and violet across the cavernous chamber. Arched supports, etched with glyphs that flickered like dying stars, stretched into the darkness above. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and something older, a fusion of machine and relic. This was no mere vessel. It was a living archive, a monument to eons uncounted, its every surface worn smooth by time yet humming with purpose. The faint vibrations under Izuku's feet pulsed in rhythm, as if the ship's heart beat somewhere deep within its core. His augmented lenses scanned the environment, overlaying data in precise, glowing lines across his vision. Atmospheric composition, energy signatures, structural integrity. All functional. All active. The chamber was far from empty. Countless entities moved through the vast corridors branching off like arteries from the central hub. Some glided on currents of energy, their forms shimmering with bioluminescent hues. Others strode with mechanical precision, their limbs encased in sleek exosuits that whirred softly. A few were carried in hovering capsules, their faces obscured by frosted glass. Izuku's extensive database struggled to identify them all. Civilizations hidden for millennia, their existence reduced to myth, were here, moving with purpose. But for what? He didn't have long to ponder. A voice sliced through the stale air, sharp and guttural, demanding attention. Izuku turned towards the sound, his lenses locking onto the source. A small figure approached, barely reaching his chest. Its skin was rough, cracked like weathered stone, stretched tight over a compact, muscular frame. The alien's uniform, gray and yellow with crimson gloves, clung to its body, shimmering faintly as if woven with microscopic circuits. Its deep-set eyes glinted like polished obsidian, carrying a mix of mild amusement and sharp disdain. The being moved with a swagger that belied its size, exuding a volatile energy that rippled the air around it. The alien barked again, its voice rising in pitch. Izuku remained motionless, his face a blank mask. His lenses had already decoded the language, lines of translated syntax scrolling silently in his peripheral vision. He chose not to respond, prioritizing observation over engagement. Then came the shift. A crackle of energy erupted around the alien, arcs of violet plasma snapping like whips along its arms. Its body surged upward, muscles bulging as it expanded to nearly twice Izuku's height. The uniform stretched but held, its fibers glinting with adaptive technology. The alien's smirk twisted into a sneer, its voice dropping to a low, guttural growl as the translation kicked in fully, questioning Izuku's awareness of his surroundings. Izuku's sensors registered the energy spike, cataloging the alien's transformation as a biological augmentation, likely fueled by a neural trigger. Threat level. He calculated 3 possible responses: neutralize, evade, or de-escalate, but held his position. Action was unnecessary until intent was confirmed. Another voice, smooth and cold as polished steel, interrupted the tension. A second alien approached, identical in species but distinct in demeanor. Its posture was rigid, arms crossed tightly across its chest. The same gray and yellow uniform hugged its frame, but its gloves were a deep indigo, and its eyes carried a glacial calm. The air around this one seemed to still, as if the ship itself acknowledged its presence. The first alien froze mid-rant, the arcs of energy fizzling out as it rapidly shrank back to its original size. Its sneer vanished, replaced by a nervous twitch. Apologizing to the newcomer, it admitted to forgetting something critical. The second alien's eyes narrowed, a subtle shift that carried the weight of authority. The unspoken threat hung in the air, sharp and heavy. The first alien swallowed hard, visibly paling, before turning back to Izuku with a less venomous sneer, promising they would meet again. It then stalked off, its footsteps echoing faintly as it vanished into the shadowed depths of a corridor. The glowing veins in the walls pulsed faster, as if mocking its retreat. Izuku remained still, tracking the first alien's departure while processing the encounter with relentless precision. The alien's transformation, the commander's authority, the mention of an assembly, every detail was a fragment of a larger pattern. This ship was no mere outpost. It was a stronghold, a nexus point, a convergence. After a while, Izuku finally emerged from the corridor. His footsteps landed softly against the cold metal floor, the subtle echoes reverberating beneath the vast, vaulted canopy of the hangar. Around him, starships of every conceivable design surrounded the space, some long and razor-sharp, their hulls gleaming under the dim lights. Others shaped organically, their surfaces pulsing with an eerie internal glow. One vessel hovered silently just above the floor, shaped like a curled leaf of black glass that reflected the ambient light in strange patterns. Many of the ships bore the scars of past conflicts. Heat scarring mottled their exteriors, plates were missing in places, and bundles of exposed cabling dangled like synthetic vines. The air itself vibrated faintly, a mixture of system hums and magnetic resonance creating a subtle, omnipresent drone. Above him, translucent holograms rotated slowly, casting flickering glyphs and abstract symbols across the space like fragments of digital code caught in a silent draft. He crossed the threshold of the bay and stepped into the city proper. The urban landscape stretched upward and outward, towers soaring into the sky, seemingly floating on invisible supports. Some structures glowed softly along their edges, emitting a steady, pulsating light that gave the city an ethereal, otherworldly feel. Others fractured the light into complex, shifting patterns of color, refracting and scattering rays as if the buildings themselves were prisms in constant motion. Suspended walkways extended in every direction, delicate bridges connecting distant spires, narrow transparent tubes threading through the air, and thin beams that appeared to defy gravity with no visible means of support. Vehicles glided smoothly along invisible rails, their movements silent and seamless. Drones hovered in fixed positions, scanning, transmitting data, or simply observing the bustling city below. The density of the crowd steadily increased. Around him, beings of all kinds moved in fluid motion. Some were tall and insectal, their segmented limbs clicking softly as they walked. Others were gelatinous and amorphous, flowing and shifting their shapes as they traversed surfaces. Many wore protective gear or elaborate uniforms, while others were draped in layered robes and fabrics that shimmered subtly in the ambient light. A group passed on his left, their bodies composed of magnetic segments, sliding and shifting with a strange, tile-like movement. Above him, another figure glided effortlessly, their lower half dissolving into vapor that trailed behind them, carrying a faint chemical scent reminiscent of copper and citrus. Despite their diverse appearances, they all communicated in the same language. The phonetic patterns matched those used by Mr. Picky, structured and smooth, clearly optimized for universal comprehension through embedded translation overlays. Its consistent use across species indicated a systemic integration or perhaps a long-term effort at standardization. He paid close attention to its cadence and rhythm, filing the details away for later analysis. He moved with the flow of the crowd, adjusting his speed and trajectory as necessary. The walkways expanded and contracted, becoming wider in some places and narrowing sharply in others. Signals blinked along the edges of intersections, guiding the movement of both pedestrians and vehicles. He soon spotted what appeared to be a transport nexus, a tall vertical column embedded with segmented pods rising and falling silently on an invisible track. It was likely a primary route to reach the higher clearance zones he needed to access. He began angling toward it, anticipation sharpening his focus. Suddenly, a voice cut sharply through the ambient noise, expressing frustration at the crowd's behavior. A tall alien figure stood in the center of a widening circle of cleared space, their deep blue skin and regal ridged extensions giving them an intimidating silhouette. Their tight-fitting uniform, patterned in bold black, white, and red, bore insignia that hinted at military rank. Muscle tension was visible in their arms, and their sharp, angled facial features were set in a scowl, jaw locked in apparent frustration. The nearby crowd instinctively adjusted their paths, keeping a cautious distance. A second voice responded, calm and unhurried, challenging the first figure's anger. This response came from a smaller individual draped in layered cloth that shimmered with shifting bands of light. Their movements were fluid and graceful, almost serpentine. Striking amber eyes glowed faintly beneath a row of reddish tendrils that drifted gently from their scalp like soft flames. A gem embedded in the center of their forehead pulsed faintly with an inner light. Izuku immediately cross-referenced this individual. The distinctive morphology matched perfectly against his archived reference data. The biogem signature, cranial structure, and limb proportions all confirmed an authentic member of the Panin people. The same Panin civilization from which he had received his custodian of knowledge. According to all known records, the Panin civilization had been wiped out in a devastating internal conflict that escalated into a full-scale war against multiple civilizations, believed to have driven the Panin to extinction. Yet here was this individual, alive and unmistakably Panin, standing before him. If the Panin civilization was extinct, then who exactly was this person? Izuku made a mental note to investigate further, but for now, he reminded himself that his mission lay elsewhere. There was no time to be distracted. Whatever secrets this encounter might hold would have to wait. Izuku moved deeper into the vessel's core, his footsteps inaudible against the alloy floor. Around him, the corridors teemed with alien life, each species moving with its own rhythm, clicking, gliding, slithering, or stepping in rigid formations. The ship pulsed with mechanical breath, its soft, synchronized hum embedded in every wall and floor panel. Lights overhead shifted in careful gradients, too sterile to be comforting, too precise to be random. He blended into the stream of traffic effortlessly, his posture relaxed and pace unremarkable. Every detail around him was processed: gait patterns, vocal tones, spatial layouts, blind corners, security intervals. Each element was filed away, each unknown measured for potential value. There was no sense of urgency, but no wasted movement either. As he moved deeper, the design of the ship became more apparent. This place wasn't built for chaos or comfort, it was a machine made to function. Cleanly and perfectly. It obeyed its own rules, and he had already begun to understand them. After several lifts and a sequence of narrowing corridors, he arrived at what instinct marked as the ship's center, not because of increased security or obvious markers of importance, but because of the deliberate absence of both. No guard stood watch. No turrets tracked his movement. There was no signage, no alarms, nothing to suggest danger. The chamber beyond was wide, circular, and strangely quiet. Its walls rose into a dome washed in soft cyan light, the floor smooth and unmarked. The silence wasn't oppressive, it was calculated. At its center sat a single desk, sleek, minimal, almost ceremonial in its design. No clutter, no wires, just a floating interface suspended above it in slow rotation. A workstation meant not for utility, but symbolism. It didn't need to look important, it was important. Seated behind the desk was a humanoid. Her skin was pale, interrupted only by the faint glow of geometric patterns that traced along her neck and arms like embedded circuitry. Cyan blue hair framed her face with an engineered elegance, each strand lying perfectly still, untouched by the faint hum of circulating air. Her fingers moved across the interface, steady and unbroken, as if responding to data that flowed faster than any spoken language. She didn't acknowledge him. Either she hadn't noticed, or she had and chose not to respond. The second option seemed more likely. Izuku studied her silently. She didn't wear armor, didn't carry weapons, and didn't show fear. But her presence, the room itself, and the complete lack of visible defense all pointed to someone who didn't need any. This wasn't a command post, it was the control node. He considered the possibilities. Approaching might yield answers if she chose to speak. But initiating contact would risk exposing intent. Intent led to questions, and questions drew attention. That attention could compromise everything. Without breaking stride, he turned and slipped back into the stream of foot traffic. The density of the crowd made tracking easy. He let instinct guide him, scanning for a target, someone isolated, unprotected, irrelevant. It didn't take long. Just ahead, moving along the edge of the corridor near a docking conduit, a lone figure shuffled forward. Small and cloaked, their movement lacked coordination, posture defensive, head kept low. Translucent skin flickered with natural bioluminescence beneath ragged fabric. Their eyes scanned nervously, not with trained awareness, but with prey-like skittishness. No uniform, no insignia, and no one nearby. He adjusted course. With a few quick steps, he closed the distance, positioning himself behind them with practiced precision. One hand reached out, fluid and fast, wrapping around the figure's thin arm just above the elbow. The moment the connection was made, the world distorted. Light bent inward. The corridor twisted into itself, vanishing into a ripple of spatial collapse and silence. They teleported. As Izuku and the alien materialized onto the outer docking platform, the familiar hum of ship engines resonated through the vast chamber, a steady, almost hypnotic vibration that filled the air. Sparks of static energy flickered intermittently around them, like tiny bursts of restless light weaving through the shadows. The platform stretched out in every direction, an endless expanse of cold metal and sharp angles. Docked vessels loomed like sleeping giants, massive, inert, each one bearing the distinct marks of civilizations from distant stars. He had expected silence. A void. But the platform was far from empty. Not far from where they stood, a harsh scene was unfolding, immediate and raw. The Panin being Izuku had observed earlier was sprawled on the floor, battered and bruised. His body was dragged roughly by the alien he had confronted earlier. The attacker's expression was smug and calm, deliberate, soaked in a quiet arrogance that made the violence feel like sport rather than cruelty. The Panin's limbs scraped against the hard metal floor, leaving thin streaks behind, like a trail of fading pain. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly as they locked onto the scene. There was no sound from him, no flicker of reaction on his face, only a subtle shift, as if the air itself had changed tempo, like a slow, inevitable clock winding forward. Without a word, he turned toward the alien he had brought with him, whose posture still betrayed confusion, frozen between fear and disbelief. He reached out, placing 2 fingers lightly on their forehead. A gentle pulse of energy passed from his touch. The alien's eyes glazed over, pupils dilating briefly before settling into a blank stare, unseeing and unmoved. Their features slackened, lips parted slightly, and they blinked uncertainty, no longer registering the world around them. Izuku released them, and the figure began to drift away, aimless and unmoored. His gaze returned to the violence. "This works as well," he noted, his voice flat and controlled, as if stating a simple fact. The larger alien yanked the Panin up by the arm and flung them aside. Their body hit the ground with a dull thud, limbs splayed awkwardly, breath ragged and uneven. The Multiverse Federation. The aggressor sneered, pacing slowly, his footsteps deliberate and heavy. "It's not how it used to be. Accepting incompetent fools like this." The Panin struggled to push themselves up again, trembling. "Wait." A sharp punch cut through the air, silencing the plea. The Panin's head snapped back violently, collapsing into a heap once more. Blood leaked from the corner of their mouth. "This one is..." The words were cut short. The alien suddenly noticed a new presence, someone who didn't belong, someone calm amid the chaos. Izuku stepped forward. His movements were slow and deliberate, each footfall a soft echo on the cold metal. He didn't glance at the aggressor. His attention remained fixed on the figure lying on the floor. He knelt beside the Panin, lowering himself carefully to match their eye level. His face betrayed nothing, no urgency or tenderness. His hand rested lightly on their chest. "I have a lot of questions I want to ask you," he said quietly, the words almost too soft to hear, yet deliberate. Golden light spread from his palm, slow and steady, like dawn creeping across a dark horizon. It radiated warmth, bathing the wounds in soft illumination. Skin closed over torn flesh, and bones shifted and aligned with quiet precision. Breathing deepened and steadied as pain ebbed away, replaced by a stunned silence. The Panin looked up, disbelief clear in wide eyes, lips parting but no words came. Behind them, the aggressor snarled, his body tensing for an attack. A fist drew back, and the Panin's voice cracked with urgency, warning of the impending danger. Yet it was too late. But the punch never connected. Mid-strike, the alien's upper body vanished without a flash or noise, only a burst of violet mist lingering like smoke, accompanied by the faint scent of burnt air. The sudden absence was more deafening than any sound, and blood fell like rain. Silence returned, thick and heavy. The Panin blinked, mouth hanging open in stunned confusion. Izuku's voice broke the quiet, calm and deliberate, with the space between words stretching. He looked down at the Panin, steady and unyielding, while the chamber held its breath. "Let's talk. First, tell me what's going on here. Why is every alien species gathered in this place?" Izuku asked quietly, a tension in his voice that he couldn't quite identify. The Panin stirred at the question, discomfort flickering across their features. They shifted, slowly sitting up, each movement revealing the pain still radiating through their body, pain that Izuku had deliberately left untouched. He observed as they winced, their breathing shallow, skin pale beneath the strange markings that shimmered faintly with residual energy. Their eyes met his, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. There was something in the Panin's gaze more than just exhaustion or confusion. It was a flicker of familiarity, as if they recognized him or what he might become. They blinked slowly, their voice a strained whisper. "Don't know." Izuku's brows furrowed, his expression sharpening. He straightened slightly, arms crossed, his stance guarded yet steady. If I did, I wouldn't be asking. A silence stretched between them, dense and heavy. The Panin's lips parted, then closed again, hesitation evident in their posture. Finally, they spoke, the word carried on a breath like dust from a forgotten ruin. It's the tournament. Izuku tilted his head, the word not landing as it should have. Tournament. The Panin nodded slowly, their gaze drifting away, as if saying the name aloud reawakened something within them, some memory too vast or too dangerous to confront directly. A multiversal combat event, they explained. It's held once every 200 years. Always at a convergence point like this, where the boundaries between dimensions thin, where travel is easier, and where the impact echoes farthest. Civilizations from across known existence gather here. From galaxies that burn with starlight to planes untouched by time, they all send their best. Izuku's stance shifted, curiosity piqued. He asked, and they compete. For what? For the prize, the Panin replied simply, as if the term needed no further explanation. But when Izuku remained silent, only watching them with sharpened focus, they continued. The prize isn't one thing. It's everything. Knowledge beyond comprehension. Technologies lost before memory began. Power drawn from the hidden architecture of reality itself. Whoever wins is granted access to it all. Their voice gained a hollow intensity, as if they were not just speaking words but recalling truths carved into the bones of the universe. The victor doesn't just rise. They ascend. They become something more. A civilization liberated from the forces that destroy the rest of us. No more decay. No more decline into ruin. They become eternal. Unassailable. Untouchable. Izuku remained silent at first, contemplating the implications. Behind his eyes, thoughts spun and locked into place like the turning of great, invisible gears. He understood now why the gathering outside defied logic. Why species that had no business sharing a sky were here, under one sun. He glanced toward the skyline beyond the chamber walls. Spires rose like blades, impossibly tall and alien in architecture, humming with energy from worlds far removed from his own. The streets had been crowded when he arrived, noisy and overwhelming, but now, in his mind's eye, the image sharpened. This wasn't a festival. It wasn't even diplomacy. It was preparation. He turned back to the Panin. And all of them? Out there? They're not all here to compete, the Panin said, their voice quieter now, touched with nuance rather than grim certainty. Not everyone is a warrior or strategist. Some are here to support their champions, engineers, tacticians, healers. People whose roles are vital even if they never step into an arena. Others came to observe scholars, elders, curious minds. Entire delegations made up of diplomats and cultural stewards. Even civilians. It's more than just a tournament, the Panin continued. It's an event that defines entire epochs. Some civilizations bring their whole histories with them. Their last hopes. Their children. Their future. They flex their fingers, the pain ebbing now, movement returning. That's why so many civilizations come each time it takes place. Because the prize is worth more than peace. It's worth more than pride. Every civilization here believes it can win or that it can't afford not to try. Some come hoping for salvation. Others, conquest. But all of them want the same thing, to reach the top. To become something greater than what this universe allows. Izuku stood still for a long moment, letting the implications settle. This wasn't a simple matter of strength or survival. It was something far more complex, a ritual of power written across countless realities, a war disguised as tradition. The stakes weren't just high, they were absolute. But something felt wrong, something that didn't make sense. "Why are you doing this?" he finally asked, his words escaping in a low, deliberate murmur. His voice held no accusation, only quiet disbelief, the kind that grows in the shadow of something much larger than expected. Why rely on something like a tournament? Why not pursue knowledge the right way? Through study, through growth, through effort. For a few seconds, the Panin said nothing. They didn't frown or scoff or rise to defend the logic of their system. Instead, they looked at him with a kind of stillness that came not from calm, but from resignation. The weight behind their silence was too old to be personal. When they finally spoke, their voice was almost gentle. "To save ourselves," they said, "because effort isn't enough." They turned their heads slightly, listening to the faint murmur of activity beyond the docking bay, ships rising and landing in the distance, metal echoing under hurried boots, languages folding over one another like layered static. The noise of a place filled with beings who were pretending they weren't already preparing for war. "You think civilizations rise just because they work hard?" they continued, their voice soft but steady. "Because they're brilliant? Okay. Or determined?" Their gaze returned to Izuku, eyes heavy not with pain but with the memory of loss that had long since stopped bleeding. "They don't. Progress doesn't happen in a vacuum. The moment a society starts making real strides when it begins pushing against the ceiling of what it's allowed to be, others take notice. Not always enemies. Not always overt. But they're watching." Izuku's posture remained still, but his eyes had changed focus now, sharpened. It was as if something in what he was hearing was beginning to fit into a pattern he didn't want to recognize. The Panin's voice grew colder, not from malice but from experience. "And the ones above you? The ones who already live in the light you're reaching for?" They leaned forward, tone flat. "They make sure you don't keep climbing." The silence between them grew taut. Izuku didn't speak. He didn't have to. "Our people believed in slow ascent," the Panin said. "In building something real. They believed they could ascend to the higher tiers through integrity. They studied, innovated, and forged alliances. As they began to glimpse the edge of what those above possessed, they paused, their jaw tightening. A tremor accompanied their next breath, barely perceptible. They were labeled a potential threat, though not openly or all at once. It began with sabotage accidents that were anything but accidental. Data vanished, partners turned cold, and then came the attacks, quiet, precise, and untraceable. They didn't fall in a day, they unraveled over decades. Looking down at their hands, now mostly steady, they seemed surprised they could still move. They reflected on their fate, stating that they were gone. Another silence followed, but this one felt different. It was not empty or waiting for words. It was the space left behind after truth arrives, leaving the world feeling altered. The Panin interjected, their voice flat and certain, noting that such a fate does not occur if one wins the tournament. Izuku's brow furrowed, the weight of their story pressing into his thoughts. He realized that winning was not merely about advancement, it was about protection. The Panin confirmed this, explaining that victory grants immunity. Knowledge is only part of it, true gain is leverage. Winning transforms one into a constant, a force that remains untouched by interference. They reach the top and stay there. Izuku exhaled slowly, his eyes flickering toward the open bay beyond the Panin. His mind was racing, mapping risks, outcomes, and intent. Every assumption he had carried into this place was shifting. He asked about those who do not win, his voice quieter this time. The Panin did not meet his gaze, their eyes falling to the floor, where remnants of past struggles lay. They explained that those who do not win wait for another 200 years or, as they added softly, they disappear before then. Izuku remained frozen, the quiet surrounding him as complete as the silence within his mind. The Panin's words resonated weakly, spinning in his thoughts like a code snippet trapped in an infinite loop. The air between them was heavy with unspoken meaning. With careful accuracy, Izuku raised his hand, a thin shimmer dancing across his palm, distorting the air like heat from metal. From the empty space above his skin, a sphere formed, its surface smooth and glassy, radiating a muted inner light that pulsed softly. The Panin's body reacted before their face did. Shoulders braced, weight shifted back, and their eyes narrowed with instinctual wariness. Izuku's gaze was cold and curt as he asked if they recognized what this was. The Panin remained focused on the sphere, their expression impassive. After a moment of silence, they shook their heads slowly, acknowledging their uncertainty. Izuku took a quiet breath and extended both hands toward them, offering the sphere. He stated that it was named the custodian of knowledge, holding every record and invention their people ever managed enough to rebuild their civilization from scratch. The Panin gazed at the sphere as if fearing it would vanish. Breathing faster, their fingers hovered in midair, hesitant to make contact. The sphere's light created moving patterns on their face, illuminating wide eyes and a partially open mouth. The Panin then asked why he was helping their civilization when they barely knew each other. Izuku looked at them for several seconds before declaring that the custodian was never his. It belonged to their people. He had stumbled upon it while searching. No further explanation came as he stepped forward and placed the sphere into their extended hands. Their fingers curled around it slowly and respectfully, the glow now reflecting off their skin, casting them in gentle radiance. He cautioned them not to repeat the mistakes of the past as he exited. The Panin, still gazing at the custodian, looked up to express gratitude but found that Izuku had already disappeared. Izuku pushed through the thick crowd of aliens, his steps slow as he navigated the ocean of unfamiliar forms. Flesh, metal, scales, and shapes he could not identify yielded before him, parting slightly as he stepped into the center of the great hall. The cacophony of otherworldly whispers, clicks, growls, and melodies faded into the background. At the very center of the room, it was quieter, not still, but hushed. The disturbance coalesced into a steady, omnipresent thrum that vibrated beneath the soaring alien spires curving high into the distance. The registration desk was precisely where it had been the last time he saw it. A flawless circle of metal stone, its surface smooth and burnished, glowing softly. Iridescent threads ran through it like veins of living light, shifting colors depending on the angle of view. Staring too long caused the colors to shift in patterns that tested the limits of understanding. Behind the desk sat the same humanoid girl, her posture unchanged. Her fingers flicked across her alien terminal, keys pulsing rhythmically with each press. The sounds produced were a series of muted clacks and tones, hinting at music but lacking melody. The machine responded smoothly to her every touch, lights flashing and fading in silent reply. Time, Izuku did not hesitate. He strode ahead with purpose, back straight and eyes focused. When he spoke, his voice was firm and calm, devoid of doubt. He expressed his desire to sign up for the tournament. At his words, the girl's hands halted, fingers locking in midair over the glowing keys. Her gaze slowly rose, her expression momentarily masked as she focused on him. She assessed him from head to toe, evaluating and weighing. Initially, her look was merely curious, but then mirth crept in along the edges. A small smile played at the corners of her mouth, expanding into something small yet aware, tinged with irony. She inquired about his representative status, her tone silky and incredulous. Izuku blinked, caught off guard, and repeated the term representative. The smile grew, reminiscent of a cat observing a mouse unaware of its predicament. She admonished him not to play dumb, explaining that every civilization needs a representative, someone who wields strong cosmic force. He glared at her, processing her words. The term cosmic force sounded silly as he repeated it. Her laughter rang out, not polite or stifled, but rich and bell-like, echoing through the air with a hint of sarcasm. She settled back slightly into her chair, tilting her head as if he were a whimsical puzzle she had no real interest in solving. She laughed lightly, brushing an imaginary tear from the corner of one eye, and remarked that he must be from one of those lower-level civilizations, still JRPG in the dark and imagining power to be something measured in muscle or primitive tools. Her tone dripped with superiority, each word laced with amusement and mockery. Without allowing him to respond, she slipped beneath the desk. There was a rustle, a soft click, and then she stood up, holding two items. The first was a piece of parchment paper so thin it was almost see-through, covered in tiny looping glyphs that shone with a faint, otherworldly light as if they were alive. When one looked directly at them, the symbols appeared to evade fixation, curling and unwinding like smoke on a summer breeze. The second item was a small container filled with a bluish fluid. She pointed to the parchment with a neatly manicured fingernail and instructed him to fill it out for his registration. Then she pushed the small vessel toward him, her movement casual but intentional, suggesting that he drink it to help awaken his cosmic force, framing it as a goodwill offering. Izuku stared at the parchment, his eyes narrowing. The writing seemed entirely nonsensical at first glance. The symbols danced and twisted as his eyes attempted to focus on them, refusing to remain still. It was akin to trying to read flames or water in perpetual motion. The glyphs shone with a liquid light, defying any possibility of being read. He sensed the girl watching him, her eyes filled with amusement as she awaited his bafflement to turn into embarrassment. But he refused to give her that satisfaction. Not looking up, he rotated his wrist. The smooth face of his watch reacted with a gentle flash, a wave of light moving across the screen as it read the shape. In seconds, the device synchronized with the paper, beginning a quiet process of deciphering. The glyphs started to reorganize themselves with slow deliberation, the formerly strange script unrolling and reforming into readable text, each symbol finding its place with beautiful finality. He picked up the stylus resting next to the form. It was lighter than he had anticipated, dainty, almost fragile, and cold against his skin. The metal hummed subtly, as if something within it was alive and waiting. It wasn't just a pen, it felt animated. Izuku began to write. Every slide was neat and intentional. His writing never faltered, each character was placed with deliberation. There was no hesitance in his actions, no erasures, no breakdowns. He filled in every box with the self-assurance of someone who had already made up his mind. When he finally glanced up, the receptionist's expression had changed. The smirk was gone. She retrieved the form from him with a flutter of her wrist, scanning the pages. Her eyes darted through the entries rapidly at first, then slowed. Something flickered in the back of her eyes, surprise, then something harder. Disbelief, perhaps alarm. Her lips pursed into a thin line, and she muttered under her breath in an unfamiliar language that Izuku couldn't decipher. With a quick, resigned breath, she pressed the heel of her hand against the desk's surface. The machine in front of her came alive immediately, spilling out a burst of pale light that rippled across the console. Finally, she stated curtly that he was signed up. She shot him one last look, her humor replaced with something much more guarded, informing him that the tournament would begin in a month and a half, and he could explore if he wished before then. After Izuku was registered, instead of leaving, he stood stock still, immovable as if chiseled from rock. His eyes remained steady on hers, the silence stretching longer than was comfortable. Long enough that the smug-faced girl leaned slightly to the side, one shoulder twitching in a tiny reflex. Her fingers, suspended above her console, halted mid-move. The tension between them hung thick, making the room feel smaller. Finally, Izuku broke the silence by asking what the most advanced level of civilization logged there was. The question hung in the air, raw and sudden. For a moment, the girl simply looked at him, taken aback by his directness. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, a spark of something calculating flashing across them. When she replied, her voice had lost some of its previous haughtiness, stating that it was Type 8. Izuku put his head to the side, rolling the word around in his mind. He did not respond outwardly, showing no sign of shock or worry. He simply stood there, weighing her response in silence. Then, wordlessly, he extended his hand, took the container, glanced at it for a moment, and walked away. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, the capsule flipping idly in the air before settling gently into his palm with a quiet click. The faint yellow light from his desk lamp illuminated the smooth surface of the capsule, casting tiny shadows that danced momentarily before vanishing. His thoughts reeled with what the receptionist had told him. Type 8. A respectable classification, advanced enough to manipulate reality at a conceptual scale. He understood that, but still limited. His thoughts flickered back to his training, to the ancient texts he had studied. Type 8 was a standard, but greater levels lay hidden beyond the reach of common knowledge. He chewed on the thought, absent-mindedly rolling the capsule between his fingers. What about Type 9? Type 10? Type 11? Type 12? He had seen it all. The Panan civilization, once considered a beacon of brilliance, had been completely annihilated by a Type 10 entity. If Type 8 was the limit, what had happened to the civilization that had destroyed the Panan civilization? Even the tournament's prize pool reflected this limitation, with knowledge offered only to match a Type 8 understanding. There was no mention of anything beyond that, no grand secrets hidden beneath the surface. It was a neatly packaged illusion, carefully enforced. He paused, the capsule momentarily still in his hand. His eyes narrowed as thoughts spiraled further. Where were the others? The ones who had surpassed dimensional boundaries, who had transcended the ordinary fabric of existence. If they weren't here, if they weren't part of this system, then there were only two possibilities. Either they had no reason to compete, no desire to be part of something so trivial, or they were somewhere else, somewhere far beyond the reach of anyone below their level, competing on a plane of existence that was simply inaccessible to those at lower tiers. His mind raced through the possibilities, seeking connections in the web of data, in the gaps between the tournament's walls, but the answers remained elusive. His fingers tightened around the capsule as he snapped it open, the faint hiss of the seal breaking echoing through the quiet room. Lifting his wrist, he angled the container beneath his watch. A narrow beam of light pulsed from the watch, scanning the contents. No toxins. No hidden threats. The liquid inside was stable, perfectly safe. He paused, taking one last moment to look at the transparent vial. Then, without a second thought, he raised it to his lips and drank. The liquid slid down effortlessly, leaving no taste, no burn, nothing at all. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the pain came, a sensation beyond anything he had experienced before. It tore through him like a lightning strike. His body stiffened, a tightness coiling through his muscles as though every cell were being stretched to its absolute limit. His fingers dug into the sheets beneath him, the fabric tearing slightly under his grip, anchoring him as the world tilted violently. The pain spiraled deeper, pressing in on him from all sides. His breath came in ragged bursts, sharp gasps for air that couldn't seem to fill his lungs. His heart hammered violently in his chest, racing to match the searing pulse that raked through his veins. His eyes snapped down to his hands. Under the skin, the biomorphs were stirring. He could almost feel them responding to the intrusion, to the foreign substance now coursing through him. They shifted, luminous currents swirling beneath his flesh, writhing in intricate, erratic patterns. They weren't rejecting the substance. They were adapting, changing. His vision blurred, the edges of his sight bleeding into smears of color. The room around him tilted, spinning as if gravity had lost its grip. His breath came faster, shallower. His heart rate was irregular, wild. He couldn't hold on any longer. His fingers slipped from the sheets, his grip failing as the weight of his own body betrayed him. The ground seemed to rise up to meet him, and with it, everything went black. The last thing he heard was the steady, synchronized rhythm of his biomorphs pulsing in time with his fading heartbeat. Then silence. Izuku woke up on the cold, wooden floor of his bedroom. The faint light of morning bled through the curtains, casting soft rays that seemed to brush against the edges of his consciousness. He stayed still for a few seconds, trying to orient himself in the quiet of the room. His head throbbed faintly, a residual reminder of the previous night's pain, but it was a distant echo now. A slow breath in, then out. The world seemed stable again. His gaze drifted to the ceiling, and for a moment he just let himself linger in the stillness. Finally he pushed himself up, every movement slower than usual. His wrist flicked, and the familiar hum of his watch activated. The holographic display popped to life, lines of data streaming down the interface in neat, orderly rows, detailing his vitals. Stable. His heartbeat was steady, slightly elevated, but nothing alarming. His biomorphs were responding better than before, their synchronization now smoother, more precise. He stood, moving stiffly at first, then more fluidly as the warmth of the morning seeped in through his open window. He made his way to the bathroom, feeling the cool floor beneath his feet with every step. As he filled the bathtub, the water swirled slowly in the porcelain basin, rising in gentle waves. The steam began to curl up lazily into the air, and Izuku sank into the warmth, letting the water embrace him. After drying off, Izuku opened the closet door to change into different clothes but saw his UA uniform hanging neatly inside. For a long moment, he stared at it in confusion. He had never accepted the UA offer and did not remember buying this uniform either, so how did it get here? Then he noticed a small folded note sticking out from the jacket pocket, its corner crinkled slightly. Izuku reached for it, unfolded the note, and read its contents. Since you didn't choose any hero school to apply for, we decided to do it for you. Hope you don't mind. Mom and Dad. Izuku blinked at the note, then crumpled it in his hand and dropped it into the dustbin beside his desk. He picked up the uniform again, thinking it might work in his favor since he had nothing to do for a month and a half anyway. After putting on the uniform, Izuku opened the door and stepped into the hallway. As he walked down the hall, he spotted his sister, Hori, coming up the stairs. The moment their eyes met, her expression shifted into one of concern, her brow furrowing as she stopped mid-step. Izuku brushed past her, feeling a surge of irritation. Himari froze, her words hanging in the air, her mouth opening slightly in surprise. He continued downstairs, where his dad had just stepped out of the bathroom, towel slung over his shoulder. The moment Toshinori saw Izuku, his expression tightened. Concern filled his voice as he asked where Izuku had been. Before Toshinori could finish his sentence, Inko's voice called from the hallway, asking if Izuku